I think it's more user-friendly.
It's the divvying up the funds. He did something about it. He said he was Well, I'm trying to do better because there's something we're not keeping up with some of this stuff. So every time I come here, it smells like a night maybe. The room's somewhere international, somewhere, and my alarm would go off, or even before you could use your cell phone, you would ask the desk to call, and they would forget to call. And you know, you're 13 hours different time, and I'd be that's a feeling I don't want to have to get for 2 weeks.
So if you could find out if you're coming, like how many, do we have any open seats already? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ready? All right. Good morning, everyone. As a few things, Ms. Dean had to step out for just a minute. She will be back in just a few minutes. As she said right at the start of our ceremony a few minutes ago, Commissioner Key is at a training for the new secretaries. He will become Secretary of Education July 1, and so Dr. Pfeffer is in his place quite ably today. He will be here tomorrow, and we'll plan to have a report then, including on reorganization issues which are underway. A couple of other things. First, personal privilege. I forgot to thank Sharon Hill during the previous ceremony. I've spent more hours with her. Well, maybe Cynthia Howe. We have probably spent more hours together the last 7 years. I thank you for what great work you've done. I also thank you for. As a state, we are so lucky, so fortunate to have a full-time education reporter with the knowledge and that you have. We are reminded with the changes in the newspaper industry how important good newspaper coverage of these very important issues are, and so I want to note that as well. Okay, now back to the main event. We'll start with some recognitions, and it is time to talk about the National Blue Ribbon Schools program, and I will turn it over to Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. To Dr. Thetford and Dr. Bart and to the state board members. It is indeed an honor to be back in your presence again to share good news about our schools, our school district. And This time, it is the National Blue Ribbon Schools for 2018. And as you saw on your agenda, we have 3 schools that we're going to recognize this morning. In the United States, there were 349 schools recognized, which was inclusive of 47 states and District of Columbia and the United Kingdom. And we were happy to be part of that number. The schools attended Washington, well, they went to Washington, D.C. to attend a national conference, and it's like a parade. It is very high in energy, and they also have different sessions to share with the nominees and the awardees when they get there. It's wonderful. I've had an opportunity to go once, and when you leave there, you're on a high because you have pins, you have a banner, you have all of these things that you can fly. I say fly because some people put it on the flag poles, some people put it in their vestibule so everyone can see it, and they come back and their representatives and different people go to the schools. They have this big assembly, so it goes on and on for the first year, and then they can even be invited to speak other places. So it's really an exciting honor to have, and I constantly in my email and get telephone calls of people asking, how can I be a Blue Ribbon school? Where is the application? Is there an application? And as you see, our first set of Blue Ribbon schools are exemplary high performance schools, which is measured by a state assessment. We don't do an application. The application doesn't come until we nominate the schools and they go through the process at the U.S. Department of Education, the national office. They have this long year process of questions and asking them questions about their data, their profile. So it's not just an easy task. They really, scrutinize. They have a statistical group that works with them, accountability group, and then those who looks at everything. I just thought I would share that because we've been getting so many calls about how can I become a Blue Ribbon school this time. Our first honoree this morning will be our exemplary high performance school, and this is Hunt Elementary out of Springdale, Arkansas. And we have the principal here, Principal Dozier, and Superintendent Rollins. And they also have others, so if Dr. Barr and Dr. Pfeffer, if you would come down, because they always enjoy having a picture with you all, so they can put it on. And they will give you a brief overview of how they got where they are.
Great.
Thank you so much. My name is Michelle Dozier. I'm the principal at Hunt Elementary School, and I'd like to recognize some of the teachers that I brought. Anna Goff is a 3rd grade teacher. Tisha Reading is 1st grade. Amber Jones is my music teacher. And Jamie Cheshire is a kindergarten teacher. And of course, Dr. Rollins, we really appreciate him being here with us today. But we have been open for 13 years, and it was an amazing experience for us to be chosen as a Blue Ribbon school and be able to fill out the application and reflect on the changes that we've had at our school and the progress that we've made. And obviously, we couldn't have done it without these amazing teachers and our kids and their parents, because they are the rock stars. And I want to thank Dr. Rollins for his support and for encouraging us and supporting us. He always says that the work we do in teaching and learning is something we get to do every day and not something that we have to do, and to be very purposeful in the way we spend time with our kids. And I feel like that's what we do at Hunt, is we're very purposeful with every kid to personalize what they need. And we thank you for celebrating us today.
Great.
Okay. Okay. Our next school is from Conway, Woodrow Collins Elementary School, and the principal, Principal Lewis, and Superintendent Murray.
Good morning. Thank you for this honor. It's wonderful to be here and celebrate Woodrow Cummins Still with you. We've been celebrating for a while once we were nominated. We are the third school in Conway to receive this recognition, and it is something that you do not seek. It was a thrill. Dr. Murray kept it a secret. He's a good secret keeper. And when we found out we were nominated, going through the application process, I did this back in 2011 at another elementary school in Conway, and it was all paper then. So years later, we had a Google Doc, and we all participated in the application process. And, you know, getting 40 people's viewpoint of what's going on at Woodrow Cummins was really encouraging, very reflective on your practice and making sure that you are doing whatever it takes every day for all of our students. So thank you very much. I do have Marcy Martin, our instructional facilitator, with us today, Alicia Ross, our assistant principal, and of course, you know, Dr. Murray. Thank you.
And our last school is in the category of exemplary achievement gap closing school, and this is between school student groups and all students over the past 5 years. And we have our principal, Mr. Dury, here from Kingsland Elementary in Kingsland, Arkansas.
Well, I'd like to thank y'all for this. Just saw y'all last month, too. And we were, I know, debating how are they going to do this and then this other thing going, too. For 17 years, it's been my privilege to be the principal there at Kingsland Elementary, and worked with a lot of wonderful, wonderful staff. But when I started filling out the application for the Blue Ribbon Award, I always knew that we had a great community, but when you really start writing it down, it really hits home with you. We're a Blue Ribbon school, but actually we're a Blue Ribbon community, and this belongs to the community of Kingsland, not to the school. Thank you very much.
Again, we thank the State Board for allowing us to be on the agenda this morning, and we thank all the schools for coming down this morning as well. And we know they're still closing out and doing things, and some of them will not go home, but for 2 weeks maybe. So again, we thank all of the school district and their staff this morning, as well as the State Board members.
Great.
You all have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you all for taking time to come spend time with us. And we know some of you will have to sneak out, and please do so as you need to. We do have a few changes to the agenda that are being requested. Three of them due to the natural disasters that have hit our state. And so we have the Fort Smith District and Van Buren District with waiver requests. I'm going to ask that we put those as the first two action items of the morning, since I believe at least some of those principals, officials are here. So if we could do those as the first two action items. We then also have the Capital City Lighthouse decision to eliminate some grades for next year because of flooding. And we already have a Capital City Lighthouse item in item 2, which is the charter authorizing panel. And so let's just consider it. I would ask that we consider it first with the charter authorizing panel decision, since those would be together. And then we also have an update on the covenant keeper situation. And so I talked to Ms. Hyatt, and we will just do that at the end of the charter authorizing decision, if that's appropriate, to kind of keep the items together. So I would entertain a motion, if y'all are comfortable with that, to alter the agenda in that way.
So, second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank y'all. Now we'll go to the consent agenda, and then we'll be back to the Fort Smith and Van Buren cases. The consent agenda, does anyone have anything that needs to come off or have any questions? Dr. Moore?
I did want to make a comment on 2, if that's okay.
Okay.
I mean, on number 11 and 14.
2, 11, and 14?
Not 2.
Not 2.
On 2 items.
Two
not
items.
Item 11 and item 14.
All right. Okay. Anything else?
I have a question on number 2.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we just start with number 2 then, Ms. Lee?
Okay,
And this is the loan and bond applications.
yes, I've not been involved directly with the racial variance when it comes to public schools. I'm more familiar with what would be considered an okay one for businesses, but does the ratio variance between 13 and 26, should that be of concern to us? And is it of concern to you?
Okay. Anita Sacre, I'm coordinator of Loans and Bonds Unit. Are you referring to the debt ratio?
Yes.
Okay. It was a concern of the committee when we met last month to review these items. You may know that there used to be a limit in statute to the debt ratio percentage, and that was removed several years ago. Basically, we looked at the ability of the districts to make their bond payments, and determined that we felt were able to do that. Yes, the debt ratio is a concern, but
You look at things like potential for economic development, increase in the tax base, whether they're growing as a student population or declining. Are those all the kinds of things you consider?
Yes, ma'am, they are. The assessment, the property assessment, I believe on all of these districts is going up each year between 1% and 2%. So that's definitely a factor. We do look at the ADM trends, the student enrollment. So yes, we do look at all of that. We look at their balances.
So if it's on here, I can feel pretty comfortable that y'all are on top of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. 11 and 14, so Ms. McLaughlin. Dr. Moore?
Thank you. I'm going to wait till she gets up here.
Good morning, Kimberly McLaughlin, ADE. I do have, for item 11, we do have Superintendent Fisher on the line for you, and for item number 14, we have Superintendent Edgen from East End.
Okay, thank you. And I did have a question for you, actually. So it looks like on number 11, Clinton, do they have a different form than some of the others do? Because they just answered that one question.
Sometimes school districts will, because they will access old forms that might be available to them, and even though I send the more updated form to them.
Okay, because I really appreciate the new form that does give us a little bit more insight into the outcomes that school districts are receiving, and would like to know more about the outcomes for Clinton. Is that something that we could get them to do in the future? Or
Most
we'll
of the
just wait till next year?
time, I send that form to them, and they use the form that I do send. But occasionally, they do have some problems with the fillable form, and so they might scan, and they might use a different form.
Okay.
But we'll continue to work on that.
Okay. And then I will ask a question for I believe it's Dr. Fisher of Clinton.
Of Clinton, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like you all have is it the HUB program for students who are at risk of dropping out? Is this a totally online school that these students are participating in?
Do we have Clinton on the? Do we have Clinton on the phone?
I think it's Easton. Is it Clinton? Okay.
Are they there?
Mr. Fisher?
Apparently not. Okay. Okay. Why don't I recommend that we why don't we go ahead and pull that item to try to get your question answered, and whenever they become available, and we can consider it later in the meeting.
That would be great.
Okay. So, are there any other questions on the consent agenda?
Number 14 for Easton.
Okay, and so
Is-
is East End on?
Lori Edgerton.
Yes, Ms. Edgen and Ms. Wilson are both here for Easton.
Fantastic. Okay, Dr. Moore has a question for you.
Yeah, so it sounds like you were providing some great opportunities for your students there in Easton. I did have a little concern, though. It sounds like for students who are able to exit school early, it says on average only 20 to 30% of those are involved in internships, while the rest are seeking paid jobs, which is a great opportunity for them. But I am wondering if there are any learning opportunities attached to those internships or paid jobs, if there's any reporting that's going on, or if students are simply leaving school for this.
Well, we do have students that are participating with Conway Regional Health System with various different roles and volunteering. They are not paid with Conway Regional. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, and I think, it's great that students have the opportunity to get those jobs, but at the same time, is there any learning being attached at the school? Do they have mentors at school that they're reporting to further those experiences?
Okay, yes. Our high school counselor is the one in charge of that. She meets with them at least on a monthly basis. We try to meet with them on a bi-weekly basis. If they're not enrolled in the JAG program that we partner with our hub out of Arch Ford, we also our students have access to JAG.
Okay, that's great. I do know that JAG does provide those additional supports in some cases. Okay, thank you.
All right, and we did not yet get Clinton, correct? We don't think. Okay. So I'd request a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 11 at this point.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Neen, second by Dr. Moore. All in favor say aye.
I'm back on the line.
Opposed, same sign. And Tiffany, if Ms. Mobile, either one of y'all, if we find East End, then we'll just step into the agenda at any point and deal with that. I mean, for the Clinton School District, apologize. Yeah.
And I don't know if Dear Mount Judy was on the phone, but I want to, if you will, pass along to them a special compliment. They were very thorough They were very specific. They provided data to back it up. And this is very helpful to us to get that kind of feedback, or to me, to get that kind of feedback on 1240 waivers.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hook. All right. Now we're down to our action agenda, and as we said, we're going to pick up with a couple of waiver requests due to the flooding. Fort Smith is first, and then Van Buren, but Ms. Freno is going to introduce those items.
Thank you. Dr. Barth, Lori Freno, Department of Education. I'm so sad that you're going to be going. I just had to get that out.
Thank you, Lori.
And the Fort Smith and Van Buren school districts are here today. They're both seeking a waiver of the minimum 178-hour student-teacher interaction time. These waivers are both a result of the recent catastrophic flooding that happened in western Arkansas. The Fort Smith is seeking a 3-day waiver. Van Buren is seeking a 1-day waiver. Is that correct? The superintendents are here if you have any questions, and as you have pointed out, these are two separate items, so if you could vote on those two items separately, that would be great. Arkansas Code Annotated 615-202 provides that the State Board may grant a waiver for up to 1 year upon a showing of good cause.
Right.
And so if you have any questions, the first item, did you say, Dr. Barth, is Fort Smith?
Fort Smith is first. Great. So, welcome, and I think we know the basic facts, but if you would introduce yourself and then provide us a little more context for the request, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. Well, my name is Doug Brubaker. I'm superintendent of Fort Smith Public School District, and that final week of school, we had been watching the news and saw that the waters were rising, and we were hearing words like unprecedented, historic, life-threatening. And so over Memorial Day weekend, we were spending time with our crisis response team, and also with the county. And the word that we got was that an increasing number of ways into town were closing. And so we have 600 teachers and staff who live outside of the district. And so really there were several primary issues. One was who was going to supervise the kids, provided they could get to school. Secondly, you know that any time there's a flood situation, you have public authorities coming out and saying, turn around, don't drown. Well, we have a lot of kids who walk to school every day, particularly at the elementary level, and they walk by themselves. And so there was a lot of concern about that. So after consulting with our team, with our board, with the and you have letters of support from our different stakeholder groups, we made the decision to close school for those final 3 days.
All right. Are there any questions?
Had you already given finals? Were these just days when people were maybe doing some RTI and things like that, or what was scheduled for those?
Right. So semester tests were scheduled during that time, and so we worked out makeup days, and that's taking place throughout the month of June.
I move that we grant the request.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Hook, second by Ms. Dean. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Good luck with the completion of the year, which is still underway. All right, and now we'll turn over to the Van Buren case. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Harold Jeffcoat. I'm the superintendent of the Van Buren School District, and there's not a whole lot more that I can add. Dr. Brubaker and I stayed in close contact through this Memorial Day weekend as we were planning for how we were going to react to the situation. In our school district, we were able to have school that Tuesday, so we made the decision, though, that we would close for Wednesday because we knew there was more rain, heavy rain coming, and additional water on its way, and we were already in a really difficult situation. We did, though, have an opportunity, Ms. Zook, to plan for our semester test because we did come back for that 1 day. I will tell you that with the bridges that were closed, we were without close to 70 staff members, but we made it work. It worked out, but we did feel like it was in the best interest of our school district and our community. We stayed in close contact with all of our officials emergency personnel, and everyone was very pleased that we were able to close that last day of school. So we are here requesting that you allow us to waive the last day of school.
All right, you've heard the request and information. Ready for a motion?
Move we grant the waiver.
All right.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right. Safe travels back. Okay, we are now down to our published action agenda item. First one is consideration of revocation of a teaching license. I'll turn it over to Mr. Dugan.
Morning, State Board.
Morning.
Dr. Barth, thank you. Taylor Dugan, staff attorney for the Arkansas Department of Education. Just before I proceed, I just want to double check to make sure I place these exhibit packets in front of all the board members. If there's anyone that did not get one, I apologize, but I do have extra copies. The one that's in front of the board today is a licensed educator by the name of Crystal Vega. I did communicate with Ms. Vega, so I didn't see her in the room, but if she is here, I'd ask that she come forward. And that's why I've put this one on the action agenda, Dr. Barth, because I have communicated with this educator. This action gives the board the authority under 617.410 that the state board shall not issue a first-time license nor renew an existing license excuse me, and shall revoke any existing license, not up for renewal, of any person who has a true report on the Child Maltreatment Central Registry or has pled guilty or no low contender to or has been found guilty of any of the following offenses by any court in the state of Arkansas, or of any other offense by a court in another state of a similar offense by a federal court. And since I did communicate with Ms. Vega, she did not request a waiver, so she did not answer the notice. So the statute also states that if they decline to answer the notice, the state board shall hold a hearing to establish by preponderance of the evidence that cause for the proposed action exists. And so if I may proceed, Dr. Barth, I would just like to go through the exhibit packet to establish by preponderance that this action exists.
Please proceed.
So on y'all's exhibit packet, what is marked as ADE Exhibit 1, that's the educator's license, and I put that in the evidence packet just to show the board that Ms. Vega is a licensed educator here in the state of Arkansas. What I have marked as AD Exhibit 2, there's 2 pages on this document, and this is the sentencing order that shows that Ms. Vega pled no contest to sexual assault in the first degree, which is a disqualifying offense listed under Section 4, 17410. And we received information on this case from the PLSB because they had an investigation, and the criminal charges ended up stemming from the conduct. And what I've marked as AD Exhibit 3 is the notice that we sent to Ms. Vega on March 19th, 2019, showing that she has a disqualifying offense and that she has the right to request a waiver to be here today. We sent Ms. Vega a notice on May 10th, 2019, that the hearing would be held today and at this time. That's marked as AD Exhibit 4. And I also put in the exhibit packet AD Exhibit 5, which just shows a little bit of email communication between Ms. Vega and I, knowing that she knows of the hearing. I also communicated with her yesterday afternoon, just reminding her again that of the time of the hearing and that it was where it was located at. And so with that, unless there's further questions, I would entertain those and would love to. But if not, that's all I have for my presentation.
Okay, and just one more question. Is Ms. Vega in the...
She is not.
In here. All right, thank you. Any questions to my left? Anything to my right? So the recommendation is revocation from the department.
By operation law, that's correct, Dr. Barth.
Okay.
Move to accept the recommendation to revoke the license.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Williamson, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. I have a question, totally unrelated to this case, but this issue. the legislation that was passed in the last session, maybe a Dr. Pfeffer question, that does allow us to come back to these decisions at a later date in some certain circumstances. Could you just walk us through that where we are on that?
Yes, so the legislation allows the State Board of Education to promulgate rules that would outline the process by which an educator could potentially petition to have a license reinstated. However, there are certain offenses that would disqualify them even from that process. We will outline that in the rules and regs. Those are being developed right now, and I believe Taylor, can you remind me who's going to be working on those rules?
I am Dr. Pfeffer.
Okay, I thought he was. So he'll be working on that, and you may want to add some details to that.
Dr. Barth, the act that does allow for the reinstatement of revoked license, there's certain situations, like Dr. Pfeffer said, that the applicant will never be able to apply for reinstatement. Those are if it's sexual in nature, and also if there was a violent offense. And this instance right here, since this is a sexual assault, Ms. Vega would not be allowed to apply to reinstate her license under that current law that was passed. I've been working with Mr. James also as far as coming up with those procedures, because the rule or that law pretty much gives us very wide authority as far as what that process is going to be. And so I have drafted a version of that process. Right now it's with licensure to have them review it to see if they have other things to add. But in this certain case, this is one where she would not be able to.
Okay, great. All right, anything else?
May I step aside?
I'm going to give you these,
Thank you.
and then you may.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We are now down to the consideration of the charter authorizing panel decisions. And first up is Capital City Lighthouse. And so, Mr. Ballard, are you also going to handle the most recent decision related to the school? Okay. So whichever order you want to do them in, whichever one's more natural for you,
Okay.
either the first thing or the more recent action.
Okay. We'll do the most recent action, which is the amendments that were made by the charter authorizing panel due to the catastrophic flooding. Lighthouse Academies came and asked for an amendment to their charter to redesign their grade levels served. We have representatives here from Lighthouse Academy today that will be speaking to those amendment requests and those changes.
Okay, all right. So we'll first consider the amendment request that was not on the agenda that just got added, which is the flooding. So y'all can come forward and explain. I guess the recommendation came from the charter authorizing panel.
Yes.
Affirmed
The charter authorizing
that request.
panel,
Right.
approved this request.
Okay. Are there questions, or would you like more detail about the? Yeah. So if y'all could speak to the nature of the amendment, just because we didn't have paper on that would be really helpful.
Good morning. I am LaShonda Noel, Regional Director of Operations for Lighthouse, Arkansas. With me is Ms. Amanda Crowder. She is Regional Academic Director for Lighthouse. As the other two districts stated, several weeks ago, a few weeks back, the state of Arkansas, we experienced historic flooding. Capital City Lighthouse sits adjacent to Burns Park, which was affected by the flood due to the McClellan-Kerr navigation system. We took a lot of water onto the property. It actually destroyed our modular building, which housed our upper grades 6 through 8. And because of this, the modular and the damage, it's unrecoverable. It would be difficult for us to turn the building over as quickly as need be. And so what we are doing today is we are asking for consideration of grade reconfiguration to only house K-5 at our North Little Rock campus. This is some of the damage These are pictures of some of the damage. And again, as you can see, it would be difficult for us to turn that second building over in time for the 1920 school year, and so that is why we're coming before you today. We have worked closely with our sister school in Jacksonville. Currently, we are still in school until tomorrow, actually, so we worked with our community leaders, our sister schools in Jacksonville, as well as parents and students to transfer our existing students to the Jacksonville campus. We are wanting to do that again next year with our 6th through 8th grades, but for those who do not want to be transported to the Jacksonville campus long term, we are working with the North Little Rock School District and other surrounding districts to accept those students. So we will continue to work with our families and partner with our families to assist them in getting to where they want to be. Again, we're saddened to even have to come before you with this request. We did explore all viable options, and this is where we landed.
And so this is a permanent amendment?
This would be a permanent amendment, the K-5 request, yes.
Okay. All right.
I wish you'd tell the board all the different people and organizations that worked with y'all to get these buildings cleared out. That was very impressive that you have a whole community, regardless of where they go to school, that's concerned about the children first.
Yes. So we were able to, our staff was amazing. They helped us get in there, get the curriculum and all of the technology and things out, but then our community came in full force. We had organizations that we didn't even know about within the community just to come in and assist us. And then again, North Little Rock School District really came in. They helped us build a bridge. They helped us do things that we weren't even thinking about because we were in the moment. Then the city of Jacksonville, of course, welcomed those students in to our sister schools. So it really has been a community effort, and we are very pleased and appreciative of those who were able to stand in the gap for us while we were getting through this process.
Dr. Pfeffer.
Yes, and I wanted to mention Ms. Kaufman the other day when we had the charter panel meeting. She wanted everyone to know that from the very beginning, this school immediately came to us, and their first and only consideration were their kids. And as they had to make some tough decisions, it was made because they knew this was what was best for students, and obviously reaching out to partners. And I think we just really want to, again, echo our appreciation for you taking that approach.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Newton?
Just want to commend you for putting the kids first and for doing what's best for kids. Just a quick question. The kids that are choosing to go to Jacksonville, are you going to provide transportation for them next year also?
So we will provide transportation for all of our students who would like to attend the Jacksonville campus. We've come up with different routes this year and hubs to where we're picking them up in certain what we call hub areas. And so we will continue that process next year, as well as door-to-door stops. So we will get them from point A to point B. It's going to be a stretch, but we're committed to doing that.
Thank you for commitment for kids. Thank you.
Great. Any additional questions to my left? Okay. Any more questions or comments? All right. So you've heard this request. This came from the Charter Authorizing Panel. So the question would be to review or not review, correct? Okay. So those are the appropriate motions.
I move to not review. Second.
Okay. A motion by Ms. Dean to not review the Charter Authorizing Panel's decision. Ms. Chambers, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Now up to the previous question.
Yeah, for Capital City. So this item is a consideration again for the Charter Authorizing Panel decision for Capital City Lighthouse Charter School. On October 15, 2014, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved the application for Capital City Lighthouse The charter is approved to serve students in K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 750. We have the representatives still here today. This is just the approval of the charter authorizing panel's decision to approve two amendment requests made by Capital City Lighthouse.
Okay. Any questions? Ms. Hook?
I do. I know one of them is the counseling service, and I don't want to have to vote to review, but I do have concerns about a counselor not being on campus every day. Am I misunderstanding that?
From my understanding, I do believe we already have a waiver for that.
So we had a waiver for not having a counselor. I'm Amanda Crowder, Regional Academic Director. Not a counselor. On what we do is we outsource our counseling services through the PAT Center. They're housed at our building.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the part that slipped by me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to say, I do believe that we put these waivers in just to make sure that we were the new standards, so.
Right. Okay. Then I move not to review.
Second.
All right. Any further conversation or questions? All right. Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Chambers. Not to review. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you all, and good luck with next steps. Although I guess we're also going to hear from you on Jacksonville as well. All right.
Dr. Fisher is on the line whenever you.
Okay. Why don't we finish with Capital, with Lighthouse, and then we'll go to back to Dr. Moore's question.
Okay. All right. So item B is for Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter School. On November 3rd, 2008, the State Board of Education approved the application for Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter School. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,019. We have representatives still here from Lighthouse to speak to those amendment requests.
All right. Any questions to my left? Any questions to my right? Okay. Ready to move to a motion?
Move not to review.
All right. All right. Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. And then the final Lighthouse issue is Pine Bluff Lighthouse request.
All right. And this is Dr. Bart stated, for Pine Bluff Lighthouse. On November the 8th, 2010, the State Board approved the application for Pine Bluff Lighthouse. The charter is approved to serve grades K through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 650. And this is also a review of the amendment requests, which were approved by the charter authorizing panel.
Okay. Any questions to my right? Anything to my left? All right.
I move to not review. Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And so, Mr. Ballard, we'll take a little break and let's go deal with the issue we have lingering from the consent agenda. And so, from Clinton, glad you were able to join us. Dr. Moore has a question for you about your Act 1240 annual progress report.
Yes, Dr. Fisher, are you on the line?
Dr. Fisher?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Welcome.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Reading through your waiver progress report, we did notice that you used an old form, and so we weren't able to see some of the results that you might be, or learn about some of the results that you might be seeing from this program. So in future years, we'd like to see that. But for now, I did have a question about the program. I understand you're doing a flexible program for students. Is this an entirely virtual program for these students?
This is through the Archford Co-op, and we use our flexible seat time for our Academy Hub.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful to understand that it's through the co-op. And so in that sense, are students receiving any face-to-face interaction or instruction?
Yes, they are. Not only when they have questions, but also through assessment.
Okay, and so I think you noted on here that you're having a hard time getting students to come to campus, but it sounded like the only time they were coming to campus is for the ACT Aspire. There are other points of interaction throughout the year, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
any other
you,
questions?
and I do apologize.
Oh, no, thank you. Any other questions?
No.
All right, then we do need a motion to approve that consent agenda item.
Okay, motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Moore to approve the Clinton report, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. All right, thank you. And so now back to Mr. Ballard. And we are down to the SIA Tech request.
Yes. So this is also a consideration for an action made by the Charter Authorizing Panel decision. On January the 10th, 2011, the State Board of Education approved the application for school for integrated academies in technologies, SIA Tech. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 275. We have the principal from SIA Tech here is present to answer any questions on behalf of
All right, great. If you'll come on up, just in case folks do have questions. Welcome, and if you'll just introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, I'm Katie Hatley, superintendent now of the new school, formerly principal/director.
All right, thank you, welcome. See if folks to my left have any questions? Anything to my right, Dr. Moore?
I did. I noted that the Charter Authorizing Panel is going to have you back in October to give an update, but some of their questions were about the new curriculum programs that will be used. Have those been solidified?
They
What does
have.
that look like? And as that change, what will that change look like for your students going into the new program?
The new curriculum, which the board approved, Ingenuity, it just provides more offerings. We were able to get the world languages, which we've not had before, the complete CTE library, along with the core library and just the regular electives. So that's massive.
And as far as the changes you've communicated with your students and families,
I didn't hear.
the changes to name and other things have been communicated with your students and families?
Well, we're in full swing right now to get that going and get it out there by June 29th. Sign changed, web designer, we've hired, so colors, everything. Yeah, we're getting ready to do a massive outreach and promote recruitment event, so all that's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, they will know.
That's good, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you, Ms.
The question I have is, I suspect some of these students dropped out, or other than for family reasons, maybe because they were not reading on level. So when you come back, I'd be interested in knowing what programs you're using to help them catch up to their ability level, and also if any screening you're doing for your children that might be, or the students, the young men and women who might have dyslexia as an issue.
Yes, and we have a full-time SPED director on campus, on site. But I think the state is going to be really impressed with the program that we're rolling out for our students to meet the need. We're also adding a social-emotional piece, trauma, for our kids, the backgrounds. But it's always about the student, bringing them up the level. We want taxpayers, not tax takers. So I think it's going to be impressive with the money that we're saving and to be able to put back into the school and to our children.
And you might double check with learning services or the advocates within the area to be sure that before you spend the money to adopt something, that it in fact addresses the needs you're trying to adopt in the reading area.
I will.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Yes, sir.
And good luck. I'll entertain a motion to review or not to review.
I move not to review.
All right.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Hook, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you in, they'll see you in the fall.
Well, yeah.
Okay, we're now down to the Haas Hall decision.
Yes, sir. So this item is also a consideration made by the Charter Authorizing Panel decision for Haas Hall Academy. On January the 12th, 2004, the State Board of Education approved the application for Haas Hall Academy. The charter is approved to serve students grades 7 through 12, with a maximum enrollment of 941. I believe we have Dr. Schottmeyer on the conference line, to speak
That is
on
correct,
behalf of
yes.
the school.
Welcome, Dr. Schottmeyer.
Morning.
All right. Do we have questions? All right. Ms. Zook.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Schottmeyer. This is Diane Zook. The question I have on this principal thing is, my expectation is that your principal of any school would be your instructional leader, and is that something that you really drill down on when you're doing your interviews and making your selection?
Yes, ma'am, that certainly is. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, anything else? Any questions to my left? Okay, all right. So 2 amendment requests from Haas Hall. I would entertain a motion to review or not to review.
Move not to review.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. All right. Thank you, Mr. Schottmeyer.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up, Future School of Fort Smith.
All right, consideration for a charter authorizing panel decision. On October the 14th, 2015, the charter authorizing panel approved the application for Future School of Fort Smith, excuse me. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 10 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 450. We have representatives from Future School of Fort Smith on the line as well.
All right. Any questions to my right about this proposed request? Anything to my left? Okay. So, motion on the Future School of Fort Smith issue.
Move for not review.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Williamson, second by Ms. Newton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, thanks. And not finally, Cabot Academic, the Cabot request, Cabot Academic Center.
Yes, sir. On March 8, 2004, the charter authorizing panel approved the application for Charter Academy Center of Excellence. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 7 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 500. We have representatives for Charter Academic Center of Excellence appearing before the State Board for questions on the amendment request.
Okay. Dr. Moore, your question? Okay. Anything else to my right? Anyone to my left? All right. Y'all know the drill.
I move to not review. Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay. We are now down to the Lincoln High School request.
All right. So also a consideration for a charter authorizing panel decision. On January 12, 2012, the charter authorizing panel approved the application for Lincoln High School. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 8 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 850. We have representatives from Lincoln High School on the line as well for questions.
Okay. Are there any questions to my left? Anything? Ms. McPetridge.
I was just curious as to why they were going to drop a grade. What was their reasoning behind that?
Do we have representatives from the school on the line? From
Yes,
Lincoln?
Courtney Jones, the principal.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. We're just reconfiguring the district to better serve our students, and so we wanted to make sure we're implementing different internships and things for the high school students, and placing the 8th grade back into the building at the middle school level allows us to have more equitable numbers in each of the buildings.
Had you worked with your parents on the changes in the district then?
Yes, we did. We talked to our parents. They're very supportive of the 8th graders going back, and we have been working with our parents and our community as well as with the middle school to ensure that the classes that the 8th graders were receiving at the high school level will still be able to receive those classes for high school credit for those advanced students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? Anything to my right? Okay. I'll entertain a motion on the Lincoln High School request.
Move to not review.
Second.
Motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. And Mr. Ballard, Badger Academy.
So this is a recent consideration made by the Charter Authorizing Panel for Badger Academy. At the most recent BB School District school board meeting, the board voted to dissolve the district conversion charter for Badger Academy, and the Charter Authorizing the Panel heard this request and accepted their dissolution.
Okay. Any questions about the dissolution of this ALE?
The question I had is when you give up an ALE and a LEA number, and will this ALE then make a application for an LEA number, or will it just be in a part of the high school's LEA?
Yes, it would just be part of the high school's LEA number.
Okay, so any waivers that they had based on the old LEA, will they have to come back and request those for either 1240 waivers or whatever waivers they have? Oops, here comes Mary Claire.
And maybe, Ms. Kaufman, as a district conversion charter, were they under a separate LEA number? Okay.
Yes, Deborah Kaufman, Department of Ed. Yes, they were under a separate LEA number, and any waiver assigned to that district conversion, when that district conversion charter is given up or rescinded, then all of those waivers automatically go away. That ALE will go back into the public traditional school, and then if they need waivers for that ALE, then they'll have to seek those under that traditional school LEA number.
And y'all will communicate that to them?
We
Okay,
will.
thank you.
Dr. Moore?
I do have a question, I guess, and this is for the next two schools. It shows my misunderstanding. So the Archford Co-op, and Dr. Pfeiffer, you might be able to tell me, they run a virtual ALE program, is that correct?
As part of a hub, they offer different types of alternatives that districts put together sometimes within their ALE plan, so to become part of a district's ALE.
Okay, so it sounds like BB and the next one are going to contract with that co-op
and
to provide those services.
And I think the districts, their plans may look a little bit different. They may have different components. Okay. Because the Archford Hub has kind of different pathways, would probably be the best way to describe it, in the way they structure the opportunities for school districts to either access content, maybe virtual content, or providing job experiences or internship experiences through JAG type programs. Also providing some mental health supports that'll become part of wraparound services that districts would include within their ALE program.
Okay, I guess, and that shows my misunderstanding for the Clinton earlier. Do we have any data from this, or is it because it's contracted out, we don't, like the state doesn't have an understanding of who are all the students using this program?
We would have to work with them to get information as far as what it has grown over the last probably 2-3 years. It's grown quite a bit, and so we can get information for you as far as which schools are contracting with them, and see if we can put together kind of a summary as far as, you know, kind of what are some of the typical experiences looking like, what's what are schools seeing as most valuable. Now, in terms of student outcomes, I don't know if we have that at this time or not. So those can be things that we can check into for you and see if we can come back with a report.
Okay, at some point I think that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Oh, a question in terms of this this kind of separate ALE model was one that was tried in several places. We're seeing it obviously these disillusions. I'd ask Dr. Pfeffer maybe, is this a signal that this model just has fundamental problems, or was it more of a case-specific issue here?
Well, I think we've actually started talking about this recently. You know, with changes that have been made, part of it is more flexibility with waivers for flexible scheduling, different models of the way schools are structuring. You know, we're really becoming more student focused in all of our schools, and I think as we start, I think we're starting to realize our goal that we're providing multiple opportunities for students. Legislation that is part of what you all worked on with the discipline task force. You know, students now will have opportunities to continue their education even through a suspension or expulsion time period. So, you know, technology has provided a lot of those opportunities. I think just awareness about what kids' needs are has changed, and we're better. We have more tools to meet differentiated needs. I think what the conversation maybe needs to start looking at is what should ALE really look like today, and is it the same as it has been for the last several years? And we may have some opportunities to rethink how the ALE program works. And what are those supports that really are maybe more necessary today to meet needs of students who aren't being successful? I think the bottom line is, does every school have a plan to help students who are not being successful in a traditional model? And if that's the case, then ALE, a truly alternative learning environment, may take on a different look.
Thank you very much. Ms. McFedrich?
I guess I'm a little naive about the co-ops, Dr. Pfeffer, and do they work real closely with ADE then and bringing those supports closer to the districts? How does the co-op work versus ADE?
Yes, so each co-op has a unique relationship with districts in their region, and they do offer a lot of supports. A lot of times our team works closely with co-ops to provide those general supports for all school districts, but there are also situations where, for example, the Arch Ford Co-op in this hub program, it has expanded to with access for schools all across the state. So it's not just unique to this one co-op. So the relationship really does kind of vary depending on the co-op and the local districts.
But you have oversight over the co-ops? The department does?
The co-ops, yeah, and I may need to get our legal team to help us with this. We don't have oversight over the co-ops per se, because a lot of those co-ops, they're governed by their board of directors, which are typically the superintendents of those school districts. So do I need to add anything to that, Lori? We provide grant funding for some of the specialists that work through co-ops or through some of the regional specialists, but the co-ops are each independent entities.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, I think
it seems like Arch Ford is taking on a lot with both of these districts dissolving at the same time, and that was my concern, and I wasn't quite sure where they get their training from in order to make sure that everything's handled the way we'd like it.
Well, in both of these cases, the change really becomes in the application of their ALE program. So their ALE program will have to be reviewed by the department. So the ALE is overseen by the department because the school district's plan will be provided, and we'll review that.
Okay, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Great.
Yes, I know when we got into the issuing grades for schools and those kinds of things, ALE was handled slightly differently, and I don't know if it's legislation or if we just did that administratively, but how will that ALE affect the, and will those students be included in Texarkana, and will those students be included in BB when they report their grades, the gap, the growth, all of those kinds of things?
And I'll have Ms. Kaufman address anything that I don't get correct here. But the rules and regs as far as the state letter grades, if an LEA is just serving an ALE environment, then the letter grade was not assigned for that LEA. As part of a school district, those students are still counted in terms of federal accountability with the ESSA school index data, regardless. Since they don't have an LEA anymore, those students will just all be part of the BB school district or the Texarkana school district, and however those letter grades go to the traditional.
So it would follow logically that those superintendents and principals will be hands-on with those students, even though another entity is actually doing the day-to-day.
Yes,
because they are their kids.
They are their kids.
But
yes.
Someone else is providing a lot of the service.
It could be the school districts, and again, this will depend on what the actual alternative learning education plan looks like. Students, some students will be coming on campus maybe for different times of the day, so there'll still be interaction with school district officials. It just, it may look different for different students.
Thank you.
Great question. Okay, Ms. Chambers.
Just a clarifying question. I think it's for Dr. Pfeffer. So I'm not nearly as up to speed as I should be on ALEs, if I have the right acronym. But it feels like an ALE is less and less a place, and it's more and more a method or a mindset for addressing every student's needs. And that may be a very naive way to put it, because maybe there are very specific things, standards that we have to observe. But I would just be really interested as and I think you've said this, but at some point in the future, really understanding what are all the different ways we can satisfy or meet the needs of the state, of our students. And some of them, it may be a place, it may be through a co-op, it may be at home, it may be online. But knowing how many of those students are there, and how do we know that they're getting a consistent experience in their educational exposure? So is that something that you'll be able to speak to, or that is in the plans?
I think probably one thing we could do is kind of put together a report on ALE, just kind of a summary report of what we know, what's kind of what are some of the typical models and what have been the emerging models over time, and then from there really continue the conversation as far as student-focused education. And we, as part of our strategic plan, that would be something good for us to then really say, these are the changes that we've seen, and we think it's the result of a student-focused education system really emerging. And so then where would we take that next? And I think the way you put it, the question before us would be, alternative learning environment, is that a place? Is that a process? Is it more? So those would be some of the ways we would need to ask questions and really think through, what is best for kids in the future.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ballard. After the what I assume is going to be the dissolution of these two, are there going to be any more standalone ALEs?
I'm not quite
These
sure.
the last two?
Yeah. We can get our district conversion specialists.
Yeah.
We do have several other ALEs as district conversions, yes.
Okay, so they're still, these are the two we've seen the most over the years, and but Bauxite I think is still.
Bauxite Minor
Yeah,
Academy,
that's right.
Cabot Ace, that's all that comes to mind at this time.
Okay, Fort Smith. Yeah, Fort Smith is as well, yeah.
They're not, Fort Smith is not a district conversion.
Right, but I was just speaking about it, ALEs in
Yeah.
particular.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, then on Badger Academy, proper motion is to review or not to review.
Move to not review. Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. McFedra, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Same, opposed. I apologize. I'm sleepy. Okay, so that school is dissolved as of this moment, correct?
Conversion.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, very similar request on Washington Academy.
Yes. So Washington County, Texarkana School District, Washington Academy, also voted to dissolve their district conversion charter school, and the charter authorizing panel accepted that dissolution.
Okay. All right. Very similar case.
Move not to review.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Good work. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hyatt, who is going to provide us an update on the Covenant Cooper situation.
While she's making her way in, I guess it got taken off after I got past that point. I still have Eureka Springs 1240 request on my original. Did that get pulled?
I believe that the school pulled their request.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yeah, I think I saw that at one point. Is that correct? Yeah, it was pulled pretty early.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Hyatt.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Attorney, Arkansas Department of Education. I wanted to give you guys an update on the quest to get financial records from the previous charter school Covenant Keepers. So you guys issued a subpoena to Valerie Tatum to kind of compel production of those records. In response to that, we did receive 4 boxes of documents. Our finance team went through, organized, and kind of figured out what we had and what we were still missing, and came to the conclusion that we're still missing most, if not all, of the financial records for the 17-18 fiscal year, the current fiscal year, and additionally then found out when we were trying to make sure that we had paid all of the invoices and taxes related to the school that the IRS login information necessary to check the status of those payments had been changed, and we don't have access to that, so that needs to be produced as well. We did allow Dr. Tatum an extension on the subpoena to fully comply and didn't receive any additional documents. I have been in contact with her attorney, and we have had several conversations kind of going back and forth, but we still haven't received any documents. It is her position that she does not have any of the documents we are requesting, and any time that we have asked for some sort of clarification as to where the records are, or whether they are still existing records, we haven't received a response to those questions. Therefore, we were compelled then to use the authority that is in your subpoena power, kind of, in 617-425 to go to circuit court to ask a judge to enforce the subpoena that this board issued. And I filed that in Pulaski County Circuit Court on Friday. So you may have seen that in the paper, and I can make sure that you all get a copy of the petition so that you can have it. There will be now a time for Dr. Tatum and her attorney to respond to the petition, and then it's my understanding that after that time we can ask for a hearing to be set on the matter and maybe get some of those records, or at least some answers as to where the records are. Do you guys have any questions?
Okay. I do. One quick question: was our
Sure.
Was our original subpoena was targeted simply at her, correct?
So it was issued to Valerie Tatum but Valerie's also the registered agent for City of Fire Community Development, as listed on the Secretary of State's website. And since they are the sponsoring entity, I think we have probably done enough to say that we have also made that request of them.
Okay, that was your question of whether it was a broad enough subpoena to give us the best shot at the information.
And the way that the subpoena was worded did encompass any financial record that would be related to the charter school. Obviously, at some point, there were financial records related to these past 2 years of operations. So right now, we are trying to figure out if Dr. Tatum or City of Fire does have those records. We want them, and if they don't, then we need to know where they are and if they still exist. And we have legislative audit ready to conduct an audit on the school and unable to do so because we don't have the necessary records. And our finance team is working very diligently to make sure that all of the vendors, employees, and tax debts are paid. And we're not able to do that without the IRS login information.
Great. Are there additional questions on this matter? Okay, anything over here? All right. Well, good. We thought it was important because it has been in the news that everybody be on the same page about what's going on. So thank you, Ms. Hyatt, for that very good overview. Okay, what I'm going to suggest, Ms. Hallis-Ford is available, but we have her first items, of course, are student transfers, and so those families know to come at 1. But we do have down on items 14 through 17, rule season has arrived with the aftermath of the legislative session. And so we could get through those before lunch, if that sounds like a good use of our time. So Ms. Hallis-Ford, I'll turn it over to you on these 4 rules related to educator compensation.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
So number 13, the first of the 4 rules, and I'm going to kind of talk about these together.
Well, I have it as 14, is it?
I have 14, 15, 16.
14 is emergency rules.
Okay, sorry, I printed this agenda last week, so
Yeah.
I didn't look at the agenda. Okay,
Things change.
items 14, 15, 16, and 17 have to do with 4 sets of rules, but all dealing with the same 2 acts that were passed in the 2019 legislative session. So Act 170 was passed to increase the minimum teacher salary schedules in law and require districts to bring up their minimum for bachelor's and 0 years of experience to $36,000 over a 4-year period. The legislature then went on to pass Act 877 to create the Educator Compensation Reform Program to provide a certain amount of funding to districts in order to meet that new minimum. Both of those acts did have an emergency clause, making them effective July 1st, 2019. And both of them required the ADE to promulgate rules to implement these programs. So we have for you an emergency set of rules and then also the permanent set of rules. The emergency to be in place in July so that we can immediately start implementation. And then the permanent rules that will go out for public comment and become effective, of course, much later down the line. But we need to have the emergency ones in place. So the first 2 sets, again, are for the Emergency Educator Compensation Reform Program, which is kind of what everyone refers to as the $60 million that has been allotted to assist those school districts. And I'm happy to answer any questions, as is Mr. Rogers.
Okay. Any questions to Ms. Newton?
And this is just probably for my lack of understanding how it works, but I know that districts are required to have steps for teachers, and I know this is looking at the initial step 0 experience and beginning teachers at $36,000. What about the ones that maybe have 15, 20 years of experience? Is there going to be monies to be able to increase those steps all the way up?
So districts are not required to increase each step. They're only required to increase the minimum. But our understanding is that most districts are going to increase to keep that differentiation the same. And then the rules will allow them to use the $60 million, whatever portion they're allotted, to help them meet each of those minimums. How they choose to use their money, it will be up to them.
So the money is for the minimum, but there's not money for the steps? Is that...
Greg Rogers, Department of Education. Yes, the way we did the calculation of 60 million is we looked at each school district's FTEs, and we then multiplied the FTEs by the difference between what their current salary schedule, what the minimum salary is, and what the 36, what it would be to get there. And we multiplied that by every FTE. So although that might not be that many FTEs that have to move up in that minimum, we know there were some on the top end, so we applied it to all of them.
So it does apply to the,
yes.
Okay, that was my question. And then will the monies continue after this initial phase, or is this kind of a one-time help for districts?
The 60 million is one-time funding. And we broke it out over, the initial way we broke it out is over 4 years for those that are having an increase every year up. But in the rules and in the interactive spreadsheet that we have, we're allowing the school districts to set how they want to implement it, and we will issue that portion of the 60 million to them whenever they feel like they need it. Then after that, they will have to make adjustments to how they use their state and local resources to keep that raise ongoing, but we are letting them use it however they need to get it started.
Okay. This question might be for Dr. Pfeffer. Do you think in the future there will be increases in the foundation funding to maybe help to continue this in the future for teachers?
I don't have an answer for that. I can tell you that the legislators are, we've worked with them. They understand the issue, and they have committed to continuously look at school district needs and looking at the impact of this with school districts. We've talked to several school districts, and they're looking, each one is kind of planning differently and how they want to implement the new salary schedules. Some are going to move incrementally, some are going to go ahead and, depending on where they are right now and how close they are to the new minimums, they may move more quickly to get there. But what our role will be is to continue to help provide them with information, be thought partners in terms of the things that they're going to have to consider. For example, are they losing enrollment? And are they making adjustments to staff? Are they taking advantage of changes that are happening in their schools based on changes they've made maybe with student scheduling, you know, as they have more and more students maybe who are participating in internships and college courses, and they're freeing up some of their FTEs. How are they realizing those gains? And so those are some things that we'll continue to work with them, and some of them may look at how they I want to restructure some of their salary schedules. We would also hope they would be thinking about this holistically with the legislation that passed as far as being able to use NSL money to promote teacher leadership. And, you know, what might that look like, and how might that be a different leverage for them to really look at their teachers who can make the biggest contributions to student achievement and recognize them for that. So there'll be a lot of things to be looking at and thinking about.
I just, you know, we've talked in the past about, you know, teacher recruitment and retention being so vital to students and the future. And so, you know, I just don't want to start something and then not carry it on out as far as it needs to go. So.
And I was at Joint Ed yesterday, and they, during what I call the off-season, they are studying adequacy. They are studying different maybe adjustments to the funding matrix, but they are also looking at, there may be some areas in which they choose to not only fund, but then direct the districts how they can spend that money, because right now it's a funding matrix, not a spending matrix. So, but yes, they are aware, and trust me, all of their superintendents have been talking to them about the concerns that they have, and not that they don't want to do what the legislation says, but they need help, like Dr. Pfeffer and Mr. Rogers and Ms. Salas Ford said, in thinking through everything. So, but yes, they talked about that quite a bit yesterday.
I do, and I did talk to Mr. Rogers before this. Thank you for answering my questions, but I just want to say these are so important as we're looking at the nationwide conversation about teachers and how do we increase teacher pay, particularly in parts of the state where it is very low. I do think, though, there is some conversation to be had about when districts are making hard decisions and not that they're not prioritizing teachers, but they have priorities in many areas and haven't been spending their money on those to increase their salary when they have the ability to. And I know we're not totally be able to determine who has the ability to or choosing not to, and whose fault is that, and we can't get into all that. But I think it is important when we're talking about this that we continue to stress to teachers and parents that it is a local school board decision above that minimum, and that communities are active with their local school boards and superintendents in those conversations in the years to come as they increase. All this to say, my question, again, I didn't ask you earlier, was about the Excellence Trust Fund. Are those funds that have to be spent on teacher salary, and what's changing here with that?
Yes, so the Educational Aid Trust Fund is part of the calculation that goes into the foundation funding. Right now, it's based off the state aid. So it was all different for all the states, all the different school districts. So if you were requiring more state aid than one that wasn't, your part of Educational Aid Trust Fund would have been more, and would have required you in the last year, it would have been the highest of the last year that you would have had to increase salaries if it was over the highest preceding year since 92, I think, with how far back it was. So what we've done now is change the law to update it to where now the Educational Aid Trust Fund looks just in the previous year. And so if you received more this year than you did last year, then you do have to apply that towards teacher salaries. Okay. And also, instead of just using the state aid part, we're using the total foundation funding amount. So it will now consider all the resources that you're getting as part of foundation funding. That same percentage for all school districts will be considered Educational Aid Trust Fund. And right now, it won't be a big deal. It won't be a big shock to the school districts because it's not going to. Right now, it's coming out about 7.5% of their total foundation funding, which all your districts are spending more of that on teacher salaries. But it is something that, as time passes, that would start to keep increasing up to where eventually it would be. It could be a trigger for all school districts to have to use that for teacher salaries.
Okay, that's helpful. I have a few more questions, if you don't mind. I think, so on the Education Compensation Reform Program, if a district has been giving bonuses in lieu of pay increases, we don't, do y'all keep track of those bonuses at all, or is that totally local level? No, we don't. That's not what we considered in it. The way we did it is that you have to get up to the 36, and okay, however you want to implement that, this money will be used towards that, but we didn't take those into effect. Okay. And then one last question. So I understand that charter schools will not be a part of this because they have a waiver for teacher salary. Is that correct?
Most of them do, correct.
Okay. If they don't have a waiver for teacher salary, will they be?
Then if they don't have a waiver, then there is potential that we could allow them to participate in the Teacher Compensation Act as well.
Okay. And I know we talked about this a few months ago, but are there regular districts, any traditional school districts that have a waiver from teacher salary?
I think there's one or two. I can't remember.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. And
there's a couple of them, I think.
So, and if they have a waiver and they're exercising that, they will not be a part of this.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And I think when we looked at it before, they may have the waiver, but again, it would be determining if they were actually exercising that waiver or not.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, I think.
I guess my question it actually relates to the last question, and it's kind of a side issue here. But you know, those waivers were granted without this program in place, and without, as Dr. Moore voiced, the very real focus on teacher compensation that we have now. And I guess it's a question of whether all of those waivers would have been granted in this environment with this kind of dedication to teacher funding. And it does raise some questions about whether, while literally those waivers certainly are unaffected by this, has the context changed in a way that those waivers need to be re-examined? I just put that out there as a question. I know legally it's fine, but
Ms. Salas-Ford is, and this maybe could be part of the conversation. So legislation that was passed does provide the opportunity now for rulemaking around 1240 waivers.
Correct.
And that process, right?
Correct.
So is that something within the rule process? Is that a potential for us to go back and review some of the Act 1240 waivers that have been granted? Is that?
I think that's a discussion we could certainly have with the appropriate staff internally, and looking at, as waivers in particular that were for 5 years or 2 years come up for renewal, talking with the charter panel and renewing those, talking with the commissioner, and yeah, I think that's definitely something we would take into consideration.
Yeah, and that's a good point. A lot of those Act 1240 waivers are going to be kind of coming to their end and have to come back for renewal, but some of the charter waivers are much longer.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think maybe the charter panel, when they're getting updates from the charters, can start asking those questions. Are you utilizing this waiver? They couldn't just revoke it, but a charter school might be willing to surrender that waiver if they're not using it. And in order to attract and retain teachers, they of course would want to be keeping up with the school districts and meeting those minimums.
Okay. All right, Ms. Kaufman.
So our new SFA tool that our Regents team built for us is amazing. Let me just say that up front and publicly. But it has caused us to ask a lot of questions about our Act 1240 waivers. So we have on our project list to go back through every waiver and to look another set of eyes on them. We did the transition over from the previous standards for accreditation to the new one. So we're going to go back through them this summer and make sure that we have a more comprehensive document for you in the future that will look at the school district. We already have inside My School Info a list of the waivers, but we're going back to attach the decision letters and those other documents that help us to go back and verify. Now, what was that waiver for? What were the words they had for that? So we're putting that all together in a comprehensive document. So it may take us a little while, but I just wanted you to know that as we're going back through, as we're writing these rules for Act 1240, and as schools are coming back up for renewal, we'll have a much more comprehensive tool to help you make those decisions.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Jefferson.
I think this is an observation rather than a question, but maybe it's both. When I've seen entry-level salaries established, to what Ms. Newton was speaking to, the compression factor of then, as you look at all the other pay levels, to be equitable and to create healthy ladders for movement, it's complicated, and it is very expensive. And to something that Dr. Moore said about really, I'm so excited about this for our teachers, but it does feel like there's still quite a bit to think through, to do, to help local districts plan for how they're going to pay for this once the money's not available from the state, and whether it's spending differently within the budgets that they have or thinking differently within a community about how they raise funds with enough lead time that when the money is no longer available from the state, there's a means for doing the right thing and having good continuity. Do we see that with the work that the two of you are doing? Is that one of the things that you're doing to come alongside these local districts to help them with that?
I won't speak for Mr. Rogers or his staff, but I know that when we have discussed and talked internally and in developing the sheet that they will have to fill out in order to apply for the funding, it is all about kind of guiding them through those discussions of where do we need to reallocate resources, what do we need to look at, and I think making them at least identify those tough decisions that they're going to have to make in projecting, are we going to have to cut back on staff, or we need to look at student changes, are we losing students in projections and funding, but I'll let Mr. Rogers speak to his.
Yes.
I don't want to commit his staff to anything.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to point out, that that last link there that goes to that document. That's an interactive document that each school district, it automatically populates what their amounts are, and they can go in and change amounts to say, okay, if we want to do $1,500 this year, it actually just does everything for them, so they can see it, they can show it to their school boards. It gives them those total amounts, so they do have this as a good tool for the next 4 years. And I think where our conversation wants to be is just continuously talking to them about, okay, as you're doing this and making those adjustments each year, what does that look like overall? So I think the planning tool has put a lot of minds at ease now that they see it, and they can come back and they may think right now we're going to implement this over 4 years, but if they decided they wanted to move a little more quickly and change to 3 years, we're certainly open for them to make that decision to make a change.
That sounds super. Just to your point, and helping them think past 4 years.
Yes.
What's on the other side of this with the size of the school and whether trends are up or down in terms of enrollment, things like that. Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Yeah, I guess along those lines, there is concern that a school district might progress slower so that they receive those state funds in the next 4 years. Is there any safeguards in place for that?
So when they fill out the calculation, they will put in, what they anticipate. But if they decide to go ahead and implement it sooner, they get the same amount of funding is the ultimate result. They'll get the same amount of funding whether they implement it in 1 year or 4 years.
Okay, I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I think sort of to give a compliment to those districts that are already prioritizing their teachers. And I realize we do have some districts that are doing the best they can with the money they have to do with. But I also know there are some districts who have as much as $100 million more than another. But the one with $100 million less is already starting their teachers at $40,000, and because they have prioritized their teachers over the years. So to compliment them for doing that, and they won't get any of this money because they've already been putting teachers as a priority all along. And I do want to compliment, and they know who they are, and it would be easy for anybody to look up who they are.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Rogers. So first up are the emergency rules on the educator compensation reform program.
Move to approve emergency rules.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Newton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The next up is public release for public comment of those same rules.
Correct.
Move to release for public comment.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Now we're down to the Educational Excellence Trust Fund.
Yes, and Dr. Moore and Mr. Rogers kind of already touched on this, but also resulting from Act 170 was changes to the way that the Educational Excellence Trust Fund is calculated. So that is a portion of foundation funding that districts have to spend towards teacher salaries. And as Mr. Rogers stated, changing that it is now going to be based on all of foundation funding, not just state aid, and that it will be based on the prior year. Also, because again, Act 170 had an emergency clause effective July 1st, we have emergency rules that will need to be put in place so that we can begin this for the 1920 school year. And then following the permanent promulgation of the same rules, that will go out for public comment.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this issue? Okay. So first up is the emergency rule approval on Educational Excellence Trust Fund revisions.
Yes.
Move to approve the emergency rules. Second.
Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. And then finally, release for public comment of those same rules.
Yes.
Move to release for public comment.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. All right. We'll see
Thank
you
you
in the afternoon, Ms. Salas-Ford, with a variety of issues. I think that's probably all we can do this morning. And so, yep. Okay. So we're going to take a break, and because our agenda says 1 o'clock, we'll return at 1 o'clock, so we'll get a little bit longer lunch break today. Sound good? Thanks.
I was going to say something about Jeremy She's got blonde hair.
All right, we'll restart. I know Dr. Hill is around. He'll be back in a second. Just for folks who are tuning in, we were able to get a handful of action items taken care of that were on the afternoon agenda, taken care of this morning because they didn't involve folks who needed to come in from out of town. And so we got through with items 14 through 17, the rules there this morning. So this afternoon, we have a handful of requests, starting with the O'Kelly family school choice appeal. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dedman, who's going to walk us through the procedure on this case.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Dedman, attorney for the department. This is a unique school choice appeal. It is between the Bryant School District and the Lakeside School District. Lakeside School District's in Garland County, and the Garland County school districts are all currently under an active desegregation order in Davis versus Hot Springs, which requires that the school choice transfers in Garland County be conducted in accordance with the Arkansas Public School Choice Act of 1989. The department remains a party to the Davis case. The Arkansas Public School Choice Act of 1989 prohibits a student from transferring to a non-resident district where the percentage of enrollment for the student's race exceeds the percentage in the student's resident district, with limited exceptions as follows. When the transfer is between two school districts within the same county, and if the minority percentages of school enrollment in both the resident and non-resident districts remain within an acceptable range as calculated by the Department of Education. Number two, when neither district involved in the transfer has a critical mass of minority percentage in the student's race of more than 10% of any single race. And number three, when the provisions of Arkansas Code Annotated 6-18-206 would violate a desegregation order or plan, the terms of the court order shall govern. In this matter, the student has been denied the requested school choice transfer because the percentage of enrollment for the student's race in the Lakeside School District exceeds the percentage in the Bryant School District. The percentage of white students in petitioner's resident district, Bryant, is approximately 65.84%. The percentage of white students in the respondent Lakeside School District is approximately 73.78%. None of the exceptions listed above apply to allow the student to transfer in this matter. The state board you have before you some hearing procedures from the rules that apply to the 1989 Act. You'll see that they're spare. For that reason, you can go ahead and follow your general hearing procedures in this matter. Everyone who's going to testify will need to be sworn, And it's 5 minutes per side, 20 minutes for the main argument. Usually the non-resident district goes first.
Okay, great. Okay, so I would ask that individuals who plan to participate in the hearing who are not attorneys, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Welcome. Yeah, so attorneys don't need to be sworn, but everyone else does. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. So we begin with the non-resident district, 5 minutes, and I will let you return to your old place. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Barr, Dr. Pfeffer, and members of the board. I'm Jeremy Lassiter. I represent the Bryant School District. I was sent with a message to inform you that we don't take a position on this appeal. We will certainly be happy to abide by whatever this board decides. So I'm not going to argue either in favor or against the family's appeal. I just wanted to stress to the members of the board and to the family that if your decision is that the student should remain or stay in the Bryant School District, that we will certainly do everything within our power to make sure that the student is successful academically and emotionally and socially. And apart from that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay. Well, we may have questions for you later. Do you have a...
Since you were an ADE attorney before and you're familiar with these laws, so this applies to someone who isn't in Garland coming into Garland as opposed to just the schools within the Garland district?
Mr. Hickam, who's here with the district, may be able to tell you a little bit better than I can, but it's my understanding that it has to do with any school choice that would impact Garland County.
Okay, so even though I read and get reports that there are a lot of transfers going on in Garland County, those must be legal or whatever. Maybe Ms. Dedman would be better to answer that than you.
Right, the transfers must, with whatever transfers that are going on, they must be in accordance with that order from the federal court.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lassiter. Okay, I will turn it over to the resident district. Did I get that right?
Thank you. I'm Scott Hickam from Hot Springs.
Welcome.
On behalf of the Lakeside School District. I got on this a little bit late. If you'll permit me, I have two things I'd like to add to the packet. And all they are is, one is the letter from the Department of Education basically affirming that we are part of the federal desegregation order and exempt from school choice. That's in January of this year.
If you could hold just a second until we get these passed across, it's hard sometimes for us to listen and read simultaneously. And we're not starting your clock until you start.
Well, and the other item is just the actual raw data, the actual statistics between the two districts. From what I have seen,
all right. 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Take it away. Okay. Proceed.
From what I've seen, Lakeside does not disagree with the parents of the student pertaining to this student's needs, any disability that the student has, or any possible benefits that he might receive from the Lakeside School District. The Lakeside School District would welcome this student were it not for one thing. The school district, as I might remind you, the Arkansas Department of Education are parties to federal desegregation suit and order. We don't particularly like it. We went through great lengths just a few years ago trying to get out of it. But as it stands now, we're bound by this order. We don't fit any of the exemptions. And quite frankly, we're stuck. Otherwise, we would do it. But to do otherwise, we would very easily find ourselves in contempt of court, in federal court, and that's certainly not a road I'm going to tell my client to go down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Lassiter, do you have anything else? Okay, we may after completion of the testimony. Then we have up to 20 minutes, and so the O'Kelly family, y'all have up to 20 minutes to present your case unless the district needs to come back. Do you want to reserve any time for the district?
Reserve 5 minutes.
Okay, so we'll give you up to 15 to tell us about your situation.
Okay, I'm going to start by handing you guys out. A lot of our information is medical, so it was redacted from the packet, so he's going to pass out some unredacted copies.
Thank you.
Okay, we wanted to start by thanking y'all for allowing us to be here today and just giving us this opportunity to advocate for our son. He came into our lives about 5 years ago in a very unexpected, very quick adoption. He's a very intelligent, enthusiastic, and fun-loving little boy, but he has struggled with a lot of medical issues in his last 5 years. And because of these issues, that's why we feel like he would be a better fit at the Lakeside School District. In our original request for an appeal, which you guys have on the first page of that unredacted copy, we provided our reasons for that, for our belief on that. I'll cover that in just a minute since you guys are seeing that for the first time. And we also have letters from his physicians, his therapist, and his teachers that back up some of that. We will also be asking for clarity on the rules found in the Public School Choice Act concerning race, especially because in his situation, we were wondering if there are any protocols in place for adopted children with unknown family background and therefore unknown race. So first, I was going to start with our letter. I apologize that I'll just be reading it and you have it in front of it, but you had a redacted copy, so I wanted to make sure to clear that up. Also, one thing that I need to clear up before I started, when we submitted these, his fetal alcohol diagnosis was unofficial, and it has been officially made since then, so the word suspected fetal alcohol syndrome can be, the suspected is taken out now. That is an official diagnosis. Okay, so that top copy from us, Ross and Sally O'Kelly. On April 11th, we received notification from the Lakeside School District that our application to transfer our son, Owen O'Kelly, was rejected. While we understand and respect this decision, we would like to take this opportunity to request a hearing before the State Board of Education to reconsider the transfer. Because of his medical conditions, we believe that attending the Lakeside School District would be in Owen's best interests. Lakeside is the only local school district that offers a FLEX program for elementary students. The FLEX program allows the family of the student to choose which days the child will and will not be present on school campus. The school days are also shorter than a traditional schedule. The program allows students the opportunity to have face-to-face time with a teacher, social interaction with peers, and special classes such as art, music, and physical education on the school campus. The majority of the educational instruction is completed at home following the school's curriculum. We, along with Owen's medical and educational providers, feel this option is best for Owen because of complications of both TRAP syndrome and fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. TRAP syndrome is a rare autoinflammatory disorder with a prevalence of only 1 in a million people. It produces flare-ups of inflammation, which causes cycles of fever, headaches, joint pain, and mouth sores. These flares could prevent Owen from meeting attendance requirements of a traditional school schedule, as flare-ups have caused a large number of absences in the past. He also needs additional rest periods when he is affected by these symptoms, which increase in frequency with fatigue and stress. We are concerned that a drastic increase in school attendance from his current schedule of only 9 hours a week to a traditional schedule of 35 hours per week would increase his fatigue and stress, which would in turn increase the frequency of those TRAP syndrome flare-ups and hindering his educational progress. Therefore, we believe that the schedule offered by Lakeside's FLEX program would be ideal for keeping Owen's flare-ups under control, thus promoting his academic success. In addition to suffering from TRAP syndrome, he also experiences anxiety, sensory processing disorder, and other struggles associated with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. We believe that Lakeside's FLEX program with less seated classroom time and the opportunity to complete educational instruction at home would minimize the effect of these struggles and thereby enable his success more so than a traditional school schedule. Additionally, the more flexible schedule would also allow him to continue receiving occupational therapy and behavioral therapy services to help him progress and improve in these areas of difficulty. Thus, we believe the structure of Lakeside's Flex program would provide an option for Owen that would allow him to be successful despite his struggles caused by the suspected fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, which is official now. With personal experience in both Bryant and Lakeside school districts, I was a student at Bryant and an employee at Lakeside. We believe that both districts are very capable and have the best interests of their students in mind. However, in Owen's particular situation, we do believe that the opportunities offered by the Lakeside school district would be in his best educational, social, and psychological interests. Thank you so much for the opportunity to advocate for him and seek the best opportunities for him. Then the next letters, I believe that there are 6 letters from healthcare providers and educational providers. I'm not going to read all of them for you just in respect out of your time, but we did want to cover 2 of them just to kind of provide some professional validity to what we were telling you. The first one is from Owen's rheumatologist. It is the one with the title UAMS at the top. I believe it's second or third behind our letter. This is from Dr. Sukesh Sukumaran. He's the section chief of pediatric rheumatology at Arkansas Children's Hospital. He says, to whom it may concern, Owen O'Kelly is followed by Arkansas Children's Hospital in the rheumatology department for TRAP syndrome, or periodic fever syndrome, which can have an impact on his ability to meet school attendance requirements. When Owen has a flare-up of his disease process, he will need to be home recovering, and this can affect his attendance. Owen tires easily and will need an adjusted schedule to help meet his needs. The flare-ups of inflammation caused by TRAP syndrome cause cycles of fever, joint pain, mouth sores, and general malaise that could possibly prevent Owen from meeting traditional attendance requirements. In addition, Owen experiences anxiety, sensory processing difficulties, and many other struggles associated with both TRAP syndrome and the fetal alcohol syndrome. I feel Owen would benefit from shorter school days, less seated classroom time, and smaller class sizes to allow him to be more successful in the school environment. A more flexible schedule would also allow Owen to continue receiving occupational therapy and behavioral therapy services to help him and progress in the areas of difficulty. Please contact me with any questions or concerns. And then I promise the last letter I'm going to cover is the next one. It's from Lori Bouchard. It has a Pediatrics Plus watermark on it. To the Lakeside School District and to the Board of Education. My name is Lori Fleming Bouchard. I am a 2009 graduate of Lakeside. Much of my success in my career has been because of my educational foundation at Lakeside from kindergarten to high school. After high school, I received higher education at the University of Central Arkansas. I graduated from occupational therapy school in August 2014. Since then, I have been given the pleasure of working with kids with disabilities and as an occupational therapist. Specifically, I've been working with a possible candidate at the Lakeside kindergarten class of 2019, Owen O'Kelly. I am writing on his behalf to advocate for his education and the enrollment into the Lakeside School District. From my understanding, Lakeside School District is the only district that has the FLEX program for elementary students. Due to the nature of Owen's medical diagnosis of TRAP syndrome, he has flare-ups causing cycles of fever, joint pain, and mouth sores that would possibly prevent him from meeting attendance requirements of a traditional school schedule. In addition, his body awareness is limited in the fact that he does not identify pain, leading to sensory processing deficits and behavioral outbursts that are not usually part of Owen's demeanor. Owen demonstrates cognitive potential to learn how to cope with his diagnosis over time. However, a typical school schedule will add extra stress to him and his family. During the flare-ups, Owen needs additional rest time in the afternoon. Shortened school days will allow him to have downtime his immune system needs to overcome the symptoms of the flare-ups. His family has experienced that with fatigue or stress, the frequency of these flare-ups increases. It is possible that increasing school attendance from his current schedule of 9 hours per week to a traditional school schedule of 35 hours per week could increase his fatigue and stress, in turn increasing the frequency of TRAP syndrome flare-ups. Not only would a shortened school schedule give him adequate rest time, a more flexible schedule would also allow him to continue receiving occupational therapy and behavioral therapy services to help him progress and improve in these areas of difficulty. In addition, Owen experiences anxiety, sensory processing difficulties, decreased attention span, and many other struggles associated with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Owen's educational success will be best supported by shorter school days, less seated classroom time, and possibly smaller class sizes. Thank you for your time and consideration to enroll Owen O'Kelly in the upcoming kindergarten class. It has been my joy working with his family. Owen is a bright little boy who has a ton of potential. Lakeside School District would benefit from his attendance in the FLEX program. Okay, I think that we've thoroughly communicated the reasons that we believe Owen's educational and personal needs would be best met at this time by the Lakeside School District. But at this point, we would like to take the opportunity to discuss the issue of the rules found in the Public School Choice Act concerning race as it pertains to Owen. We have read the act, but we are seeking clarification on how race is classified for adopted children who have no family history and therefore no racial or ethnic history available to them. Owen's birth parents are unknown, so we have no information to help us accurately determine his race. On the application for school choice, there is no option for unknown race, so we selected white based solely on his physical appearance. In addition to the medical needs discussed, we ask that this also be taken into consideration when making the final decision concerning our appeal. And again, we thank you for our time.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Kelly. Are your family's finished with your presentation for now? I'm sure there will be questions in just a minute, so stay close. I'll turn it back to the district for final comments.
Nothing that I've heard changes my original statement. Lakeside School District and myself admire the assertiveness of these parents, and we wish we could join them in their position. But the fact of the matter is that would be illegal. We could not potentially, I mean, the Department of Education and Lakeside School District could end up in a contempt of court proceeding in federal court, which I think is the last thing any of us want. I wish I could sit here and ask you to overrule a federal judge, but I can't do that. That's not the law, so that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna, Ms. Edmond, can we move to questions at this point? Okay, so I'll try to, Ms. House, do you have anything? Questions or comments? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I will. I think this might be for Jennifer. I know there are different ways to choice into a district, and sometimes there's the option of legal transfer when is that when the two school boards agree to allow a student to transfer?
Yes, ma'am. It will not apply in this case because any type of choice transfer, any type of transfer that impacts desegregation in Garland County will be governed by the order.
Okay, so all transfer,
yes, ma'am.
All options, even if it was a opportunity school or anything.
Opportunity school choice, public school choice, all transfers that are optional, that are not people that are residents of the district that live in that district, will impact the desegregation status of the Garland County school districts.
Okay, and then could you speak to us a little bit about how the state is a party here and what the ramifications are that with the districts?
Yeah. I'd love to know how contempt would affect this board here.
Well, I couldn't speak to how contempt might affect the board here, but I will say that we are a party to the 1989 order in Davis versus Hot Springs because we are the monitoring body. We regulate. So we monitor the districts to ensure compliance. And that way, we are tied into this order as well. Our failure to comply with the order can be treated as a failure to comply with an order.
Okay, I think those are my only questions right now, but I might have some more in a minute. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, anything else?
Student still. So.
Okay. Ms.
Okay, so if our records show that 240 students are in the Lakeside District that are white, that are not residents of that district, how did that happen? And if those students were subtracted, would the two numbers of the two districts, the percentage of white students, level off?
Okay, if I'm understanding you correctly, I think you're probably referring to kind of the matrix of student totals that the districts use. I'd probably need to refer you to the commissioner's memo that governs Garland County school choice. We put out a commissioner's memo every year. You'll see kind of a reference to it in the notice letter in the board packet. And we include the Garland County, school choice rules and statutes, but also we have a link called school choice eligibility for the 2018-2019 school year that's attached, so the previous school year's balances. The numbers that are contained therein are the numbers that we use to calculate Garland County. The districts basically among themselves, because they're all in the county, they come up with these totals. so that they can monitor the exchanges between the districts. You may recall during my summary, I mentioned that when the transfer is between two districts in the same county, and if the minority percentages of school enrollment in both the resident and non-resident district remain in an acceptable range as calculated by us, that's what we're talking about here. We're calculating the acceptable ranges, and the districts use kind of a document, a balancing matrix. They discussed it at this year's consortium meeting as well.
Okay, and maybe he can answer the 204 students that are reported, the 204 students in Lakeside that are white, that are reportedly not residents of your district. And if legal transfers have to go by this rule and the DSEG has to go by this rule, where did those students come from? How did they wind up there? When did this happen? Because 204, I guess what I'm saying is, could affect, and your numbers of white students and Bryant's numbers of white students could be closer to the same percent.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Quite frankly,
someone's peeking around you, maybe they know.
Could you help me with that? This is Mr. Rick McLaughlin.
Rick McLaughlin, Assistant Superintendent, Lakeside Schools. To answer your question, how you asked, they are counted in once they're accepted on school choice. They're part of Lakeside, just like they are. Bryant District may have some on school choice.
So they may have come from
They're
districts
from
that I had a
Benton,
higher
Bryant, Mountain Pine.
Okay.
We've got them, and you said 200. We have about 400 kids on school choice now, K-12. Once they're accepted, they can remain there, not reapply unless they move from the district they were accepted from, because the percentages change when they move to another district.
Okay, so your students that are there that have transferred in were coming from districts where their percentages allowed that?
Correct.
Okay, good. Now that, I'm with you now.
That is correct.
Okay, okay.
And
Now
once
then-
they're ours till they move from that.
Okay, that clarifies that. Okay, now then, I'd like to talk with the parent just a minute. Miss O'Kelly? Hi. Thank you for adopting. Thank you for being a great advocate. As your student have an IEP,
Yes,
and I think unless the rules have changed a lot since I was in charge of special ed a long time ago, if your student's IEP tells what kind of program they need, how many hours they need, what kind of adaptations and adjustments they need, then it doesn't matter if Bryant has a flex schedule 1240 waiver or not. That is what that child can get, no matter where they are. If they come to Melbourne, where I am, So does your IEP call for these number of hours and this accommodations and these services?
Yes. He is an incoming kindergartner, so he doesn't yet have an IEP. That is in the plan if we do need to attend the Bryant School District or consider somewhere else. But my concern with that, I'm also familiar with IEPs as well as an occupational therapist in schools, is that he may not have the retributions of missing those number of days, but even if we aren't held accountable for those number of days, I feel like he would still be missing that instruction. And with the flex program, that instruction is provided to the parents to provide, whereas if a kindergarten teacher, if she needed to just provide that, and that's not something she normally does, that might be a little more difficult. It is definitely possible, and we understand that.
Okay,
But,
something you may not be aware of, because there are several districts in the state as well as a group that contracts with the state where they can get specialized instruction virtual.
Yeah.
Which you could, obviously, if he's got these needs, you as the parent could guide that.
Yeah.
But that would also be an option so that the kindergarten teacher at the building would not be totally responsible, but they could get the virtual, which you could guide, and go to the building and get the OT and all of those kind of things. So I guess, I don't know how this vote will go.
Yes, ma'am.
But regardless, I think there is hope, and that we will make sure that your
Yes.
child gets the service they need in the way they need it.
Thank you.
And I can assure you, because I know Ms. Walters, I know
Yes.
the attorney that's here today, they are very child-oriented, and you've got a lot of good people who'll advocate for you and your
Great.
child.
Yes, thank you.
Could I follow up with Mr. Alaster? Can I just follow that up? And can I get can we get the commitment of the Bryant School District to follow IEPs in a way that supports the student's education if the student ends up at the Bryant District?
Yes, sir. We're always going to follow IEPs. What we would do with this particular situation would be like we would with any child coming into kindergarten who may have special needs, either requiring an IEP or accommodations through 504. We would sit down with the parents, go over all the diagnoses, go over all the records and documents, and come up with a plan or modifications that suit that particular student. It's a very thorough process, and we would be happy to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers?
This is a question for Jennifer. So for the non-legal, it's a compelling case to consider on its merits. And so if we were to grant this request, what are the implications? I mean, we talked a little bit about contempt and otherwise, but I'm trying to remember, we have occasionally made very unique circumstances each time, but voted to allow an individual transfer. And I don't know how we are prevailing in terms of those decisions and the outcomes, but curious if we were to approve this, what might play out? How might that happen?
The court order that we are all still a party to, it prevents the districts from participating in school choice. Were the court order to be modified or changed, or if they were released from the court order, they would be able to participate in public school choice. But when you ask a court to modify the order, what they want to see is that you complied with it and that you remedied the effects of racial segregation in the past. So what the court is likely to be looking for in a modification of that order would be compliance with the order. Yes, please. Thank you.
Jennifer is doing a great job. I'm not bothering her. She's correct. But because I've been here for quite a while, the board, as long as I have been here, which is 6 years, has never granted a school choice appeal in violation of the 1989 Act. It cannot. I mean, there have been other situations where it was a bit more maybe, like going over the 3% or maybe, but this one is like, I always called it, it's a lockbox. I mean, Garland County, that order is clear. Now, we had the 4 ones recently, the 4 counties that now are in the 8th Circuit. We don't think those orders were clear at all. But this order is clear, and this order has been through much litigation. I mean, it's been through much litigation, and it's very clear that, unless the student meets the racial criteria, they cannot transfer. Now, that sounds weird. You're considering race in whether a student can transfer or not, but the federal courts have specifically held in this case that you can and you must consider race because it was incorporated in the consent decree. So I didn't want to, take Jennifer's microphone, but I just wanted to point out, since I've been here, the state board has never granted a school choice in this situation, a school choice transfer.
I think it's very helpful. There have been other court cases, I guess, that we were trying to interpret different than this one, and so it's helpful to hear you say how specific lockbox this one is compared to maybe other things that we've considered. So thank you.
Dr. Hill, you have anything? Okay, Ms. Newton.
Ms. Stedman, if I'm understanding this right, and make sure I've gotten this clear, because this is Garland County, it's different than the ones that we've considered in the past. If we were to do anything here, this would potentially endanger Garland County from getting out from under it in the future. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it possibly.
Yeah.
This is a very different set of circumstances. This is a different court order than the ones that you're familiar with.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McFetrich? Okay. I'll start back down here and see.
Yes, I do
Dr.
have it for
Moore?
Lakeside School District. Do families reapply every year?
Sorry, ma'am.
If families get rejected, can they reapply in future years into your district?
I don't know of any reason they can't reapply annually. There's a deadline, but they can reapply annually.
It just depends on
I
the
don't
percentage.
take a dead set position prospectively, but unless there was some relief from that order, the law changed somehow, I can't imagine them reaching a different determination than what they're reaching now upon such an application.
Okay, so it sounds like the students who were, but there has been precedent of students from.
I'm sorry.
There is precedent of students from the Bryant School District choicing into Lakeside, but that was under different race percentages. Is that correct?
Ma'am, I'm very sorry.
So when a student has choiced into the district, it's because the percentage of race has been different than it is currently.
Correct.
Okay, and so the percentage might, if it changes next year, then.
If you could come back to the microphone. Oop, sorry.
I'm sorry. Obviously, if the racial percentages changed, they're going to evaluate it under that. They get these figures from the Department of Education, and that would guide them on that decision.
Okay, and is it, I guess this is a procedural thing, but is it a close percentage in which the first day of school might have different outcomes, or is it far enough away that it's?
74 to 66.
Okay.
Without looking at it, I think the deadline is July 1st of each year.
If you could come to the microphone, sir. Thank you.
We're sorry, we're being live streamed, so they.
And I'm gonna backtrack. They can reapply each year you can. And percentages, you know, there's 7 different things you can mark on the application as far as race. So some of those, except from Bryant, may be in a race where the numbers were different. So keep that in mind. Okay, so it's not necessarily it's just all white. Okay. So it could be a different one. There's 7 different things you can mark, only one. Okay.
Okay.
And your question was, I'm sorry.
No, that was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Diane?
And to give Garland County districts credit, they in fact would be more than willing, with the court's permission, to participate in choice. Maybe not in '89, but now they would, and I think it's just a matter of, at some point, the court's giving approval for that. It's not like you always
It'd
stand
be
out there and
awesome
go,
because
yes, it
I
would.
take some beatings every year on, there's people that come to me with similar circumstances
Yes.
and they're denied, and it says reject, I hate that, but they're denied
Right.
on that form because of this court order.
Right,
And we'd be glad to. We think it's not fair.
right, you know.
Yeah, and I appreciate the kind comments she made about Lakeside. I want to say
Yes,
that.
yes, and, you know, and I do appreciate the fact that in this instance, the accommodations and the education this child needs can be taken care of either place.
Correct. Bryant's a good school district.
Yes, Bryant's a good school district, Lakeside's a good school district, and you all are very student-oriented, but I do want to compliment the districts in Garland County and Lakeside in particular, that you are willing to do whatever it takes to kids, but you're not willing to go to court to do,
Oh, man.
to break any laws. We don't want to wind up in jail.
Thank you.
If I may add one thing, I think it kind of underscores our attitude. It pains Lakeside School District to even have to ask a parent, what is the race of your child? And that, they have to do that, and they prefer not even to go there.
Well, and I don't think y'all can even ask if it's a child with a special need or a handicap. I think you can't ask that as well.
Right.
Ms. McFedrich?
I don't know if we really answered the mother's question about what do you do when you have adopted a child and don't know the race of the parents. Have we really answered that for her?
The parents submitted an application for transfer, and you'll find it in the board packet. The answer is we rely on the parents' judgment where that's concerned, and the parents in this case on their application indicated that their student was white.
But she came back today and said they really weren't sure, so in
They,
that case, what happens?
Right. So the application has to be put in by a certain time, and the district is entitled to rely on the application. So this is the timely application that was submitted by the parents, which you'll find in your packet. And on this application, the district relied on the parents' assertion that their student was white in making their determination. That was the reason for the denial.
Any other questions or comments on this side?
Sure, I'll
Dr.
ask
Moore?
another question if you don't mind. Is there any plans for Garland County to move in the future in a different direction anytime soon? Have y'all been in court recently, or is this here for?
There's none at this time. Our attempt is still kind of recent history, just 2 or 3 years old. I know it's a issue of discussion among the superintendents. I think they're hopeful that there will eventually be a consensus that includes the school district that has been opposed to it. And I think when and if that occurs, they're going to move on it and move on it fast. As far as further litigation, that's something that they'll certainly look at from time to time. But we also have to look at what has already happened and not continue to butt our head into the wall.
Thank you.
I would add that we have been working with the Garland County School Districts. We've been working very hard on our monitoring and making sure that our professional development is relevant and up to date to assist other districts may be ready to address the court.
All right. Any additional questions? Thank you all. Thank you all so much for your presentations and talking us through some complicated issues. Our motion is in order. Ms. Dedman, do we need to close? Do we need a? Okay. Yeah, sure. Of course.
Just want to echo my wife. And
If you could just state your name for the record.
I'm Ross O'Kelly. I'm the father.
Mr.
of Owen.
O'Kelly.
So just want to echo my wife and thanking y'all for the opportunity. Also want to echo the comments that we know Bryant and Lakeside are both great school districts, but I do know that the one point we're having a hurdle getting over is the race that was checked on the application, and there wasn't exactly a box for unknown race. And as my wife pointed out, we actually don't know his race. We don't know the parents. We had 1 week to get ready for Owen from the time we learned about the adoption to the time we had him. So not having an unknown race category, we just marked what he appears to be. However, we've had geneticists make comments that he might have Asian roots, he might have, just depending on characteristics he had. So again, if that's a point of contention, I just want to be clear that we actually don't know. We don't know whether he does or doesn't meet these criteria. It's just based on what the information we've been given. So just wanted to highlight that fact.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so motion would be in order, Ms. Dedman. The proper motion would be either grant the waiver or to deny the waiver, correct?
The proper motion would be to grant the appeal of the O'Kelly family or deny it.
Grant the appeal or to deny the appeal.
I move to grant the appeal.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
Can I ask a question now?
Uh-huh.
Can based on the information that has been given to us, can the parents reapply with a new application, or can they, as stated, alter their application that they submitted to the district?
I think we have a deadline issue.
We do. The application is due by a certain date. The parents can apply again for next year, but the application deadline has passed and the district responded based on the application that was presented. The appeal is from the denial that was reliant on the information.
Okay.
All right. If there's not a second, the motion fails. Yes, sir.
So, I know, I'm sorry, my family's going out of the country, that's why I was late. But can you have restated what the law states? Just because I walked in as she had asked that question.
Right.
And I would like to know, what you said, and I'm sorry, that was my.
Absolutely. The Garland County school districts, and Lakeside is one of them, are subject to a desegregation order that is active in the Davis versus Hot Springs case. The Arkansas Public School Choice Act of 1989 applies to those districts. So they are under the old 1989 Act and the rules that correspond to that act. That act prohibits a student from transferring to a non-resident district where the percentage of enrollment for the student's race exceeds that percentage in the student's resident district, with 3 very limited exceptions. The first exception is when the transfer is between 2 school districts in that same county, which does not apply in this case. The second is when neither district involved in the transfer has a critical mass of minority percentage in the student's race of more than 10% of any single race. That also does not apply. When the provisions of Arkansas Code annotated 618-206 would violate a desegregation order or plan, the terms of the court order will govern. In this case, they're under a court order that causes them to follow that act. In this matter, the student was denied the transfer because the percentage of enrollment for the student's race in the Lakeside School District exceeded the percentage of the Bryant School District, and none of the exceptions listed would apply.
So 2 years ago in El Dorado, when we did something very similar, where we voted to grant it, but then we found out when we did it, we violated the law.
And that was
That was a different
1915,
But very similar
1915,
circumstances.
2015, but this is the 89 law when
Okay.
race was the consideration.
Okay, all right.
And race is no longer, am I correct on school choice? Race can no longer be considered.
Correct, under the 2015 Public School Choice Act, race is not a consideration on its own.
Okay. Dr. Pfeffer?
Ms. Denman, can we get you to clarify dates again for these, for the Garland County cases? Are they the same as the school choice deadlines? Are there?
The application deadlines?
Yeah, the application and then the decision deadline.
One moment, I'll need to refresh my memory. Okay. The application deadline for this set of rules is July 1st.
And
However,
we're still in June, right? We're still in June.
yes, sir, that's
Okay.
correct. However, the appeal is from the denial, and the denial was
Right.
based on the application that was submitted. To resubmit an application, technically, we're still before the July 1st deadline, but we've already reached the percentage numbers. A district could still accept a school choice application if they were in Garland County and if they were under these rules until July 1st.
Okay. So there is the option, there is still the option then for the parent to resubmit. Is there a choice on the application that based on the information shared today of not knowing the race of the child, is there a choice on the application that could be marked differently to be looked at it with different consideration?
Yes, Dr. Pfeffer, there's a box for 2 or more races.
If that 2 or more races was marked, would it meet the guidelines
No.
for the law?
No.
Okay.
He needs to identify as Asian, and he'd be in.
The Garland County School Choice Order only contemplates 2 races. It would be up to the district to consider the numbers of their students and whether or not it would apply. The district would make that decision along with their attorney.
So you're saying the order only applies to
The order only.
African American and white students?
It only contemplates white students and African American students, yes.
And
Did-
it didn't touch anything about mixed race or any other option?
No, it does not consider other races. The order at the time was based on 2 races.
Doesn't it say white or non-white as opposed to white or African American?
No, I believe not. It specifies.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so previous motion failed for lack of a second. The floor is empty for a proper motion.
So it's my understanding that if this request should fail, which I'm presuming because the other one didn't get a second, the parents can still come back and reapply before July 1st, and we would then have, what, a special meeting if they were denied?
I'm going to let the man that handles that answer that. And by the way, I wish to apologize. I wear hearing aids, and they appear to be
That's
turned
okay.
into the same frequency as a noise emanating from your HVAC.
Wonder if you sat over here if it would help.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We take applications till July 1st. We've had since this has been going on, where the rest, like I said earlier, is May 1st. And again, when I look at those, and I look at hundreds a year, I don't even look at names. I look at what they mark as far as their race, and we're not to question what they mark. We've been instructed that years ago by the State Department. So we don't question that. I look at that, and I go look at my sheet from the state and see what percentage of the different, where they're coming from and compared to ours, and then that's how I react when I mark accepted or denied. So am I answering?
Well, I guess since it specifically says white or African
No,
American.
ma'am, that application has 7 choices. You mark
No, I'm
one.
talking about the court order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, if the court order says white or African American, then it doesn't matter if you are something other than African American, you're still
Yeah,
considered
And
white.
I apologize, I didn't read that part in the court order. I didn't take it like that. We react to the school choice of 89, and that form has 7 different things you can pick one of.
Okay.
So we don't just look at black, white. We look, there's 7 different ones that are on there, and they
Okay,
get to
I was
mark
just
one.
trying to respond to Ms. Dedman's answer to our question
Yes,
about
ma'am.
the 2. So we're just
Yes,
trying
so
to
they
help the
have-
kids.
Anybody has 7 options. They can pick one of those 7.
Okay.
It goes to Native American, Pacific Islander, 2 or more, white, black, Hispanic. They have a lot of
I
choices.
saw the application, and you're
Yes, ma'am.
100% right on that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think things are clear, but Chair can't make a motion. Need a little help here. Ms. Dean.
Yes. Because of the order that we're under and the opportunity until July 1st to reapply, I will move that the appeal be denied.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. Any further discussion?
And you're saying based on this application and this hearing this day?
Based on this application, this hearing, this day.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, can we do a roll call? Are you in the spot to? Thanks.
Okay. Mr.
Yes.
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
No.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Ms. McFettridge,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Dr. Barth.
Fine. Okay, so by a vote of 7 to 1, the motion passes. That is the denial. You've heard the conversation, and this board will, take actions in the future if they come before it. But thank you all for being very good advocates. Thank you. Yes, just a second. Thank you to the attorneys also for your clarity in a complicated case. So thank you all very much. Ms. Dean does have a final
I
comment.
just want to say to the O'Kellys, thank you for advocating for your child and going the extra step and doing whatever is necessary to make sure that he gets the best education. And as an advocate of school choice, that pained me. So I just want you to know that. But I wish that you all have the best of luck and that things go well for you. Thank you.
And you got a few days to reapply.
Yes.
All right, thank y'all. Y'all still good to continue? Thank y'all. We next have a number of Succeed Scholarship transfer requests. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Salas Ford for this process. Everybody good? Everybody No. They're ready? Okay. Eyes in front. Ms. Salasford.
They're on their best behavior for your last meeting.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Courtney Salasford for the department. We do have 7 families who are requesting transfers of their Succeed Scholarship, which, if you'll remember from previous months, is required by rules that they do have approval to move from one school district to another, from one private school to another. Each of these families is available on phone if you have any questions. The first family is the Williams family, who is requesting a transfer due to the fact that the St. Edward's School is closed at the end of the 2018-2019 school year.
Okay, the proper motion in this case, first off, of course, if there are questions, the proper motion will ultimately be to grant the request or to deny the request.
Correct.
Move to grant the request.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The second family, the Berry family, is requesting a transfer due to the fact that the Pathfinder Academy also closed at the end of the 2018-2019 school year.
Okay, thank you.
The good thing about this transfer is both of these facilities and both of these service providers are in fact geared to children with special needs. So we know for sure that they will be getting the service they need at these schools. I move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, next up, the Horton family.
Yes, the Horton family is requesting a transfer, again, also due to the fact that St. Edward's School closed at the end of the 2018-2019 school year.
Move to approve the transfer.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, now to the Hoffman family.
Yes, Hoffman family is requesting a transfer from Access Academy to Christ Lutheran, and again, I believe they are on the phone if you have any questions.
Ms. Zook?
Yeah, I have a question. I know and am very familiar with Access and the service that your child probably got there. Have you checked with Christ Lutheran to see if they will be able to provide the same level and quality of service that you're getting at Access?
Is anyone from the Hoffman family online?
I believe in the information that they provided, they stated that they had discussed with Access the move, and they felt that Christ Lutheran was the best suited to meet their child's needs, but I have not spoken to the parents directly.
Okay, do we ever get, and I noticed the lady is here from Reform Alliance, do we ever get specific information about the, what I'm gonna call the special education provider schools? Do we ever get information about exactly how many teachers they have, how long they're there each day, what kind of OT, PT, those kind of service? Do we have that information, or is it purely just, are they accredited as a school or not?
We only ask for what's required under the law, which is the accreditation status, that their teachers are bachelor's or higher, and that they contract or consult with at least one special ed certified teacher. I know you're familiar with, there was an act passed in which Bureau of Legislative Research will be conducting a study of this program. I can't say whether that will be something they look at or not. I don't know.
Okay, so does Reform Alliance do that kind of study, or do y'all just pass the money from the department to the school?
I'm Valerie Pruitt, the Executive Director of the Reform Alliance. That is part of the law that was just passed, that we will have to have certain aspects of the scholarship and the children who are on the scholarship and the schools. That's going to be a part of the reporting process.
Oh, terrific. I wasn't aware. Somehow that got past me. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yes, do I have Ms. Hoffman on the phone? Ms. Hoffman?
I can't hear anything. Yes.
Great. Ms. Diane Zook has a question for you, and
Okay.
I'll give her a chance to ask that.
Yes, I know you're coming from.
barely hear.
I know you're coming from Access, and I was wondering if you had been assured or know if the Christ Lutheran is going to have the same quality and quantity of service and support for your student that you were getting at Access.
Access, they are the ones that told me about. He's at Access right now, and they gave me two options for where Alex is at right now, and they thought was a good fit for him. And Christ Lutheran was one, and Holy Souls was one, and we looked at both. And Christ Lutheran has the school size and the things that we will need for Alex. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I understand that you feel comfortable. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions? All right. Then I will entertain a motion in the Hoffman case.
Move to grant the transfer.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Then McCain.
Yes, the McCain family is requesting a transfer due to the fact that the current school only serves till 8th grade, and so they are requesting their son be transferred to Catholic High School as he enters 9th grade.
Okay.
Do you know where it was before?
I'm
I noticed
sorry.
it wasn't on here, and they usually are.
I apologize. I don't have that information. Is the McCain family on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What school was your son attending before?
Immaculate Conception.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I move to approve the transfer. Second.
Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Ventura family?
Yes, the Ventura family is requesting a transfer due to St. Edward's closing.
I move to approve the transfer.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then finally, the Johnson family.
Yes, Johnson family is requesting a transfer also due to St. Edward's closing at the end of the school year.
Move to approve the transfer.
Second.
All right. Motion, all right. Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right.
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Yes, my name is Tanisha Williams. I'm calling from my son, Brandon Williams. I didn't hear his case come up. He attended St. Edward. He in the 3rd grade, and the school is closing down. I didn't hear his case come up or anything, so just checking to make sure.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
His name is Braylon Williams. I'm his mother, Tanisha Williams.
Yes, it was the first one. We
Oh, okay.
must have taken care of it before you got on the line.
Yes,
So,
it was approved.
yeah, so I apologize for you not being able to be here, but it was approved, so you're fine.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Alice Ford. Why don't we take maybe a 5 or 6 minute break? Rent
Oh, I
first.
tell you what. These are Solomon-esque questions. It's like, I know. And
I couldn't do it. I would have done it.
I called Lakeland last week, and she said that.
yeah, well, and that's what I don't like. I know that we're trying to improve family and promote what they're trying to do. They're not getting through, they get thrown out. So we got to do it. Really felt
I think so, yeah. So that was good message.
Yeah, but specifically, I know. Okay, so. Right? So you've been is that because they were talking about that it was binary. It was white or black. Yeah, but at the end of the day, the math is, it's binary.
So it's not that they.
All right. Thanks, everyone. So we are down to item 9 on the afternoon action agenda. And actually, the next 3 items are all Ms. Underwood. So welcome.
Good afternoon. Susan Underwood with the Division of Early Child Care and Education. Actually, I think we have 4 items here.
You do?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Indeed.
And I apologize, there is one update sheet that we passed out to you. It's not electronically, but several things have happened in the past several days, so we wanted to update that. But the first thing on the agenda is the 2019-20 contracts for professional development grants, which provide professional development at several different services, including professional development, technical assistance, research, for the 248 ABC programs serving over 23,000 children who are in center-based and home visiting. So,
all right. Are there questions?
I do.
Dr. Moore?
Thank you for answering my questions that you just answered here, but I have a couple more if you don't mind. So the ASU Childhood Services, it looks like they get 2 pretty big grants. One is for the environmental rating scales, almost $1 million, and almost another $1 million for the ABC child assessments. Could you speak to a little bit about what those 2 things are and what that looks like?
yes, ma'am. The environmental rating scale is a scale that our programs, they do a lot of training and assistance with our programs just to see, and it's not just the environment, but it's child-teacher interaction. It's language development. It's health and safety. It's a combination. It's like 7 different fields that they look at. And they work with the programs that they can have that quality in the program. So it is not only just training and technical assistance, but yet they go out and do this training. We are working on making sure that there is somebody in the programs, such as the coordinator or director, who is also like a coach and a mentor to the teachers and the paraprofessionals.
Okay, so the scale, so ASU Childhood Services have individuals, do they go out to every program every year to do the development and do the
Yes.
scale?
They go out to the agencies and the sites. Do they visit every classroom every year? No, it'd be way too many.
Yeah.
So they are on a rotation. We have gone to it was called the Eckers Revised version. We're now the Eckers 3, which really, I see a head shaking, you understand. It really emphasizes that language and the development and the teacher-child interaction, more so than just counting books and how many times do you wash your hands.
Yeah. Okay. Are these competitive grants? Are they given out? How are they determined?
They have been competitive grants. These are grants that we have had for the past couple of years. So it's a continuation, it's building on each year.
Okay, so there wasn't a new RFP to go out for any of these?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any, for all of these grants, is there reporting mechanisms?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Let me think. I had one more question. Okay, and then the Arkansas Research Center, as we just talked about, their job is to produce a study. What does that look like, and how is that different from what ASU is doing?
ASU reports out on the classroom and the teachers. The Arkansas Research looks at the children as they are assessed on the work sampling and the ounce, and then also looking at several different factors, not only the child absenteeism, but the behavior and this sort of thing. And what we're trying to do now is to look at that in the pre-K world, and how do we see that they are benefiting and excelling in the K-12 world.
Okay, and then I guess as we talked about there, I know there have been problems with that longitudinal study in the past, and so this is, I mean, granting these funds will ensure that longitudinal study can be done.
Correct. Yes, yes.
Okay.
And actually, it is in our law,
That you have to have
yes,
this
in the guidelines that we have to have this longitudinal study.
But does the law determine who does it, or it's just the fact that you have to do it, and then y'all?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's exciting as AV, and I know there's a lot of transition that will be going on with the new reorganization of government, but I think as we just said, it would be helpful in the future to have more context here, as the secretary and the department plays a little bit different role over the ABC program. So
Okay.
Thank you for answering all my questions, though.
Certainly.
And on that note, I know the commissioner will probably have some things to say about reorganization
Yes.
tomorrow, as it relates not just to this program, but also
Yeah.
career ed and some other things. So,
Thank you.
all right. Ms. Hook? Yeah.
Okay. Do any of this professional development that you're funding have to do with early literacy or literacy programs?
Yes, ma'am.
And do any of those awarded to ASU contain that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know that they're still on balanced literacy, not structured literacy, which is what the RISE program is based on, structured, not balanced?
Yes.
So you know they're giving PD on something that we will not encourage once they get within the district in kindergarten?
Well, and actually, our teachers who are located in the school districts are also participating in the RISE. All the training.
All the more reason why we should do PD with someone who is actually doing a complementary program as opposed to a non-complementary program. So I would ask that if you haven't already given these grants, that you put an RFP out for that in particular, to a different provider.
And like we were talking earlier with Ms. Sarah that we will get a little bit more details on the contracts.
Okay.
And Ms. Zook, that may be part of it as well too.
Okay. Because you really do need to, because you're coming over to the new Secretary of Education, as well as you want your ABC programs to be lined up with the districts, you need to be sure that your RFP calls for
Certainly.
specifically literacy, early beginnings literacy that complements what we're trying to have here in the state.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have on that one.
Okay, any additional questions or comments over here? Then the request is to approve these professional services grants that are before you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No?
Okay, so let's get a, I guess we'll do a quick roll call, just to be sure. We got was it just y'all two?
Yes.
Okay, so
As far as I know, I don't
did Mr.
know.
Williamson vote before he left?
He did not.
Okay, so let's do a quick roll call, okay? I think we're fine.
Ms. Zook,
No, but for the reasons I stated.
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson, Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
No, but I'll do my better homework in the future before I come to better understand what's going on here.
Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Okay, we're fine. Okay, vote is 5-2 in favor. Okay, item 10 is the second round of the ABC 2019-2020 grants.
Yes, and this is, we've had some closure of programs and changes, and we're requesting that we reward the relinquished slots to the following programs. Arkansas River Co-op, 8 slots. Crowley's Ridge Education Co-op, 20 slots. Dawson Education Co-op, 20 slots, and West Memphis, 40 slots. And then in addition to that, when we are setting up new classrooms, it takes funds to make sure that those classrooms have the materials and supplies. So Arkansas State, 1 classroom of $10,000. Crowley's Ridge, 1 classroom, $10,000. Fort Smith, 2 classrooms at $20,000. And West Memphis, 2 classrooms at $20,000.
Any questions? Okay. So entertain a motion on the second round of the ABC grants.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thanks.
Okay.
And then next, we have the foster care funding.
Right. Last September, the board approved additional funding to serve children in foster care for those ABC programs that were over and above the approved funding amounts for the current year. So we're requesting that at the end of the year, when we looked at everything, Bentonville, DeQueen Mena Co-op, Siloam Springs, and South Conway County in Morrilton we're serving foster children above their awarded slots. So we're asking that you approve these.
Okay. Any questions regarding this item? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I do. So do centers receive additional funds per foster care student? How does that work?
Yes, ma'am. What we've done, we're working with foster care and also homeless children and youth. As they are coming in, of course, with our Better Chance, Arkansas Better Chance, with the 3- and 4-year-olds, let's say that they have a classroom of 20 children. There are two teachers to 20 children, and we keep that ratio. But when a foster child comes in, we know that a lot of times those foster children come in the middle of the night. So the foster parents, we're looking to make sure that they have quality programs to come to. So we've asked our programs, if you have a classroom that is licensed above the 20, that you can handle the number 21, that you go ahead and take those foster children. And of course, they send us information. We double check and make sure they truly are foster children or homeless children. Then if there is a slot, an ABC slot, when that opens up, we allow those children to go ahead and enroll. But if there's not a slot, that they may stay the 21st child, maybe for 1 month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months. So that's what we've done, that we make sure that we're helping to fund those children.
Okay. And do these funds need to be spent on the children, or they just roll into the general budget for the program?
They're for the services of the children.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right. Entertain a motion on this item.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. And then finally, we have some 2018-2019 remaining funds.
Right. Each year we have programs that have children on sliding fee scales, or they haven't filled their slots. We had a couple of programs have to close in the middle of the year. So we have funds remaining. So we put this together that there are several areas that we would like to have approved. The continuation of AmeriCorps for schools in the Southeast Arkansas Education Co-op. They provide assistance to at-risk preschool children in reading and math across 8 different counties, and they serve as a conduit for the introduction of teacher education. Then we also have several programs that serve infants and toddlers. And as you know, at last year, our rate for each child was $4,860 a year. That's not a lot for infants and toddlers when you're considering diapers and formula and wipes and all of that. So we looked at our programs that are serving infants and toddlers and that they don't receive any other subsidy funding. And we split these up, and it came out to be about $1,355 for those infants and toddlers. So equating that with the $4,860, then you would have $6,215 per infant and toddler to help with that expenses. And then the third was a payment reconciliation to Queen Mina and a one-time payment to Bryant School District.
Would you tell me again how much per, I'm sorry, I failed to get that.
Per child for center-based, last year was $4,860.
No, that I know on the infant and toddler part.
Oh, for the infant and toddler. Combining that with our additional funds, it was a total of $6,215.
Okay. So it's an extra $1,200 saved.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I'm misunderstanding, or I didn't do my homework, I'm sorry, but so for infant and toddler programs, they don't receive any state money from the ABC program if you're, I think my understanding was the ABC program just paid for 3 and 4-year-olds. Is that incorrect?
Well, okay, this goes way back before we were there. The original money could serve, according to the law, could serve infants up to 5 years of age.
Okay.
So those that have that original money funding can serve infants and toddlers.
Okay, and I didn't realize that many school districts are doing that in those cases. And so do they typically, so they receive the per pupil funding for that no matter the age, and so this is just filling in the gaps?
Yes.
For those younger students?
Yes.
Is there a cap on the number of infant and toddler slots there are versus 3 and 4? Or is
there is more 3 and 4-year-old dollars. When the new money came in, then there was more funding for focused on serving 3 and 4-year-olds.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And if these are special children children with special needs, do they also get the Medicaid funding?
Yes.
Okay. Questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the, I guess, reallocation of these 2018-2019 dollars, correct? All right, motion by Ms. McFetrich. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you so much, Ms. Underwood.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, and we were, Dr. Moore, we were talking about the research. If it's okay with the board, at a later time, we'd like to bring our researcher in that could share a little bit more details of what we're doing. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great. All right, we are now down to item 7. Let's see, I got lost. 18. 13. I'm sorry.
I'm so glad, so next month when I do this, that I won't feel so bad.
I'm doing all right. Ms. Coughlin, this is the final accreditation report.
Yes. Annually, Public School Accountability brings you the accreditation report, and that's what you have attached for you today. I would like to introduce Tracy Webb. Tracy, if you wave over there. Tracy is our new coordinator of standards, systems support, and monitoring. She will oversee standards for accreditation, standards and systems support unit, charter schools, and state and federal monitoring. So from now on, she'll be bringing you these reports. The standards team has worked very hard this year. You know, we implemented a new set of standards. We implemented a brand new tool, the Standards for Accreditation tool, or otherwise known in our office as the SFA tool. That tool is a very transparent tool that looks at all of our data systems and tells us if school districts are meeting the standards for accreditation. So it looks at live data every night, thanks to Regent and his team. And it not only lets us look at it point in time, but it lets the school district look at point in time. In addition to that, every month it takes a snapshot to show where the school district and the schools are in their efforts to stay accredited throughout the school year. And so that snapshot is also emailed to superintendents and principals just to remind them, hey, you've got this great SFA tool that you could use now. So as a result of that work, our standards and systems support team has been on the phone or emailing or sometimes been on site with our school districts. And I'm happy to report that as a result of this work that we're going to have better data because we found errors that cause things to flag. School districts have, if they could, corrected those immediately. If they were things that couldn't be corrected immediately, they put into place a plan to get those corrected when the next window would open for them to be able to do that. I'm just really proud of our team. I'm really proud of our school districts for working together to try to meet the standards for accreditation. So with that, I do present to you today the final accreditation report for 2018-2019. As you look through this, you'll see that every school district is approved or accredited except for one, which we've previously discussed, was Lee County School District and Lee County High School. They remain under probation and will enter into the next school year under probation. They will have to get those policies, those procedures all corrected within this next school year or face additional ramifications of that according to our rules. Once you've reviewed this today and with your approval, our Regents team will once again run a final report. That final report will be posted into our system, archived onto our website. School districts can go in and print their own accreditation reports and file those for their records retention. So it's become a very efficient system.
Ms. Kaufman, can you talk through the program approval?
Yes.
Classification for and those are the Department of Youth Services programs,
Yes.
correct?
So Department of Youth Services does not use eSchool and eFinance. So our system doesn't have our SFA tool doesn't have the ability to run all of their systems. They use the ACES program. And so what we had to do with them is sit down with them. We went through every standard and documented how they serve students. And through that program approval, we were able to accredit them. They are undergoing a change in their leadership starting with the next school year. So we will meet with them very shortly after July to make sure that they're on the right track with their new management system as well.
Okay. And what about the possibility of them moving into the system? Was that discussed in terms of?
No, that was not discussed.
Okay.
That's a different agency totally, and won't be a part of us under the transformation.
Right. Well, it is a different agency, but those are public school students, right?
That's correct.
And I think, when kids go into juvenile detention center, it becomes even more vital that we get it right in terms of education, and so whatever we can do to normalize kind of the education process within those schools, the better we're going to be as a state. So.
DYS is very good about communicating back with their school districts. They do have students that graduate while housed there, but students are not housed there for long periods of time. So there is quite a bit of mobility back and forth to the traditional schools.
Right. I know we have rules
or charter schools.
We have rules on how that's counted.
That's correct.
So. Okay. Questions?
Okay, I see on here, you mentioned Lee County, this says probationary 2. Is that 2 schools or 2, and they're both in Region 5?
That's 2. There are
Schools
2
in the district?
A school and a district.
Okay.
Within that region, and if you scroll on down in your page, you'll see that it's Lee County District and Lee County High School.
Okay, thank you.
This top page is just a quick summary page.
Okay. All right. So this comes as a recommendation from the department. If for some reason when the final run did find some deviation here, that would
No,
not gonna.
School's out.
Okay.
It's over.
We're good. Okay.
We're done.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to be sure that we.
So we can get started with the next one.
All right. That's what your life's about, right?
That's right.
All right. Okay. So it comes from the department to approve this final accreditation report for this academic year.
Move to approve or accept, whatever.
Mm-hmm. All right. Motion by Mrs. Zook, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kaufman. Okay. Now, we can scoot down. I apologize for missing that one before. We now have 5 different legislative reports from the 5 districts that are under state authority. And Dr. Hernandez is going to walk us through what we're going to do here.
Thank you, Dan. So good afternoon. Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent for Office Coordinated Support and Service. We've got 5 wonderful state-appointed superintendents here. I told them a while ago that we got enough for a basketball team. So no, Dr. Hill, we don't need a football team. So we're good. So we're going to start out today with Dollarway School District. This is kind of our final report, kind of finishing out the school year. So a lot of the reports that you have, if you remember, they're historical. So they've got things that we started with in the summer in terms of school level plans. Those plans are in the process of being updated, which they're supposed to be on the website by August 1st. So we're in the process of reviewing all the school level plans, updating based on the work that is going to be done for next year. We started some of those meetings around what the district's going to do to support these schools. In addition to that, what the department will do specifically in each system to leverage the resources here to support those in those various areas. That will come to you in September as part of that report. Hopefully we'll have some of the testing data in between then to be able to update you on where we are in terms of ACT Aspire and those types of things. The ESSA School Index will be after that September report, but you'll get an update on that as well. So I want to start out with Dollarway. Ms. Warren and Ms. Davis are here. They are still continuing in the PLC work. They have completed that first year of working closely with the embedded coaching model with the school level leadership person, the district level leadership person, as well as content specialists coming to their schools working to develop that. And so if you probably don't remember a lot of these things, but at the very beginning there was a needs assessment that was done that asked a lot of questions regarding several areas within the PLC process and how they were set up with, and I know we got a lot of zeros, right? We weren't where we needed to be, and so they've started to move the needle in that. The staff, the district, not fully understanding what it meant to be involved in the PLC. A lot of the questions and things that they were asked, there was not a general understanding, and so a recent survey that was done moved them further down the needle. Not that they're at a sustainable place, but the staff as a whole, when you see that 79%, is that the respondents are feeling that they're implementing and developing through that process, which is a good sign. 30, 60, 90 day plans in working with the solution tree coaches are in the process of being updated of what they're going to do next year. The staff also recently attended, along with the department, a School Improvement for All conference, which is led by the people that are doing the embedded coaching to kind of help grow their understanding and what the expectations are as building level leaders. A big step for them is getting the curriculum, continuing to refine that and get it out where it's open to everybody. So this is probably one of the best districts that I've seen that has a very heightened ability of using live binders. So if you've ever been familiar with live binders, they're very good at that. So a lot of things that come to us are via live binder. They're doing their student success plans in that manner. And so they'll be starting to migrate their curriculum documents over to that. And so the really neat thing about that is something we struggle with a lot is, do we go in and help these schools by providing them a curriculum, or do they develop it and grow on their own with partnership and support? And so they're in that process. They're having their collaborative team meetings, they're reviewing their data, they're making decisions, and they're starting to build these things on their own, which we hope is going to move them towards that sustainability. They do have been going through PBIS, have their behavior matrices in place, although they started to show some good trends in discipline data, but kind of in this fourth quarter, there were some upticks. If you've looked at the data on the sheet to see that there were some upticks in some discipline areas that they know they have to correct. The writing scores, according to the district, when you look at the interim assessments that have been given, have slightly shown some increases as well there. They are signed up and ready to go for year 2 embedded coaching with PLC. We have it set up as kind of a 3-year process. So they've gone through that first initial getting started. We're hoping to see a lot more sustainability and development this year. They're also in the process of getting some training related to RISE, additional training related to that, and then starting to look for more of that implementation. And so what we run into a lot with these districts are that, they've been to the training, but we're trying to get to where we're implementing. And sometimes that means more holistically, not only getting the training and implementing, but making sure that the resources are there. We hear time and again from not just the teachers in this school, but teachers across the state, is that, they may be learning about these things, but they don't have the right text in the classrooms. And so we're in the process of helping align those things and get those things ready for next year. One thing that, as you've looked at these things, the data quality, I know Ms. Warren has some updated documents for it. Something that we're trying to be more cognizant of is that as these reports are coming out, to make sure that the data is correct. There was some discrepancy around the discipline data. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that. Related to the 5 or more cases, and so they do have an updated version of that to share with you. As we're revamping the district support plan and school level plans, we are keeping in mind as well the exit criteria. And what we really want to happen there is that the school level plans the principals really fully understand what the exit criteria is. School level plans start to drive towards those, especially the qualitative measures and the characteristics that we want to see. The district support plan also supports that work. And then we've even extended it out to, how we go about working with the superintendents in terms of the expectations that are set out. Is we're expecting things to move towards these characteristics in terms of exit criteria. And so that way we kind of, as a whole team, including the state board, is we know how we're making progress in these areas. And I know there's lots of other things we can be, discussing and looking at, but it kind of gives us a more solid approach in what we're looking at from every quarter as far as updates. The other part that the district mentioned specifically to discipline is there's a lot of numbers being put into the other category, so trying to get in there and really decipher out, why is this other category being used or not a lot, having more consistency around the district in terms of how they're defining their discipline categories within their district. They did have a change this year as they've been working in the PLC process. What they've noticed is they're not getting the data to help make decisions as well as they can with the ACT Aspire interims, and so they did migrate over to STAR testing. And so this was that year where they were doing both, and so next year they're intending to use more of the STAR testing is what we've talked about. So that way we can kind of see how does this last year compare with next year as we start to get more into that testing information. Related to the exit criteria, we did embed that link within your report, but we structured it the same around qualitative measures. We want to make sure that they have collaborative teams and they're functioning. We feel like the district, one of the first steps we've got to do is we've got to make sure we get with the principals and go through what these exit criteria exactly mean. What are some of those artifacts and evidences that we would expect to see in terms of showing that these qualitative measures are being met. So we're in process of setting that up. But the same things, we want to see that instructional practices are implemented. It's not that these things aren't being done at the district. As you'll see in other exit criteria, it's just that we haven't had a process set up to gather these things. And so as we start to update these exit criteria plans with the evidence, you'll start to see these are the artifacts and things that we're showing, not that they're just getting training in it, but they're actually implementing these practices. As far as the quantitative data, we did have a lot of discussion with Ms. Warren and also Dr. Owa as we started to set up these things and to kind of address some of the questions Dr. Barth asked about high school. And so, kind of two different opinions. Dr. Owa, he really thought about the numbers being hard to, as far as the in need of support kids, that number growing to be smaller than overall when that number, especially in high school, is so big. How do we overcome that in kind of a short amount of time? So there was that part of it as being a question, and Ms. Warren took the approach of, hey, we want to improve, we want to try to meet those things, and Dr. Owa too. So we kind of decided to leave it the same. But one of the aspects of it is that criteria is always set up as a way for you guys to gauge, are we seeing progress? So if we start to see that in needs of support number, especially in the high school, starting to go down and the other categories start to grow, well, that's progress. And so it'll be at that point when you guys would have to make the decision, well, is that enough progress? And one of kind of the side notes of that, especially in high schools where those cut scores are for the letter grades, if you start to move kids out of that in need of support category, even though that number may not be smaller, you're going to probably see because of growth, you'll probably see a letter grade change. And so if that letter grade change were happen to move from an F to a D, that automatically is an opportunity for them to be meeting that extra criteria. So it was kind of a two-part thing. And so I think that kind of helps a little bit with the high school conversation. Fiscal distress plan, we're very happy to report that most of the objectives on their fiscal distress plan, that's also linked in your report, have been met. We are waiting on kind of the fiscal year, end of this year's balances to finalize, which will be around August 31st, and the new budget that'll be due September 30th. And once that is, what our plan is now is under the new legislation that was passed is we have a mechanism where we don't just release you from fiscal distress, we kind of move you back into a lower tier. And so we've been doing that with the district quite a bit this year, where we've started to give them bigger thresholds in what they have to ask us for or submit a debt request when they're purchasing things. And so we've been working on those things throughout the year to try to get them ready for that gradual release piece. One additional thing that's not up here is that we are getting ready to put out information for the Dollarway community to let them know we're looking for members for the Community Advisory Board. We're hoping to bring those names to you in August if we get sufficient response and feedback to seat seven members for that board. I know there is some concerns about, because of the way the district is broken up into sections, the 7 different zones, is that there's not usually some response from some of those areas. And so there has been some questions about potentially doing some at-large type things. The issue with changing those boundaries or doing anything at this point would be that at the time they might go back to a local control, local elected board, the census data will be up and you'll just have to go back and change it again. So we've talked a little bit about that, and right now we're going to see what we get with these 7-member board at the current mapping configuration, and then make a decision from that. So with that, I tried to do 3 slides, a school district, successful in most parts of it. But with that, I do have Ms. Warren here, or if there are other questions that you want to ask or information, they are prepared here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hernandez. And so we're going to really move to Q&A. It sounds like you do have a additional handout, but I think we're going to just move to Q&A if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Warren, all right. I'll see Ms. House, anything? Any questions related to Dr. Moore?
Sure, I did just, in case anyone else noticed this, I did notice on the updated budget projections we got, I don't think it was all the way filled out, because it did show that there was a negative balance coming in, but that's what you addressed will be filled out by
So in the very top line is, that's kind of a living budget. So when those numbers get pulled, all that's showing is that they typically receipt the revenue at the end of the month. So all it means is the revenue for that month hadn't been receipted. So that's
so
what
nothing to be concerned about at this point. Okay. How are you doing as far as building-wise principals? Are you able to retain your principals for next year? And staffing, how does that look?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Very good to see everyone. Yes, we actually are having a change next year within our middle school. Our middle school principal currently seated is going to become our athletic director. And I'm very excited about the candidate we have coming in. She's actually been in a school district, in the Dumas school district, and she has been involved in a turnaround. So very excited to have Ms. Thompson come aboard.
Oh, great.
But the other principals will be there along with us next year.
Good.
Not much shift in our administrative team this year.
That's good for continuity's sake.
Absolutely.
And then as far as teachers, do you have a lot of vacancies, or have you been able to fill them going into the next school year?
We actually are about 95% staffed, and I made a few little notes to share. We are still in need of 2 general ed teachers at the middle school level. We need 2 special education teachers, and we have served in that area in emergency teacher permit teachers who we've actually been trying to groom and support. At the high school, we have 1 opening, but we have a recommendation for the high school. And then at James Matthews, our elementary campus, we have an opening for 2 teachers. So at this point in time, for us, Dr. Pfeffer, and she knows very, very clearly, for us to be in this place at this time is outstanding.
Good.
Yes, very excited.
Good, and I wish you luck as you continue to find those open placements.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, anything? Ms. Hook, anything?
Yes, I noticed on the report, separate from yours, that y'all had 8 teachers last year that were long-term subs all year.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ms. Hook.
8 positions that were long-term subs for the whole year. Are those positions now being filled, or are any of those long-term subs going on to ALPs, or what's the plan there?
So part of those would be the 3 emergency teacher permits, and we've actually shifted in most of those cases away from long-term subs, and we have engaged with a diverse group of teachers who are coming in. Several of them are already licensed and highly qualified, but we are looking at especially a specialty area tied to ESL support and ELA and ETP, but just en route. So we have reduced those numbers down to the few special ed teachers that we are needing to capture.
Okay, and your teachers will be able to participate in the Move Forward Pine Bluff Promise, is that right? Where they will get their master's degree and paid for? Am I correct with that?
There's an application process, and absolutely, we're really excited about that. I think you all may have seen that tweeted out. Thanks for mentioning, but absolutely. It is an application process, but we superintendents in the city are the ones who vet those applications.
Okay, and it's my understanding from Dr. Hernandez that there will be a full audit of your dyslexia and special ed program in the fall.
That is
when
correct.
you actually have students.
That is correct.
There wasn't
Yes,
much point in doing one this month, is there? Do you believe at this point that your principals are trained enough in the science of reading to be instructional leaders once those teachers have been trained, so that you will get implementation as opposed to just training?
So secondary, of course, didn't go through programming that supported you in reading, like, of course, elementary. Our elementary principal, who was a literacy instructional facilitator, who's gone through RISE and who has she's in an excellent place to provide great support. The middle school principal who's coming in, she has been exposed to science of reading. But I would say yes, but we are all of the administrators are not only going through like the 18 hours of the awareness, but we're going through the like 6 days of RISE in our Pathway M Brains Read to better position all of us to support. So I think we have a very good understanding. I think we are probably even a little beyond the awareness, but there's still some work to do to position us to evaluate, support, and recommend instructional practices to get us where we need to go.
And do they acknowledge and realize that they're headed there but not there?
Oh yes, and we are very encouraged, of course, about how far we've come.
Yes.
But I think we're very realistic about how far we've got to go too. So absolutely.
Okay, and do you know whether or not your high school principal or those that work on your master plan have built in, are you on block or regular?
No, we're on a regular schedule, yes.
Do you know whether there has been any talk or building in of specific reading instruction for those students? Because I know you and I have been concerned the whole time about
Absolutely.
the ones who did not make as much progress as they are capable of in the elementary grades. So have y'all thought through that in any way?
Absolutely. We are having we have very pointed conversations, especially secondary, related to it. 5th and 6th grade is going to have like a transition from elementary, and we're double blocking math and double blocking literacy, and we're embedding 512, the critical and strategic reading courses. We have increased the instructional time for literacy we're not on block, but kind of double blocking for interventions that are going to be very targeted for reading. So we understand the gaps there, and we're trying to make certain there's more instructional time. As a matter of fact, when we're together weekly, we talk about the master schedule and those implications, and we're trying to make certain that we are providing time for quality interventions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, great. Ms. Chambers. Dr. Hill, anything? Ms. Newton.
I just wanted to take time to congratulate you and the team at your school and here at the ADD for completing most of your objectives on the physical distress plan. I know that was we don't want to gloss over that. That was a lot of work in working together, and we know when one system improves, all systems start to improve. So thank you for all that hard work.
Thank you.
And also thank you for the work to get to an exit plan. I mean, if we even have a plan and we're making progress. So it's always nice to have goals and seeing some progress toward those goals. So congratulations.
Thank you for that. Very proud of the district. Very, very proud of the efforts and our working together closely.
Great. Ms. McFetteridge, anything? All right, anything else over here? Ms. Warren, I've enjoyed getting to know you a bit the last few years.
And I've enjoyed getting to know you too, sir.
So thank you, and I look forward to watching the continued progress.
Excellent. I appreciate it.
So, Dr. Hernandez, anything in conclusion? All right. So, is there a motion to accept this report?
So moved. Second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Williamson, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Thank you. And now we move to Earl.
Okay, so we'll move into Earl, and I do want to, I'll go through this, but I do want to reserve a little bit of Q&A time for Dr. Wild. This is his last farewell time, so we had the opportunity to enjoy his retirement party. Was it last weekend? Last weekend in Earl, so it was very nice. But I do want to reserve a little bit of time for him. As you can see, kind of the focus that they've taken within the Earl School District is trying to get more voice around to teaching staff, to the community, and also students. They've been very active with their Student Government Association. Most recently have had conversations with them about what are they seeing within their instruction in classes and what are their needs that they feel like aren't being met, and kind of gathering that information to make modifications in their plans. They did have a contract recently with Advanced Ed that came out and used their new diagnostic tool to come out and do kind of an assessment of where the district was in several areas, and kind of give them some good points into addition to the things that we've been doing to give them a little bit of guidance about what they should be improving within their various systems within the district. On a note on the high school, you know, Dr. Wild's original idea of within the 7 through 12 is that bringing in the literacy and math teachers as emergency teacher permits, but also pairing them by using Virtual Arkansas as kind of that content support for the teacher that could learn and kind of grow and hopefully develop within that. Unfortunately, you know, they were only able to hang on to one of those people so far, and that's still one, right? No, oh, Dr. Wild, they hadn't left yet, so we still got one. But that does remain to be a concern. One of the things that we are doing is Dr. Wild is working with Ms. Knowles on developing a matrix of doing some alternative type compensation plans for some of their hard to staff areas. And some of that's trying to draw people not only to work at the district, but potentially even live in the district. So we're awaiting that so we can review under the new legislation that allows for those varying type of pay scales and structures to help to recruit and retain quality staff members. The district also, both in elementary and high school, purchased what are called critical concepts, and those are essentially just like in the PLC world, essential standards or power standards, to help the district and to take those and to start to align their resources in building curriculum. So they've started down that road over the summer. Our hope is to kind of start training and developing some year-at-a-glances, some potential example units, and then work with the district staff in consultation with our co-op and curriculum staff there, content specialists, to go throughout the year to start to build and put together a curriculum for the district. And so by starting out with these critical concepts kind of helps them narrow their focus into which standards that they're really going to focus on and make sure that their instruction is guided around those. As you can see, what they did with their early release days, where they were doing a lot of professional development related to DOK, literacy, and those types of things. They've also had APSRC has been an active partner with them in doing some training related to the curriculum work to help to build those teachers. You know, one of the things that we wrestle with is that teachers are coming in, we spend a lot of time and energy training them, and then they go. And somebody sent me a quote earlier today that said, you know, training somebody and having them leave is not as bad as not training them and having them stay. So, that's pretty, a good way to look at it is, at least it's going to benefit some other kid at least somewhere down the road if we're training people to be quality. The big thing with what we're doing around science of reading is we've actively had, just like we had in Little Rock, we've had somebody going in weekly and providing updates and reports on how the implementation of RISE has been going. And, just like with other districts, it started out, we're not seeing things that are happening, but over time, involving the principals and getting that, the curriculum staff, we started to see progress where, teachers are starting to implement these things within their classroom. And so that's kind of the model we're planning to use with all the districts. It's not just going to be check-ins. There's going to be teams of people within these districts that are going in and ensuring that implementation is happening and support the work of the school district and the district office to make sure these things are being implemented. What we're doing as far as continued work, we're going to help them. One of their requests was to help the district level folks develop a more formal monitoring process so they can make sure that they understand what they should be looking for and make that clearly understandable to teachers, the community, and staff. And then also, I think that'll be driven by, if you remember, Earl asked for level 5 support, so we're going to be developing an exit plan with them. And all those things will tie together to make sure that implementation of these things are happening. Their instructional facilitators, along with specialists from the co-op, will be working with the teachers elbow to elbow to help them develop things around formative assessment and then also around instructional practices. They are studying right now and using a process with the teacher expectation student achievement, what they call the TESA model. And that's really geared towards peer observation. So that's getting the teachers that are in the building into each other's classrooms so they can have kind of a framework and a meaningful conversation around those things. And so we've been talking about that and then how that will ultimately how that aligns to the framework that we use now for tests and how we support those teachers in the classroom. I mentioned about the curriculum development and then how we'll be doing that around the summertime and trying to get them to a place where those curriculum units are being developed and it's something that's there to support any new teachers that are coming to the district. That way they don't come in with just getting the textbook and the standards and saying, so that's just a process that we're having to go through. Exit criteria, we actually met with the team on June 6th and started the team, actually it was really impressive. The district did a really good job of having each building present kind of all of their data to us about how, here's what we thought about in terms of our school level plan at the beginning of the year. Here's where some things didn't necessarily move the needle. Here's how we're thinking about addressing them. And at the same time, we had conversations about where do the supports come in from the department. So when you look at academics, we're going to have people like Rocky Malone going in and supporting the principals around tests, the leads model. We'll also have them working master schedules, all the things that principals should be doing. In addition to that, we'll have curriculum support. And so we started to plan out all the different things that they will need to happen that will ultimately kind of help us craft what that exit plan looks like for level 5. In terms of their fiscal distress plan, they have met some objectives. We're going to review the end of the year budget and also get ready for next year's budget. We do have that continued payment for federal funds where they had misspent when we first did state takeover. Loss of enrollment and their fund balance, we finished last year with around $200,000. We were expecting that to be about the same, but it's a struggle. I mean, when you're losing kids and still trying to provide quality education for the students, and you're building a building at the same time. We're kind of at that last leg of building the elementary school. So getting into that where the elementary school will be ready to open, there'll still be some landscaping work to be done, but all of it's moving parts, and we're just really holding our breath to make sure we're very vigilant about how the monies are getting spent. And so we're probably going to take a slow approach. As you heard earlier today, some districts are jumping out there and increasing that salary really quickly, and so we're being more cautious with Earl about how we raise that. but also potentially utilize some of our NSL funds with the new law in adjusting salary schedules to recruit and retain. So that's just a dance we're going to have to do for a little while with the district as we try to get them on the right footing in terms of finances. So with that, I will turn it over to Q&A with Dr. Wild.
Just a quick question for you on the exit criteria. In terms of this board looking at those, when do you anticipate that kind of coming back?
So we will have that, all of it is part of September's packet.
Okay, right. Thank you. Dr. Wild, great to see you.
Richard Wild, Earl School District.
Great. Ms. McFedridge, anyway, do you want anything you want to open with, or any response quickly before we move to questions?
I think this was
Okay.
a great summary. Obviously, there's a lot more detail behind all of it, but great summary.
Great, thank you. Ms. McFedridge, anything? Ms. Newton?
I just want to thank you, Dr. Wild, for your hard work, and Earl, the community was very blessed to have you working with them over these past few months, and thank you for your hard work on behalf of the students, because I know you've made a difference in lives. So thank you for all you've done, and wish you a great retirement. Hope you enjoy every minute.
I echo those same sentiments. Appreciate all the hard work that you're doing, being in Earl, to make a difference in the life of the students.
It's hard to add to that, but thank you. As you think about your transition, and I think it was a couple of slides back, I may have read it wrong, but I was wondering if you could speak a bit, Dr. Wild, to the a lack of maybe high expectations for tasks. Did I read that right?
Well, I think for the most part, we've had a culture of presentation to students rather than an expectation of learning. And so as you take a look at, well, one of the major things we're working on is our culture, because our culture has been accepting of very low achievement. And so that's, I think, the piece that you're referring to. But it is, we're conscious of it, and we're seeking to address it, but we're seeking to address it by student voice, teacher voice, and interestingly, just within the last week, we had a meeting with our student government, and the student government is now getting into academics. So one of the things we asked of them is, if you have a teacher, and instead of just telling the principal and having the principal address it, let's invite that teacher. If they're not providing you what you think you should get, let's invite that teacher to meet with the principal and the students, so you can talk about, not in a complaint mode, but in a expectation mode. Here's what we would like to have from you as the teacher. So we're engaging students in that direction now.
And you feel comfortable in this transition as you step back. Are we prepared to step in and fill that void?
Well, I think that in truth, this is going to be a long-term process. Okay. Do I feel comfortable? I've really bonded with Earl, so no, I don't feel comfortable. But at the same time, I think by bringing Ms. Knowles on early, the capacity building we've done, Dr. Hernandez and his team actually have matured into great support. So I would say I feel comfortable that we're on the right path and we're putting the pieces in place for people to be successful.
Just want to echo everyone else's sentiments. Thank you for your service to so many students across the state of Arkansas, and as of late, the students of Earl. And I hope that you thoroughly enjoy your retirement.
I will.
Ms. Hook, anything?
Well, I was at the retirement party, so it was, I think the thing that struck me most, obviously I've been a fan and a mentee of Dr. Wild for several years now. And, but to see the city council, the CAB, the ministers, the mayor, the Chamber of Commerce, everyone coming in and talking about how he has shown them how important it is that the whole community work together because of students. And that and all the wonderful things they said about him just reinforced all the wonderful things I knew about him. So I do compliment you that and feel very comfortable with the transition, and I appreciate the fact that y'all brought on Ms. Knowles ahead of time so y'all could work together and you sort of helped the community be ready for that. I know that there will be a special ed and a dyslexia audit in the fall for
Correct.
the Earl School District. At this point, what kinds of things in the process of becoming a strong instructional leader do you think, where do you think your principals are individually or as a group in that process? And, you know, did they get the RISE training? Did they understand, like you say, how to work to collaborate as opposed to accuse and point fingers? You know, is that something that you're working on as well?
Very much. And as we look at our, we only have 2 principals. So,
right.
And both of them are maturing into instructional leaders. We have a ways to go. So we've not yet arrived, but the level of our conversation over the last 18 months has significantly improved, and the in-depth knowledge that they have. Under stress, you regress, and so we've had some times where, as things have gotten towards the end of the year, and stress always at the end of the year, we probably have regressed a little bit back to old ways, but we're always looking and reflecting on why are we doing what we're doing. And I would say that there has truly been a focus on, we're gaining on the culture that it's about the students, not about us. And so that's a positive, and they're leading that. We've had very serious conversation that the superintendent and the principals are the ones that are primarily responsible for the culture. And if it doesn't change, it rests with us.
Yes. And as far, I'll ask you the same question I asked in Dollarway. When you're looking at your master schedule, are you thinking in terms of addressing the reading needs of the students that have not benefited from the instruction they need leading up to that?
And I'm going to defer that question to Tish,
okay,
to talk about what we're doing with CORE, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing to support CORE.
Okay, as she's coming, I do want to compliment you once again, and I saw that when I read Pine Bluff's report, the same is true. Your report is written in such a way that parents and community members can look at it and fully understand what's going on. They don't need to have an education degree. They don't need to go, oh no, this wasn't in this quarter, this was a different, I mean, this was so concisely done, but at the same time written in a way to communicate, not to hide. And I certainly appreciate that, and I will give Dr. Owen the same compliment when he comes up as well. They were just exceptional.
Tish Knowles, Earl School District. So to address the question about the reading and where we've been and where we're going, this year all of our teachers have gone through RISE. They've completed, some started the year before, and so they've completed RISE. In addition to that, we sent 14 teachers and 1 para through Phonics First the first week of June. And so they've had a double dose. So they have the science of reading in both areas. Of course, Phonics First, you know, there are 2 additional days for the science of reading, but our teachers have already been through RISE. The support that we have received from Crowley's Ridge Co-op, they have been boots on the ground in our classrooms, co-planning, co-teaching with our teachers to help ensure that RISE is being implemented to the extent that it needs to be. We also
are looking at the possibility of sending 2 of our high school teachers, 1 teacher, 1 para, through structures in July, which is the 6 through 12 piece of Brain Spring, Phonics First, the second piece. And so all of our high school teachers have gone through the awareness piece as well. We have, our principals have begun the awareness pieces, and our district office, some of us have begun the pieces. So we do have a plan in place to continue to finish that and get our elementary principal taken care of with the Science of Reading assessor piece. And so we are looking at that. And so in addition to that, we are looking at adding a strategic reading back in this year, because we realize that our reading abilities for our students are not where we need it to be for them to be successful as they move forward.
And I wanted to, because the question has come up from a couple of different people regarding principals and teachers with the RISE training. So the next step for our administrators, for the principals, especially of the elementary levels where teachers have to show the proficiency by the beginning of the 2021-22 school year, I believe. Those principals will all be going through what Ms. Knowles referred to as the RISE Assessor Academy. And so not only will they have had, the RISE training to, this training is helping them to learn what to look for in a classroom to make sure that the training is being implemented. And so that's something a commitment we'll be needing to make sure that our principals and our schools are getting access to that. So I know Ms. Smith is not able to be here with us this afternoon, but that'll be something she can continue to update us on, and I know you'll want to know more information about that. But very glad to hear you've got your principals started on that.
Anything else?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Wild, do you want to finish that?
And again, as you talk about schedule, we have built in Tier 2 for next year into our schedules so that students will get not just the core, but they will be provided a second dose.
Good idea.
I think along those lines, it sounded fairly innovative in that last year you said you hired teachers and used the virtual Arkansas component for the math and ELA. However, some of those teachers left. What's the plan for this next year? Are y'all going to do that again with a new crop of teachers, or what will that look like?
Actually, we are going to wait and see. We're in the hiring process, and that goes along with the idea of trying to strategize a pay scale that would incentivize for those high-need positions.
That's great.
And so we anticipate not going with Virtual Arkansas and going on with our teachers, but with the intent that we might have to fall back and depend on them in certain areas for one more year. Okay. Interesting, in the fall when you get the data, we are working on a comprehensive report on terms of student data and teacher data. One of the things that we've analyzed is what is the difference between the grades that came from Virtual Arkansas and the previous grades, and what's the difference between the grades for the students that go to Mid-South and the students that stay on campus. And what you're going to find is it doesn't seem to matter where the students are at. The grades seem to be the same. So now we're looking at, well, then why are our test scores so low? Because it looks like we have grade inflation across all the systems. But they'll get into that in the fall.
Yeah. Well, those are really important conversations to have, so thank you.
Ms. House, anything?
Just reiterating, thank you so much. You always have such an honest take on your students and your teachers, and I've just really enjoyed getting to hear you share their stories throughout the year.
Ms. House was, I think, thinking the same thing I am, that you've always had a gift of being able to communicate honest sometimes hard truth, and you have the ability to have difficult conversations or share things in a way that people can accept and understand and appreciate, to want to do better. And that's something that I've always appreciated about you, and I know you've taken that to Earl and really have appreciated everything that you've done. So we will miss you, but we're excited to get to work with Miss Knowles, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay. So last word I would have is, it was a pleasure working at the whim of the commissioner, and it has been an honor to work in the Earl community as my final kind of professional act. So I really, truly value all the experiences I've had here in Arkansas and with the department. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Knowles, thank you for taking on this work. And I know the board looks forward to working with you very closely in the months and years ahead. So thank you all so much. Safe travels. Oh, we need a motion to accept the Earl report.
I so move.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Lee County.
Okay, so our next report is on Lee County. This one's a little bit different than our normal quarterly report, just because if you remember, we took over the Lee County School District based on probationary violations. So this is kind of our initial analysis, like we did with Pine Bluff, and trying to get a lay of the land. The challenge with this is any time of the year is a challenge with state takeover, but the challenge of trying to do a state takeover, at the end of March, and not necessarily having the person. We do now. Dr. Bowles is right here. And so to do that, but then also find out all the little things that go along with state takeover, and all the little findings that you have as you're working through all the different systems is kind of a challenge in terms of having to deal with budget issues, and at the same time, if you remember, you classified them on fiscal distress last month, I believe. But in addition to that, trying to deal with a lot of personnel issues as you're running up against that May 1 deadline as well. So it's been quite a challenge, and we're very happy to have Dr. Bowles to be there at Lee County School District and kind of rolling up his sleeves and working and trying to do what's best for kids in the community. So this will just be a report of kind of our things that we've seen, things that we've been working on in partnership with the district and trying to get them ready for next school year. So we did finished all the transcripts audits and got them ready to make sure that as many kids as we could ready for graduation. If you remember, we at first identified around 56 students that were part of the cohort that we were looking at. As we've been working through, we found additional 4 students that weren't originally on that list, and so the work of Dr. McIntosh and Krista Harrell and that team in working with the district and trying to get those folks either graduated or throughout the summer finishing up on track to graduate. So right now we're on that 57 seniors is what we've identified as the ones that are ready to go. Some of them that had moved off or dropped out, those were the ones that we still had issues with. We've also started to go back and look at 11th grade and are working towards 10th grade. There was a meeting with 11th grade parents recently before graduation, making sure they had a clear understanding of what they needed to do in order to stay on track for graduation for next year. We've been actively working and developing a course catalog, working in Triand, helping and assisting develop the master schedule. Of course, as you're trying to save costs, reduce positions, there's always that natural movement around with the master schedule, so we're working towards it. We think we get close, and Dr. Bowles will have this great idea that he wants to put out there, and so we have to shape around the master schedule a little bit more, but we're getting close to being able to get to a place where we've got a master schedule. We can start scheduling students and things like that. They have completed all their course requests, and we've done kind of the simple tallies and all those things to get ready for next year. One of the things to point out there related to dyslexia is that when we did get on site and start asking questions around dyslexia, you know, we found that students weren't being screened, and so we worked really hard towards the end of the year. The students that were there, trying to make sure we got them screened, and are in the process of developing plans of how we're going to work with those. They didn't have a consistent literacy program or phonics program in their elementary schools, and so they're purchasing Wilson foundations, and they'll be doing training. Kind of the challenge with that is that they need RISE training, they need training in this new process. They don't really have a solid curriculum, so trying to get all these things in the number of days is somewhat challenging, especially where we were there and trying to develop a professional development schedule and program right here at the end of the year with people not knowing, not being available during the summer, and the master schedule, or not master schedule, the calendar being set with some days that just aren't ideal in terms of how those days should be utilized. So we're kind of massaging that and working with that to try to hopefully develop a good plan of action for next year and throughout the summer. We are working, there were some plans in place, and Dr. Bowles has worked to refine those around summer school. They'll be using iReady, and then 9 through 11 will focus on credit recovery. The iReady is in partnership with Phillips Community College. They'd already had a grant there that's paying for a large portion of that program. One of the other areas that we found where there weren't those student success plans, the team from Accountability have worked really hard to help start to get those student success plans in order to where they're nice electronic, they're ready to go for students, and it gives them a foundation to build on and also a process to keep those updated. We also learned that the district didn't have a licensed RN, so a district doesn't necessarily have to employ an RN, but they do have to have somebody that is oversight with that. They didn't have that in place, but they were able to hire an RN on staff for this upcoming year, and so we're excited about that. We are going to have a focus on this dyslexia piece and make sure that, obviously if they're not screened, then they're not going to get the intervention that's required, and so that's going to be a focus in making sure that we're identifying. Ms. King's been on site and been working with Lynette Thrasher, who's kind of been our point person right now to help get things going in terms of teaching and learning with the district, and so they're working on plans and helping identify resources within the district to make sure those students are being served next year. As I mentioned earlier, the district is under fiscal distress. They are receiving a 1003 grant. As far as fiscal distress goes, we do have a fiscal distress plan. We are starting to work on objectives, but that we haven't closed the door on saying these are all the objectives that we still need to cover. We're in process of developing those. In addition, adding to those as needed. We are expecting the district to end with about $140,000, but there are so many items that have been left needing things like, for example, they had findings from workforce services. Is it workforce services? I think it was workforce services about the bus garage that had insulation that needed to be repaired, and so that had to be taken out. There was a timeline associated with that. There was also a septic tank that needed to be done. There was school buildings that needed to be addressed. So there were a lot of costs that are associated with trying to get these things done. And the district did do something that I guess now is seen as a little bit of a benefit, but they started to put a lot of money into the building fund. So instead of fixing things that they needed, they were putting money over into the building fund. So now we're using that to kind of get some of these things addressed in a timely manner and getting ready for next school year. The 1003 application is pretty substantial. Both elementary and high school are receiving that. What we're doing with them is similar to Dollarway and Pine Bluff, is that we do have Solution Tree. The team's getting ready to go next week from Dollarway to attend one of their conferences as far as the principal and leadership staff to start to learn about what the process is going to be like as the embedded coaches show up to help them start to develop curriculum. One of the unique things about Lee County is that most of the other teachers are certified. And so what we found is that there are a lot of lifetime licenses that are working in the district, and a lot of people that have kind of retired and come back to work. And so whereas sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a not so good thing. And so we're trying to work with the district to really get a good sense of staff, and Dr. Bowles has made quick work of getting into the classrooms and working with the staff to really see, who needed to be there and who didn't want to be there, and started to make staffing adjustments and things like that. So we're definitely confident in his ability to work with his principals and make necessarily staffing changes if they're not doing what they need to do. The new salary schedule is part of our reduction. We're also raising the salary schedule to meet the state law, but at the same time, looking at days and all these things to minimize some of the costs. There were a lot of people that were not on contract, but they were working off a timesheet, so they were kind of what we call hidden employees. So we've worked on a salary schedule to address all those needs. It's been kind of back and forth with their personnel policy committee, but it's almost ready to be approved by the commissioner, and we'll be able to start issuing contracts for next year. We are finalizing what's called the staffing worksheet. So for the finance support unit, what they require is that when a school district's on fiscal distress, they provide a staffing worksheet to let the office know who all's supposed to be staffed there, where they're being paid from, so that can go to generate the budget. And so that's almost finalized. We're still missing a few positions that we need to get hired for next year. Are working on the preliminary budget. As I said, the budget was, previous year they'd ended with about $1 million in unrestricted funds, on track this year for about 140 some odd thousand. So we're trying to address that. We have started a reduction in force and have notified some of the employees. A lot of them we've seen a lot of turnover and have dealt with that through attrition. And so some of that will help in minimizing the amount of reduction in force that we'll have to do, but we have started that process. As far as human capital, when you're trying to develop a process for reduction in force and staffing lists, it always helps to have human resource files. You can appreciate that, I'm sure. And so one of the things that we found is that as we started to go to verify years of service, contract amounts, licensure, background checks, all those things, we found quickly that over half of the staff did not have an HR file or contracts. Very similar to the thing we found in Pine Bluff when we went not having contracts and those types of things. So we was actually, me and Dr. Bowles elbow to elbow working on trying to find where everything was and having to build some of those files by hand. And so we've got a process in place now to where we are have HR files and are trying to keep up with that. I didn't mention this in the last part, but they have currently we do not have the previous CFOs currently on staff for next year. We have outsourced the financial accounting to a firm that's going to work with the district and start to grow and support one of their employees to help build them into a certified business official in the future, along with support from the state and trying to make sure we just have clean records, accounting, and all those types of things, and help us get clear information on where they are financially. They have started as of now into the RISE training, and this summer the K2 teachers will be going through that, and then also 3-6 went last year. K2, what we found is kind of a reverse order, but the K2 teachers really didn't seem to have a lot of training related to RISE, so they'll be going through that this summer. We have hired new principals, so if you remember when we did take over, the high school principal resigned. In addition to that, the elementary principal resigned before that, so we had 2 interims that came in. Dr. Bowles was very quick to go out and start recruiting principals to come work with him, and he found 2 good ones, one at the elementary, one at the high school. The high school was able to start right at May as kids were starting to leave, help with graduation, start to work in the master schedule and those things. We have found us a little pipeline to Marion, is that right? So Marion's usually taking people from smaller districts. We were able to reverse that, start pulling people out of Marion. Dr. Bowles was a graduate of Marion, so I know he has a lot of ties there. And so that process is underway, and we're hoping that that's going to kind of start the cascade of good things start happening within those schools. The kids are what we've seen are very well behaved and want to learn. It's just that instance of when you have the adults that don't have a focus and aren't really pushed to set those high expectations for kids in the classroom. The results of it are having those poor student outcomes. As far as stakeholder communication, family community engagement, we have had some meetings with Forward Arkansas. They've been there working in the community, trying to build collaboration. We have also, I know Dr. Pfeffer and myself and Commissioner Key attended wasn't the Lions Club, was it the Lions Club? Rotary Club, that's right, sorry. Attended that, and that group of people seemed very eager to want to be involved and want to see something good happen in that community and school district. And so Dr. Bowles has continued to reach out and build relationships with the community and trying to educate them and let them know about what their plan is to start moving forward. Facilities and transportation, for the most part, the transportation system's in pretty good shape. We're working on some changes as far as getting rid of old buses that aren't needed, and at the same time working on our lease purchase program and converting those over to leases. At the same time, there's been a lot of movement in recent years related to building configurations and where the students are actually housed. And so when we got there, we realized that the students were housed for elementary school in Whitten Elementary School, which didn't have a gym, didn't have a classroom for art. There were a lot of portables surrounding that. And so where the central office was located was actually the Anna Strong Middle School. And so, you know, when you go in there, you have central office that's taking up very small space, but this place has a huge library, basketball gym. Everything is in really good shape. And so what we've done is done some modifications to the plumbing. The painting is completed, I believe, there at the middle school now. Some tile work, also tile work and upgrading some of the restrooms and getting it ready so that will function as kind of the K-6 elementary school next year. We worked with our facilities department to make sure everything's ready to go for next year, getting the kitchen and all those things back up. But there was a lot of movement even last year, is that students were in Anna Strong Middle School, but they were moved over to Whitten Elementary, but then they realized there wasn't enough space, so they moved the 6th grade over to the high school. And so the high school principal wasn't over the 6th grade, and so there was just a lot of lack of communication and supervision with those students. And Anna Strong Middle School is more than enough room to house the K-6 students. And we've had conversations with the community. I think one of their biggest issues last year was the not having the communication and simply their kids moving buildings like that. So anytime you take 6th graders out of the elementary school and put them up in the big high school, that always causes concern and problems for parents. And so they welcomed the decision to move that configuration back to having a K-6 elementary school. So that is kind of our update as far as where we're at. We are in the process of analyzing school level plans, and we're just kind of have a really tight timeline on how we're doing that. We do have kind of a plan of how we are supporting the district and the work that we're doing, but we'll start to migrate that over to a plan document. Even though in this case we have fiscal distress, we do have that plan. We have a standards violation. At some point we'll have maybe a recommendation on a level if we want to come back and do something like that, where we would have to develop exit criteria, but we do plan to develop those goals as if and kind of go through the same process that we are with the other school districts, even though we don't have a quote level 5 finding. So
great, thank you so much. Dr. Bowles, welcome. I'll just start with Ms. McFettridge. Any questions for either for anyone related to the Lee County District?
I'm just curious about, did you find a guidance counselor? I know Dr. Hernandez said you had a team helping the juniors kind of know what they need for graduation, but have you been able to find a counselor to help as well?
Yes, we're actually in a process of interviewing right now for a counselor.
Okay.
And we feel pretty confident about one that we've settled on. I won't tell you where she's from. It seems as though you probably know where my pool is, but yeah. So yeah, we feel like we're close to finding one though.
Good. And I know you're working on placing teachers and all of that. Do you feel pretty confident you're going to have enough teachers, enough staff for the year?
Yes, one of the things that I was able to do in my prior role as deputy superintendent in Forest City was part of my job was around recruitment and retention of teachers. And so reaching out to those programs such as TFA, the Arkansas Teacher Corps has been really great for us. And then also the new initiative that's come out of the University of Arkansas, they've also been able to supply us with teachers. So we're pretty confident that we'll be fully staffed this upcoming school year, with the exception of maybe the Spanish class. But other than that, we feel pretty confident we'll be fully staffed.
Well, welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Newton?
Welcome, Dr. Bowles. I know y'all are just getting in there and getting in there and figuring out what's going on and what needs to be improved. And I know it's going to take time to find it all. But I think that we can all take a lesson from Dr. Wild. One of the first things that he did whenever he went into Earl was he not only looked at the systems, but he also went to the community and made sure that the community was involved every step and they knew exactly what was going on. So I think I've got the impression from Dr. Hernandez that you're doing that. But I really encourage you to keep them involved and let them this not be something that's done to them, but they're working with you as you go along.
Absolutely. And it's a little easier to do in Mariana. Typically you're going to eat Subway, Hunt's Pizza, and so those are pretty much where all of the locals gather. So we have a really good time at lunch. I'll just say that. So yeah, but that's definitely one of the main goals, is to try to bring as many community partners in. And Dr. Hernandez mentioned earlier that we did attend the Rotary Club. There's also a really active group there called the Men of Action, who's been more than generous and more than willing to just come up, provide a helping hand. And even in the process of doing the renovations to the district, they've also been able to just come in and lend a helping hand. And so it's really been a big community effort. The community really wants change. Yeah. And so that's made the transition a little easier into the district.
Right. Thank you.
One observation to tie back to Ms. Newton's reference to Dr. Wild. It'll be interesting to hear what your stated culture is. Maybe what it is, but what you want it to be. So it'll be interesting to hear that in your future report, because that has so much to do with, there's a phrase, culture eats strategy. I believe it's true. Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see what that develops to be. On the reference to the 9th through 11th graders, in your assessment, in terms of where they're at and where they need to be on schedule to graduate, and it sounds like you're using this summer most definitely, but could you describe for us, maybe add a little color commentary to where they're at and what you're going to need to do?
Well, that was one of the things that the high school principal and I tackled the first day. Dr. Hernandez mentioned that we had the junior takeover, where we invited those underclassmen to come in and start talking to them a little bit about their transcripts, their plans, meeting with their parents and talking to them a little bit about that. And what we found is that a lot of the students just did not know what they needed to do in order to graduate. And so with the help of the team from ADE, with Dr. McIntosh and Christy and that team, they really kind of served, if you will, as mother hens to those students, wrapped their arms around those students and really kind of helped them transition. And then we also had Ms. Rocky Malone to come in, and so she actually kind of spearheaded, if you will, the process of allowing students to choose what they actually wanted to do, which was something different in the past, where students were just placed where I guess people felt like they should be, whereas students now have an option and a choice on where they would like to go. and those credits that they would like to pursue. We took a different spin on summer school. You know, generally summer school is getting online, doing an Apex program, but we did feel as though we had deficits. You know, we understood that some of our reading level of some of our students, and we knew that academically we needed to bridge more of a gap. So we actually asked those teachers to actually come in. We brought those students in, and we're actually providing instruction this year as opposed to getting online and going through that gamut. But we're literally providing regular full-time instruction for 2 hours a day. And I think that the students really appreciate it. You know, we did a lot of work on the front end to make sure that we ensure the rigor in those classrooms as well.
Welcome. I want to build off of what Ms. Newton and Susan, my neighbor, talked about as far as making sure that you engage the community and especially when it comes to building the culture of the school district, please ensure that you include those family members, parents, and extended family members to help them help you build that culture, because they're an important part of making sure that that child is educated from a holistic point of view. So it sounds like you're doing great things. You're already in the community and doing great things. So I look forward to seeing more of what you're doing.
That's it? Okay.
Yes, three things. One, your RIF policy, is it last in, first out? Is it if a vacancy comes, you don't fill it? What is the RIF policy?
It's generally you have if last one in, last one out, first one in type policy.
Okay, and secondly, I appreciate the fact that you listed all the different supports you're getting from the state, because it's nice for us to know where you're getting help and where you might not be, and where you might, and you can bring to us, you know, maybe I need more help here. One of the things Dr. Weil at his retirement party, they said is, the first thing he said to the community and his staff is, I don't deal in rumors, I have data in front of me. So for what it's worth, you know, I thought that was helpful, and the community really seemed to appreciate that. But I look forward to seeing you again in September, and wish you good luck over the summer.
Thank you, thank you. And, you know, this might actually be a good time to mention just kind of my relationship with Dr. Weil. So when I first began in the department working in the school improvement unit, of course, Dr. Weil was over the unit. He and Dr. Elbert Harvey was over that unit. And so we actually worked with them. I was actually, you know, been mentored by him through that transition. And then I thought I got away from him until he actually served on my committee for my doctoral degree. And so he was really instrumental in, you know, kind of guiding me through that process. And so he's really been a big mentor for me as I've, you know, kind of gone through the process. So.
That's great. Yeah, I think we all know you have a lot of work to do, but it's great to hear a lot of the promising things you're doing. I'm glad summer school, that seems to be a great start with you in the district. I did hear one of the things you said, that the 8th grade students didn't have student success plans, and that kind of couples with your idea of meeting with the 11th grade students and 12th grade students. Do you envision, what you were saying, was there a new high school counselor that will be hired to implement that?
Yes, yes. And one of the things we also, we're working together now to try to bring about is a open house. You know, I don't think the district has really did that before, but we want to have an open house where we can invite all of our stakeholders and all of our parents and just kind of talk to them about what we're doing. I typically try to do I call it a state of the district type of email, where I send that to the staff. I also try to send that to parents so that we can make sure that we're very transparent with parents, and then also kind of express to them how we feel like how they fit in this puzzle that we're trying to put together. We also talked about doing student registration prior to the start of school, you know, having those separate days prior to school starting where kids can actually come in, review their schedules again, give that to them, talk to their parents about those schedules, make any modifications that we would need to, and then be able to hit the ground running the very first day of school.
That's great. Thank you.
Anything? All right. Any concluding questions? Wish you the best of luck, and thanks for a great report on a game plan, which I think is, what I've experienced in now a number of takeovers is, that oftentimes there's not a game plan in that initial stage, and this is very helpful in terms of beginning the vision for a different kind of Lee County school district. So thank you. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
We need a motion to approve the Lee County. All right. Ms. McFedridge moves the approval of the report.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Yeah, I think there is consensus we need a break. So we'll pick up with Pine Bluff when we get back. Let's come back at 4 o'clock.
Oh, it sure is. Well, that's not good.
And usually in the springtime, when you can go in there's so much problems, you know, you got others, so usually this time of year.
All right. Welcome back for the stretch run. And Pine Bluff is up.
Something might have messed up here. They told me I wasn't speaking into the microphone close enough, so I'm going to try better if I have a voice left. So we're now into the Pine Bluff School District. We're going to start out a little bit about what their district work has been doing. So they did ask for their implementation grant related to 1003 early, and then they started the work of working on their PLC process in concert with developing a contract for solution tree. Their principals and superintendent recently attended, along with us, the School Improvement for All conference to start to get the understanding of their principles. You know, Dr. Owa, being from the state, had kind of a background as we were moving more towards this PLC process. But in addition to that, the principals really didn't have a good grasp of the understanding of what this work would look like. So having them at the conference, along with Dr. Kramer, who's their lead district level coach, being able to help walk the team through what the process would look like, I think was advantageous for them. They did have their kickoff meeting. Recently was able to attend one of those days where Dr. Anthony Muhammad did day one of their training, kind of getting them ready and some of the understanding related to what the PLC work might look like. And then Dr. Kramer did the second day to kind of end the year. So it was a good start to the end of the year to get people geared up and ready for the work that's going to be done with the embedded coaching, content specialist coaching, and things that will happen next year with the district. We have worked on master schedules with them to make sure there's time for intervention, teacher collaboration time, and those types of things. We have nearly completed all of the reduction in staff. We're kind of finalizing what that budget is, and one of the good things that Dr. Owa's done alongside Mr. Harris is they've really started to ask a lot of questions. So inherently, when you look at beginning of the year budgets in school districts that tend to not be doing well financially, you start by asking questions about why do we spend money on this, why do we spend money on this, and by doing some of those things and really getting a handle on the expenditures in the district, they've really started to turn what we were expecting to be a very big shortfall, started to eat away at that to where we're hoping it's not going to be as much of a deficit as we were expecting to early on when we took over. And so in addition to that, starting to build the budgets for next year, we feel confident that finance turnaround will be fairly quick in trying to get them in the right direction. But that still leaves a lot of facility needs and things like that we're going to have to address in the future. The reorganization of central staff, so they Dr. Owa's worked really hard in trying to get in there and identify who he needs in his organization as far as structurally to kind of move the work forward. He's been able to shift and through attrition, through reduction in force, has kind of taken a lot of the jobs that were outsourced to various people within the district and kind of streamline the process of the reporting structure and all that. So next year his configuration will be the superintendent, Mr. Harris, that will be the CFO, HR type role. I believe we call him the Chief Operation Officer. Is that right? In addition to that, you have two assistant superintendents, Mr. Crossley, that will be there. He's been consulting with the district a lot through my office this year. In addition to that, Ms. Wanda Van Dyke is coming to work with him as another assistant superintendent. So he really has developed a good, strong team that we're very confident in working with the Solution Tree coaches next year, that they're going to be ready to go in terms of starting to make some quick changes, quick turnarounds in terms of student achievement. They've done lots of different events, and some that are scheduled to increase awareness and things around what the plans are. Dr. Owai's been in constant communication with members of like Go Forward Pine Bluff and all that, and I know it was mentioned earlier, but they're assisting with the recruitment and retention Go Forward Pine Bluff, which you see in the article that was in the newspaper, which I think is going to be a tremendous benefit to the district in helping recruit and retain teachers in that area, which is a struggle for that. But when you contrast that with Earl and Lee County, you know, he's blessed to have a lot of the resources he does have. So it's one of those that it's all relative to where you're at in the state. They have started they have finalized what the configurations are, but started making those communications and have submitted to us the reconfiguration of all the schools to where we'll have some K-6 elementaries feeding up into K-5 elementaries feeding up into the middle school, and then also go into the high school. The district has partnered with the UA Monticello ERC, who's been working with them on work related to identifying data and working through issues related to chronic absenteeism and what to do with those things, and then also around their level 1 HRS, high reliability school survey data, to start to work on some of those culture pieces that will also tie into their solution tree work within their district. The things that we're really focused on next year is the year one work with the PLCs and embedded coaching, and then also we'll be providing some principal support directly related to tests and ensuring that, you know, as they're doing the work related to PLCs, that there's also that complement of principals and staff getting in the classrooms, ensuring that what's being expected and talked about in these meetings is actually happening in the classroom. The education's being delivered, the instructional strategies are being put in place. We have identified, based on their reporting so far related to dyslexia, that's going to be another focus for them next year, is to make sure that they are properly screening students. We know, as we mentioned earlier with the audits, we will be doing a review and providing support related to that to ensure that the district has those things in place. We also have identified some things that are not so positive sometimes related to discipline, and as you look at an increase in discipline, what we've seen is kind of an uptick in the expulsion rate within the district, and so we've been working with Dr. Owai. We'll also be providing a kind of a behavior specialist that will be there on a regular basis to help support as a kind of a background potentially in psychology type thing that can really help with student behaviors, mental health type issues, and help them develop a plan related to how they can address some of these behavior issues within their school. So we'll be providing that as well. We are continuing to slowly but surely resolve all of the pending past personnel issues, and of course, as you make changes, you make reduction in staff, you start holding people accountable. Personnel issues tend to crop up as well, and so we're still actively, working on some of those things to make sure that we are developing that culture of, hey, you're expected to come to work every day, you're expected to do the role that's set out for you and serve kids, and everything else is just extra that doesn't need to happen within the school district. Campus safety is a big concern, somewhat for the middle school in terms of discipline issues, but especially for the physical nature of the high school. We've talked about this a little bit before related to all the buildings and how they're very much not under one roof, and so students have to travel across campus, which is in a neighborhood that is open to a lot of people that are just passing by. So Andrew Tolbert's been working with the district and helping to identify some safety changes. Mr. Bradbury, that's also at the AD, that does work related to the safety committee, has also been in consultation with them about some of the ways that they can do that. They've purchased some things for the doors at the high school. Instead of having just doors open that they're, or avoiding chaining doors, we've got the lock bar magnetic strips and cameras that are being installed to help that. But we're also looking at some potential ways to envelope the district with maybe fencing or something that kind of helps keep the students as they're transitioning somewhat safe. But in addition to that, we're looking at our master plan and the partnership program coming up to potentially do something related to the high school in terms of redesign, renovation type work to make that a better facility for high school students. So all those things are on the table, and we'll have that included in our master plan that's due February 1st to the state. We have identified all of the unused and underutilized buildings within the district, and Dr. Owa has worked to have those appraised and has worked with a realtor to start putting those up for sale. We've gotten some preliminary offers, obviously not what we want, and so we're trying to make some decisions on some of those of how we can start to move some of those properties out from the district insurance and cost of trying to keep up in those types of things. In terms of exit criteria, as I mentioned earlier with Dollarway, we have identified those similar criteria that we're trying to work through with the district, and as they start to engage into the work around PLCs next year, a lot of these things will start to fill out in terms of artifacts and evidence that these things are happening within the district. The quantitative data, again, is the same. As it relates to fiscal distress plans, there are a few things that have been met, but we're still a ways from meeting those. We also have increased the salary schedule to be more competitive, but in addition to that increase, we've got to think about the long-term sustainability of how we're going to pay for that. Kind of the benefit with this is as we've increased the salary, we've also decreased the amount of staff members, so that kind of helps give us a springboard into next year and helping to pay for that following fiscal year 20 into fiscal year 21. But overall, that's pretty much the update for Pine Bluff. So Dr. Owa is here if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Owa. Any quick comments before we move to questions?
No, sir.
All right, great. Ms. House? All right. Dr. Moore? Anything? Okay. This one?
I will emphasize
Microphone.
again how easily read,
Microphone.
oops, how easily read your report was. I do appreciate that. I know you're getting your special ed and dyslexia audits in the fall. Your reduction in force, is that the same way, last in, first out, or have you implemented one that might be more beneficial to children?
Well, the last part of your question, if it's beneficial, unfortunately, part of the reduction in force policy in our district, it does take into account the number of years in the district, but it also takes into account the number of certifications, the number of grade level certifications, as well as the number of certifications in shortage areas. And so about 5 components to the criteria. So it's the most effective teacher is not always the one that is benefited from the reduction in force. The district is not benefited, the students are not benefited from that process. And so we're definitely looking at that. We're looking at the ASBA model policies, and we'll work with our licensed PPC in the fall to address that particular personnel policy in the board policies, but as well as some others.
So the waiver that you were given, should you need it, will be able to help you with that, and so it could be not purely RIF.
It will. It will definitely assist moving forward.
Okay, the student attendance chart, I complimented you on how well read it was, but there was no legend to reading the teacher attendance report. For example, it says Pine Bluff High School, total teachers 65, total attendance 309. Well, there's 50 days, and that's an average of 4 days each. So I'm obviously not knowing how to read this chart. Can you help me with that?
We can do a better job in presenting that information in the future. The only way that we were able to assess teacher attendance was through the number of substitute requests that we've had with the company that we contracted with. And then of course the number of professional development leave forms and things of that nature. And so it's a cumulative number that's presented on there. So the number of teachers and then the number of teacher absences, not specifically the per teacher as indicated with the previous number on there. So it's just the number of teacher absences from that campus.
It says total attendance, not total absences. So that's where my confusion came in.
So we'll clean that up.
Yeah, you'll clean that up, I'm sure. And the curriculum audit that was done was very helpful, I think, to me as someone who was reading it, but I could imagine that would be invaluable to those of you who are actually having to deal with those things. It wasn't very complimentary, but nonetheless it was helpful.
It was definitely helpful, but it also gave our teachers and our district instructional staff the opportunity to sit down and have those professional conversations and look at what's needed to make sure that we have the very best, most effective curriculum for our students, and that the teachers were informed, they knew what the resources are, the standards were aligned, and so we had several meetings and plan to have ongoing meetings with Stacy Smith and her staff, as well as our co-op in the area, Arkansas River, moving forward.
And are you going to have your principals up and ready to be RISE assessors by the time your teachers are finished with their RISE training?
That's definitely the plan. We've had about two out of the three elementary principals already start the training, but they're also participating in the training with our teachers. And as we move forward looking at our curriculum adoptions, those principals have been involved in the conversation with our teachers as they review possible curriculum, textbooks, and resources. So they're engaged. We also have worked with Stacy Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Learning Services on ensuring that we had a viable RISE plan prior to the beginning of school. And so we have some additional training this summer and then some throughout the school year where principals will be mandated to attend as well.
Okay. And have y'all made an adoption for your use with your dyslexic children?
We have not made an adoption. We're actually in the process, and so Jonathan Crossley, Mr. Crossley, is working with Learning Services to make sure that the proposed adoptions, curriculum adoptions, are in line with both RISE and dyslexia needs.
And I know that you can't purely use another district's standards and to go by, but I wonder if it would be helpful if some of those teachers in the district helped your teachers learn things learned when we were adapting our curriculum to the standards. Is that clear?
It's very clear. We've started that conversation with our partner districts within our cooperative area, and so we've had ongoing conversations with both Dollarway, Watson Chapel, Whitehall, Sheridan, and we've also had initial conversations with some of the charter schools in Pine Bluff. In fact, we had a reading program in partnership with Lighthouse this summer for rising sixth graders to ensure that they're on grade level when the school year starts in August. So we'll continue to partner with area educational entities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all.
I'll just say, I was telling Dr. Pfeffer during break that, of the takeovers that have happened since I've been here, I feel more hopeful in many ways about Pine Bluff, and it's a variety of reasons. I think there is, and not to disparage any other leadership, but the leader is good for sure. But it's also the fact that there is a plan from the get-go. There's extra criteria going to be established really from near the beginning of this, so that there is a goal to shoot for in a way that there has not been in other districts. And then you have, I think, community buy-in in a way that, and some resources, local resources, which are obviously not present in some other communities. So some things are things you couldn't control, other things are things that can be controlled. So I am really hopeful. There's lots of obstacles, of course, along the way, and I think you probably could have made a case for takeover a little bit earlier, because I think as a state, let things go too far south. One plea I would make to my fellow board members over the next few years is to be really thoughtful about not making things more complicated by expansion of charters and other things that would create, really make a difficult situation more difficult. And so I think that is something that is a responsibility of this board looking forward. Looks like that's not going to happen this year, but in the next few years, I've just urged folks to be thoughtful about that, so that we give what I think is a good shot, the best shot for really transforming this district that is so important to that part of the state.
Thank you.
Just really want to applaud this process. Dr. Hernandez, I really appreciate the rigor that's brought to these reports that we're getting. And it's an interesting, and it's interesting and artful. There's a consistency in the methods that you're talking about in terms of what each one of these districts is doing. But I love the personalities that are coming through that reflect very different circumstances. And so just would ask, as you continue to lean into these plans, particularly under qualitative. Quantitative is, I think we'll be able to assess those pretty readily. The qualitative, I think, is more challenging and maybe at the heart of what we really want to make sure we're supportive of these districts in getting the way they need to get them to go back under local control. So just really look forward to your reports as we go forward, so that we really get a sense of where you're at relative to where you feel you need to be to be where you need to be to exit.
Thank you.
I just want to echo that we applaud all the efforts, and because oftentimes in dealing with the day-to-day classrooms and understanding the environment you're dealing with, often as we talk about, many of the challenges start when they go home. And what you were, to make that connection for the full transformation of the individual is critical, so we can get that academic progress that we want. So many supporting the kids the support they need. You get it during the day, but then you go home and you go backwards. And so finding very complementary ways through faith-based, which are organizations and other type of things that can help complete the wraparound services for those at-risk individuals from those areas, from stress situations. We definitely, anything that we can do in that environment. I know we're scheduled to meet here soon,
Yes,
but some people who want to do that, and I look forward to doing that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Hill. And if I can echo or provide some commentary to that, I definitely know and see the importance of the partnerships with our community, as well as especially our faith-based. And we're fortunate, I'm fortunate to have that community support, constantly reaching out and seeing what they can do to help our students, both academically and behaviorally. And so we're looking forward to continuing those partnerships, strengthening some existing partnerships that we have. In fact, we've after streamlining the number of positions at the central office, we've hired a director of communications / community outreach. And that person will focus on those partnerships, community partnerships, and also sharing the message so that we're in charge of our narrative and not someone else. And so people in the community will know the great things that our students are doing, as well as our staff members.
And you know as well as I do, and I appreciate that, because I've had some people reach out to me to want to connect with you from that. But sometimes what we take for granted, you know, that third meal, you know, that's not been fed, you know, in the evening time. And so just any way that we can help bridge that, because, you know, it's hard to learn when you're hungry.
Right. And if I can put this message out there, we are providing the 3 meals this summer, 2 meals this summer, breakfast and lunch, and 3 meals during the school year. So if you can share the message, our numbers are low, so we won't make sure our students are coming, any school-age child in the city can come in, and we have those posted. So breakfast and lunch are being provided. So.
Thank you for
Thank you.
I just want to echo some things that have been said. Your report was so easy to read, and the only place I got lost was what Ms. Zook has already brought up on the attendance. So thank you for going to address that for us. And I've been keeping up with you through social media, all your travels and what you're doing in the community. And I again say that has to be part of the partnership, and you're doing a good job with that, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate Dr. Hernandez's team getting the exit criteria up there so everybody knows exactly what's got to happen. And so I think we're on the right road, you know, and that's a big step right there, is to have that plan and be headed in the right direction. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. I definitely agree. Having the exit criteria plan on the front end not only helps us stay focused at the district level and at the school level, it provides the community with the plan of what needs to happen. And so there's more buy-in on the changes that need to take place, such as the facility changes, the academic changes, the reduction in force with personnel. And so they have a better understanding of the need and then the plan. So I definitely agree.
I think, you know, everybody wants what's best for kids, but if we don't understand why decisions are being made, we can't follow that it's best for kids. So thank you for that.
So, thank you.
Fantastic.
I think you've already answered my question, but as you begin to close a facility, are you having to redistrict all of your elementary schools? How are you handling that?
Yes, ma'am. We did. We had to rezone, and in fact, the closing of our school, we closed W.T. Cheney, helped in a number of ways. One, it helped us. We're going to operate more efficiently because our numbers were low, but we were serving. We were operating 4 schools, so now we're operating 3 elementary schools. But in the past, historically, it was just open enrollment. So wherever I wanted my child to attend, I can take them over there. So we had transportation going all over the city. So now by zoning, placing our elementary schools in specific zones, we're able to streamline the resources that we have, but also cut or decrease the number of transportation routes. And so we will have cost savings with that as well. So so it's been challenging with the zoning because, you know, but we do have a intra-district opportunity school choice. And so if the parents are able to apply for another elementary based on certain criteria that's outlined in our board policy. So we do have choice within our board policy, within the school district, but the schools are zoned so that we can operate more efficiently.
And the community obviously understands that, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Anything else? Any more questions, comments? Thank you, Dr. Owa.
Thank you.
It's been great working with you.
Yes, sir. Likewise. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Question is whether to accept this report on the Pine Bluff School District.
I move to support. Move to support. I move to accept.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you. And finally, Little Rock.
Right. So we're moving on. So some of this is just informational from the report that we pulled out related to Little Rock. Some of the things that we're asking and working with the district is on an electronic focus walk tool, and part of that we're trying to align with district staff is as they're going into buildings, the things that they're looking for, the things that they're identifying, the data that's being gathered to help kind of inform. And this process will mature as we now have established exit criteria. We've started to have the conversations with principals around what these things are and what the expectations are. That'll help to ensure and provide evidence that these things are happening and supported on the district level and funneling down into the school level as being clear expectations for staff of what they're trying to do. The district's also been working on their MTSS manual. This will give guidance and expectations related to their RTI process in school. Another thing that if you've seen the press release that was out, Mableville Elementary School is going to be part of the PLC pilot program for cohort 3. We're excited about that. So it is always somewhat difficult in a school district that has 2 schools to get them aligned in some of their thinking and language and work. It's very challenging in a district of this size to get that forward momentum, but we're starting to see a lot of the conversations as they've had their PLCs and been working in them, but starting to really adopt and coalesce around the PLC process that aligns with what the state's doing. At the same time, the work that's kind of being led by Hall around HRS, the high school starting to migrate towards that. So we'll be sharing, the department will be sharing a lot of the upcoming trainings related to PLCs with, not sharing in attendance, alongside with Little Rock staff, and then also later on this summer as we all attend the High Reliability Schools Summit to kind of sit side by side, learn together, and talk about further plans and how we're going to see these things start to change in terms of practices within the district. We did, across the state, we made available some of our department or state level 1003 grant set aside and sent invitations to all districts that were receiving that to pay for what's called a PLC Leadership Academy, and that's kind of a year-long process that allows the leadership team of each school to go and work with work through the PLC process with the consultants and kind of have homework. So they go and learn some things, they have homework and expectations, they come back to the next section, kind of debrief about those things, and that will kind of help not necessarily do the exact same model that we're doing with like Pine Bluff, Dollarway, and Lee County, where the full embedded coaching, content specialists, and all those will be there, but it'll start to give them the support, especially as a principal and a leadership team, as you're trying to visualize what should happen and have that kind of critical friend that tells you, hey, you might try this, or you're off track here and need to be working on this. They'll start to engage in that work. So we do have 18 of the schools that have accepted that work to be able to start that this fall. As part of the district support plan, they have their collaborative team type meetings that goes on with the district leadership staff. They've had those where they're analyzing data, they're updating, in the process of updating school level plans. So I do want to take the opportunity to say this, is that if you remember, again, in our document that we provide as part of our reports, historical, so the items that are in there related to the school level plans, keep in mind those were plans that were developed in the summertime. And so with that, those things are always in flux and process and being updated, along with updates related to the district support plan. And so as the district starts, and now as they're in the process of refining those and looking, say, hey, what did we have in our school level plan? What do we need to change based on data and get ready for next year as these school level plans happen? I think that if you've looked at some of those, it's clear and evident that some of the things we started out with last summer may not be the same ideas as we've kind of grown and matured in this process. We've set the exit criteria. We've been helping provide more guidance related to reading literacy programs, dyslexia programs, and it has started to try to take what were not necessarily wrong thoughts but just maybe disjointed in terms of one school's doing this program, another school's doing this program, and so from a district level, it's hard to support that when everybody's doing different things. And so what we've seen through this partnership is that we're starting to align better. We're starting to have the same language related to dyslexia. We're starting to have the same language related to literacy programs and moving to that work. And I hope that's evident as you've looked through the reports and say, hey, this is where we started, this is where we're at now. So, you know, we're all talking about PLCs, we're all talking about these characteristics around the exit criteria. So we are moving in that direction, although be it is a lot harder with a larger district like this. So those plans will continue to be updated and reviewed, and we'll see the new school level plans in September. Actually, should be ready for public view on their website by August 1st, so you'll be able to see what those updates are. Related to their reading program, dyslexia, they have adopted the Wilson reading system and have been working through the collaborative plan with the ADE on their dyslexia, way they're going to operate and those types of things. Of course, I said this with one of our other districts, is that timeline related to, we've got new programs coming in, new curriculum, a different way of doing things. We've got the PLC type training that's going on. At the same time doing, kind of fortifying some of that RISE training. It does become a challenge, and so we've had some conversations around professional development schedules, which are being collaboratively worked on. At the same time, looking at their academic calendar and trying to find ways to be more strategic in terms of how can we leverage the staff during the summer to get training, and also have good quality days within the school year to allow training. And so we're having those kinds of conversations to hopefully make some modifications to the usage of the time in this year's calendar, but also going forward, how can we better design an academic calendar that allows more time for flexibility in trainings and not necessarily have a whole group scenario or have to bring a lot of people in during the summer at an additional expense. So that's something that we're looking into. We've been encouraging the district and having conversations around a decision-making matrix, and that's kind of a newer concept, I guess. I know it's probably been out there a lot, but how for staff, and this is kind of related to the high reliability schools work, is that if teachers and principals and districts have kind of a clear understanding about what decisions get made collaboratively, what decisions do teachers or principals have the autonomy to make, and then what decisions are maybe made at the district level, that kind of helps to know how that decision making things get made and how it relates to things like how the observations are done, how curriculum decisions are made, and all of those things. And so we're kind of working towards that, not only with Little Rock, but a lot of our other districts to help in that decision making process. We have done a revision to the test handbook that has kind of a clear timeline related to how the teachers that might be receiving intense intervention or intense support in terms of you know how they're doing in the classroom and things like that. We're hoping to have that ready before school starts. And then also related to the chronic absenteeism, we are getting those reports and you know feel like they're actively doing the work. I think one of the things that seems to be evident in some schools, we're not seeing the movement or the decrease in chronic absenteeism that we want, and so that's one of those things. We've tried some things. We're going to go back and revise and try to see how we can make some key differences in getting kids to come to school. So this next part is kind of an update where we started to put a little bit of evidence related to the exit criteria. And so, you know, to be fair, we've identified the exit criteria for you guys. We've identified it at the district level. We've presented to the community advisory board. We have started meeting with the principals. The district has shared with the principals around exit criteria, but we've actually started having more small group meetings and tried to identify here are different kinds of evidence that you could show. What we're having a little bit of struggle with right now is kind of identifying, as if I'm a building level principal, I need to know who I need to send my evidence to. to make sure it's getting aggregated and reviewed before it gets put on the document. So ultimately, we want to review it before we put things on the document, but we're identifying who that point person is. And so when we say that we're awaiting evidence, it doesn't mean that these things aren't happening. They may be happening in certain buildings, but we're trying to get it to where we want it happening in all of these schools. And so as we work through this process of getting clear understanding of what the evidence looks like, and I think there was a question earlier about the qualitative part, and so we want to make sure that you guys have an understanding of what we should be looking for, and as they have a clear understanding of what they should be providing. And so we've actually developed kind of a listing of things that kind of will match what we give to the superintendent as his expectations that we'll be looking for. In addition to that, given to the principals so they can share with the teachers, and as they're working through the work, they can start to pull these things together from there. And if they're not doing it, that's good questions to ask themselves and start to develop those processes to get that. So related to the qualitative, the collaborative teams, we've got some that are kind of starting that. They have been, and you know, everybody says they're doing PLCs. I had a training last week where I asked, how many are doing PLCs? Everybody raised their hand. When you start asking them for evidence, they start to hide about, you know, being able to have that evidence. And so we know they're having PLC structures, and there are some evidences, and what we always refer to as PLC light. But we're wanting them to get good quality training related to PLCs so they start to get some of those practices in place and able to provide those evidence. So we do have some kind of starting and doing that training. We've had some schools that have gone out and worked with coaches and bringing them in to do training and embedded coaching on site. So we have some of those schools that are doing that, but we're starting to see as a whole, they're starting to migrate towards that. The master schedules have been developed to include that collaborative team time and are working on ensuring that there's intervention in time in that. But in relation to the objectives 1.2 and 1.4, we're still waiting on evidence in those areas. Instructional practices being identified and implemented, that's kind of, again, where we're talking about as a whole, what is the expectation about what the actual instruction looks like in the school. And so it's not that there might not be in each school differentiation of what that looks like, but we're wanting to get to a point where we've got evidence of what it looks like for all of these schools, and that it's consistent and being implemented and communicated, and then training and supports provided related to that. Also, within evaluation, we've been providing a lot of support related to the evaluation, and we're starting to see some really good progress in terms of administrators getting in the classroom, providing support and feedback. We've got a lot of schools where last year there weren't some of the career summatives that weren't done to migrate over to this year, where we're getting quite a few of those are being completed, to where we're down to a very few that have not been able to complete some of those. So we're starting to see a tremendous increase in the amount of work that's being done related to, and when I say work, not that evaluation wasn't being done, but we're starting to see that evidence. We're starting to see that, you know, the tools being used, we're seeing the feedback that's happening, and that's starting to move in a good direction. We are awaiting evidence in some of the other areas, objectives related to that. The curriculum development and implementation, you can see that, you know, we're having discussion about trainings and starting to buy programs, but when it comes to a holistic, do we have good quality curriculum with instructional strategies thought about, assessments tied to it, and all those, we still have a ways to go in that area to get that evidence. Not that it's not happening, but just when we talk about consistency and something that we can put our hands on and be able to see, and if I'm a teacher going in, I know exactly what I should be doing. We've got work to do in that area, and we know that we're going to start to see some movement in that area, especially the schools that are going to be involved in that PLC process and that work, because that's some of the expectation that's going to be put on those leaders to do that. The qualitative, as it comes, and some of those, if you remember, were related to that the teachers have all their resources and things like that. So we're starting to get some, if we know the literacy adoption's been completed, and they're starting to get some of those materials. As far as some of the other ones, we're waiting to gather evidence in some of those areas as well. We know that throughout the summer, we'll start to kind of put together some more evidence, but then going into next year is where we feel like we'll start to fill in a lot more of these gaps related to evidence with these things. In terms of the fiscal piece, we know that where at the beginning of the year we were anticipating there being a decline in unrestricted fund balance. We're happy to say the work that Mr. Poore and Mr. Bailey's been doing within the district, that decline has really shrunk to where we're anticipating with the cuts that have been outlined, in addition to that restriction in current year spending, that we anticipate getting a balanced budget next year, meaning that those revenues and expenditures should match. Of course, that's aside from the money to build Southwest that's in the building fund. But we're going to have to watch that enrollment. We do know that based on the recent increase in the salary schedule, that's another component that the district will have to take into consideration as they make decisions related to expenditures during next year for FY21. And so overall, I think that might be I think that was my last slide related to them. We do have, I know we had some questions maybe related to special ed, and we do have some people here to talk about that can give you an update on. We know we had the monitoring visit that went out, and the letter that's gone out with corrective action plan and those kinds of things. So we do have that. I'll let them share, but and then Mr. Poore is here with his team to answer any questions.
All right, great. What's that? So, Lisa, yeah, I understand. Yes, I understand. So, yeah, go ahead and we'll get the special ed report, and then we'll let Mr. Poore, and we thank everybody else from the LRSD who is here today as well.
All right, Matt Sewell, Special Education Unit, Arkansas Department of Ed. As you guys recall, a few months ago, we were asked to do an in-depth monitoring of the Little Rock School District Special Education Program. Thanks to Ms. Green as well as Ms. Steele and her team for their responsiveness and diligence to provide the information that we needed to complete this project. Through this monitoring, we reviewed a grand total of 181 student files, which is a record and atypical for any monitoring that we've ever performed. And at the conclusion of their 90-day correction window, we issued a letter of finding, which included the areas of noncompliance for which LRSD will be required to develop a compliance action plan to address each issue of noncompliance. It is notable that these areas of noncompliance came from approximately 6 student folders out of the 181 files reviewed. And they were typical of findings that we would see in other monitorings. Moving forward, our plan with LRSD, they'll have 1 year from the date of the letter of finding, which was June 10th, 2019, to provide evidence that the correct steps have been taken in order to fulfill their cap. The special ed unit will continue to provide support and monitor their progress, and we'll also be working directly with Dr. Hernandez's unit to hire a special ed specialist to work with our level 5 schools, including LRSD. And we'll also continue to do school site visits and make recommendations regarding those visits. And I think Ms. Tyler's going to speak a little more on that piece.
Lisa Tyler, Learning Services. Do y'all have any questions about the monitoring piece before we move forward? We might be able to just take care of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I was wondering, will those 6 students be able to get the compensatory education starting day 1 in 1920?
There wasn't any. This wasn't a complaint investigation or a due process hearing. There wasn't any type of compensatory education sought or provided for any students in the monitoring.
And are those parents aware?
They would be made aware if the district made them aware. That's not something that we would do. That may be a question to ask.
I can ask Ms. Steele. That's all.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else over here? Okay. Ms. Tyler.
Okay, Lisa Tyler, Learning Services. I think you all are aware that we also contracted with a special education consultant. It's a highly respected special ed supervisor from this area who's retired. went into Little Rock School District to provide support to the district, the special education team, as well as the principals and teachers, identify some areas of need and strengths, and make some preliminary recommendations. So she spent about 2 days in the highest need schools in the Little Rock School District, and she talked with teachers, she talked with principals, she talked with the district special education staff, and she made some notes about what she observed. And overall, I looked across her reports, and I visited with her today on the phone in terms of what her reflections were about what she saw. One of the things that I was surprised about was many of the principals have a background in special education in these buildings, and we view that as a strength for sure. The CBI program across those buildings overall was a strength, and if you don't know what CBI is, it's a kind of layman's term for community-based instruction, and so it's a classroom and a set of services and supports for students with the most significant disabilities, usually the most significant cognitive disabilities. And our consultant told me she could tell there's been a lot of work done in that area. There were notes like these students are out in the community more, they're working on academic skills as well as functional skills, and as well as in her notes in my conversation with her, she felt like that was a high point. Also, in every set of notes that I reviewed, I either saw mental health services, or they'd employed a social worker, or there was a licensed counselor, so that was a consistent theme across the schools. Some of the areas of need that I saw across her reports, as well as talking with her, were student attendance and teacher attendance. One or both, or one or the other, or tardies, consistent tardies. That was at one of the buildings. She identified the need for a positive behavior intervention and support tier 1 most right now that needed to be put in place. And if you know what positive behavior intervention and support, you've heard that term, PBIS. So basically it's like core instruction for behavior. So you know it's really hard to provide interventions for students when your core is not tight in academics, and it's the same for behavior. So lots of things that you've seen in the Guide for Life materials, those are things that need to be reinforced and taught in those classrooms with common expectations for behavior across the building that are also reinforced and taught. Some of the recommendations that she had initially were the special education teachers working on and principals formative assessments for those classrooms. She didn't see a lot of that going on in terms of those ongoing assessments guiding instruction in those particular buildings. Now, again, she was there for 2 days, might have been in one classroom, you know, for 30 minutes or so, but that's what she observed. She observed some professional development, or recommended some professional development, and those things ranged from co-teaching to classroom management to RISE training. You know, that was just a kind of a variety of things. And she also talked about the need for principals having high expectations for those classrooms, those who are tasked with evaluating those teachers. And that's not something uncommon that we recommend in lots of our districts and special education classes or principals evaluating special education teachers, unfortunately. So as Matt said, we are going to employ a special education consultant to be part of Dr. Hernandez's group to work not only with Little Rock, but the other districts who are in need of level 5 support. And that person will be able to devote a lot more time to Little Rock and the other districts and work with the, Mike's team to support the special education programs and the principals in those buildings. So the other thing is the behavior side of that. I think Matt and Dr. Hernandez have an interview tomorrow to employ a behavior specialist to be specific to Little Rock and the other districts that are in need of this type of support. And these needs that I've talked about with Little Rock, I'm sure we could probably say the same for many of the other districts that we're working with. Do y'all have any questions?
Yes. one of the findings was child find, and can you address the progress that was made there?
Can I address the progress that was made there,
Well,
or
that
address
was one of the
findings?
findings. They were given the 90 days to correct.
Okay, so in child find, okay, so they were not cited on child find. They were trained on it and they corrected it, but it was not a finding against their district.
That's my understanding, that that was the primary finding, and they were given the 90 days to come up with a corrective plan.
During the 90-day corrective window
Right.
is when they have the opportunity to correct
Right.
those original findings.
Right.
The finding report that I'm sharing with you today is at the end of that 90-day correction window.
Okay.
So during the 90 days, they did training in their district to correct that.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions? Okay. Thank you all, and other questions may arise during the conversation. Thank you all for presenting. Mr. Porter, do you have any really brief remarks before we turn to questions for you and your team?
I think I'd rather do some closing remarks at the end if I could, and answer any questions.
Perfect. Great. Ms. McFetrich? Ms. Newton?
Dr. Hernandez answered most of my questions today. The only question that I wasn't, the literacy adoption, that's been finalized?
Yes, ma'am, and we can answer as specific questions as you want. The adoption's in place. We have teams working right now on curriculum mapping, and we also have a training schedule that's set up for those teachers prior to school, and then also we also realize there's some ongoing training that's going to be necessary during the course of the year. That's the only thing that we probably don't have as detailed of a map yet of what that ongoing training looks like during the course of the year.
And is that K-5, K?
That's K-5 training for the new resources specific to literacy instruction for all elementary, but we also have training that's necessary for the support materials that we bought for our dyslexic learners support. So that's a different set of training, and I probably would need to get Ms. Carpenter up to address that, but we also have that mapped out.
Okay. What thought has been given to after 5th grade, I guess is my question.
After 5th grade, we did buy, first we have RISE training that's taking place. So the first element is that we started that last year with some of our secondary group. Primarily all 6th grade English teachers received that, and now we're trying to roll that out into the other secondary levels, and I could have Dr. Perkins share that. We also are knowing that we're going to need to be very intentional with them to tie the curriculum that we purchased the year before with the RISE training and do work with that, and that's going to be fall on the shoulders of our new literacy director.
Okay, so you're thinking about tying curriculum to RISE 6th grade and up, that would
Yes, ma'am.
helpfully catch some kids up.
Yes, and we also, and I know this came up with other districts' reports, is that we've also prepared master schedules to help out with any of the struggling learners that have fallen behind, and have classes prepared to be able to, because we did a massive work as a part of the dyslexia audit to screen our students, and so we're ready now and know basically, at least we have it all framed out of the sections that kids can go into to receive kind of a tier 2 or tier 3 support.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Hill, anything? Ms. Chambers?
We had received an email that expressed some concern for a need for more integration. It's not unlike the question Ms. Newton just asked about RISE. And are we committed to RISE, and are we consistent in how that's being supported, expected? Is there anything else you could say or would say? Do you have any concerns about that? Is that something you're addressing?
Well, First off, with RISE training right now, I think this district was real aggressive in terms of getting people trained. We're down now to, I believe, was it less than 300? About 300 of our elementary teachers that still need to receive that RISE training. But we have some schools that have all their K-5 trained. We have principals trained. We have special educators that have been a part of the RISE training. So that element of having the final group of teachers get the RISE training, that will take place. Anybody that's new to the district will also receive the RISE training. But the other key part of it, and you've brought it up, is, do we have our principals ready to support that in the classroom? We have that training lined up, I believe, for the end of the month of July and the 1st of August for the principals to receive that so that they can become the assessor for the RISE. And then we also know that, and a part of some of the reports, if you go dive into those, that, especially with the schools where the 4 elementary F schools, we've had a lot of support from the department where their literacy folks are going on walks with our team. Now that can be with the principal, that can be with Dr. Perkins as the chief academic officer, it can be with other folks within our curriculum team, that they're going on those walks into the classrooms and trying to monitor. We need to escalate that out into some of our other areas to be able to monitor that. But there's been some good progress on that over the course of the spring, and I really give the Department of Education a lot of credit for how they've helped us with that.
And to piggyback on what he's saying, I think it'll help answer your question. We have someone who's been dedicated to really supporting that work in the Little Rock School District, Tiffany Pride, and we're very encouraged by her reports with the progress that the instructional facilitators are making. And when areas are identified, that's being communicated very quickly to the principals and to central office, so that whether it's training, whether it's some other type of intervention, those things are starting to occur. So we've been encouraged by that.
Mr. Poore, thank you for the report. I was glad to see so many opportunities for parents to be engaged and involved in the school level plans, from the Title I meetings to really getting parents involved in the career and college plans for their children as well. I loved seeing, I think it was Forest Heights that had plans for a parent newsletter, parent conferences, and a parent leadership workshop, which was really interesting. So I'm glad to see that there's so much effort being put into making sure that our parents and family members have opportunities to engage on different levels. So,
Ms. Dean, can I take advantage of one other thing that you didn't mention that fits into this that I'm proud of, is that our title programs have done a parent training, and it is that we've now had our 3rd graduating class of parents, and it brings parents from all over the district, which I was kind of thinking that, will that actually bring a diverse group of parents? It has. We have wives of bankers to parents that really are making just ends meet, coming together. There are grandparents that are in the class. They take great pride in their attendance, which is an area where we have to work on some other areas. But with these parents, they're showing up. They have perfect attendance. They're graduating. We actually have them in a gown, and it is an amazing thing that's happening. Our last class had 80 people that were involved in that. And so, that is a positive impact. I also will share in a public way that we have a retreat set up this weekend for a literacy retreat. And, if I've had a constant over this course of this week is like folks saying, where's the dyslexia part of this? Well, it's going to be embedded in all of the discussions that take place. And we have Ms. Stacy Smith that's going to help with helping guide some of that discussion and talk. But we really want to treat this weekend as almost like a professional learning community. what is it that we're after? What is it that we are aiming towards? What do we do if we don't get there? How are we going to address that if we're not getting there? So we're going to treat it much like a PLC environment of what's the target, how do we know, and what do we do if we don't get there, and fuse those conversations so that people really have a chance to say, have you thought about this? What about that? And you know, just even with that, I'll take advantage again that we've had some folks come in, and as an example right now, there's a pilot being worked on at Hall High School that I think can be very promising of a new way to support learners that are behind on their literacy at the high school level, done in the context of a block instruction. That needs to be worked on between the Hall team and some of the folks that have been helping try to support that effort. But you know, people are jumping in. We met with AR Kids Read this week, and they certainly want to do some things differently with the training that they have behind. Ms. Dionne Jackson's coming in, and she wants to do some additional training of what can they do even when they're one-on-one time with struggling readers. What can they do to support, and what should they do a little bit different in terms of supporting learners that are struggling as readers that tie into the science of reading.
Great work. Great. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll start out by complimenting Ms. Carpenter because she's made a lot of progress in a short period of time. I also appreciate the fact that when I asked Dr. Hernandez for a more up-to-date than there, are they sharing with you each month, or you just find out at the end of each quarter what we're seeing at the end of each quarter?
When you say they, are you talking about my staff?
The people
or?
that are preparing the reports and the people that provide the data that go into the reports.
I seem to get a lot of input from multiple directions. So it first off, the department, you know, most of you realize that I meet with the commissioner and his team, Dr. Pfeffer and Mike, and we meet at least every other week, every other week, and that provides input that comes in from that team. But also Sheila Whitlow is a key person that works directly for Mike, and so that's kind of that element of me sharing some things that I need to bring out and talk, but then the department brings in information. And then on the other side, within the community, our own Little Rock community, I think that the information elevates in a couple different ways. You know, some of it comes directly from my deputies in terms of sharing, you know, where they stand with evaluations, where the building evaluations are in terms of working with teachers, where we're having hot spots. Veronica Perkins comes in and shares information directly related to, you know, the walks with Dr. Pride that takes place. So I get those things. I don't know if I can say that it's like, boy, on this date I get a report. It's just, it's kind of open-ended in terms of information always flowing in.
So this isn't necessarily a surprise to you, the kinds of things that we're being told that are not glows.
Yeah, the one that's maybe surprised me the most was the attendance one, you know, with the schools that we had been real intentional about through the grade level reading campaign.
And the feet to the seat, I know you've got to be disappointed in that because that was like a big deal for you.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to, but as you saw, the results were abysmal.
Yeah, it was less than, it wasn't anything that what you'd want to brag about. So just so that I can provide a data set to that, for the listeners out there and give you the numbers. I got it right here. There were initially 20 schools that were a part of the grade level reading campaign. And out of those 20 schools with the grade level reading campaign, actually half of the schools had a decline in terms of their student attendance. We had 4 schools that were flat on their data, and then 6 improved. So, and we also have identified an additional 5 schools that we think also have challenges in terms of their attendance data that we will work with next year. We're going to continue to work with the grade level reading campaign with Mr. Rand and Ms. Glasgow. I was heartened a little bit because one of the schools that had a drop that typically has got a pretty positive school culture and actually has had some pretty good academic environment. I said, that was really discouraging for me. And she goes, Mike, they're doing everything right. You just have to be patient. Now, I wouldn't say that I could say that across the board, but there are some of those schools that are doing all the right elements, but they haven't yet found the momentum to move forward. But I also believe that there are some schools that we're going to have to give a greater level of intensity. And Dr. McCarroll, I guarantee, will work hard on this to address it. But you're right, for as much investment as we had, and we really had some great community partners help us with this as well, we did not get the results that we wanted.
I wonder, the next step that we always did is visits to the homes. So you actually are visiting with the parents because they obviously care about their child. They may or may not be aware, particularly those at the high school level where you have 20% plus that are chronically absent. So I don't know who you have or what you have or who would be willing or how much you can require, but I think visits in the home would be a step that maybe is missing here, or conversations when you have those parents that all come together to work on that. Also,
can I bring one more thing up that I think you'll like to hear too? Is I still think that the other thing that's a part of it is what that classroom feels like. So there's nothing more that gets a kid motivated, whether it be a kindergartner or a 10th grader, if they feel like their hair is on fire because the instructor cares about them and the environment for learning is like, whoa, I'm being very engaged as a learner. So that is the biggest factor that we can have to impact this. And of course, we're working very hard on that part of it too.
And I always said to teachers, new teachers, returning teachers, if you'll send home a couple of, boy, he did great today in this at the very beginning of the year, then if you have something you need to talk with them about that later, like he was doing great when he was there, but that kind of thing. But I had also asked for staff attendance, and what I got back was, well, we're not going to do that until September. So I was disappointed in that, and I wondered if you were aware that the HR just ignored the request.
Well, I don't feel like we ignored it intentionally. We're trying to make sure that we provide, this has not been the easiest thing to put together, as you know, because I know you've asked for this continually. And we do feel like we're getting better at being able to understand and package this data. And so, I can understand your disappointment not having a more complete report, and we will try to do better on that in the future. And so I do think that was a gap in one of our deliveries for this.
I think one of the things that we also need to look at, because obviously the student attendance, the missing piece is the staff, is in all of your higher letter grade schools, it says that they are at no risk for chronic absenteeism. In all of your C, D, and F schools, they are at high risk for chronic absenteeism based on this thing that grade level reading did. So we do know that piece of it is an indicator, and if the staff piece plays into it, I think that's where my concern is. But anyway, is the new K-12 literacy person RISE trained and are you confident they're an instructional leader?
Yeah, and so for the audience sake, in terms of the individual, and I made sure that I had some of her credentials. Ms. Sherry Chambers is the person that we've selected for the director of literacy. She's coming out of Chico Elementary, and one of the things about that school is, if you look at it in terms of last year, was one of the schools that had very positive growth, and has also done a tremendous job of changing the culture around in that school. They adopted the Leader in Me program. She has 25 years in education. She has had 6 years as a classroom teacher, 10 years as a literacy coach. 6 of those were as a literacy coach when the district was doing Reading First as a part of its delivery. She's had 3 years as an assistant principal, and then the last 6 years as a principal. She's nationally board certified in literacy, language arts, reading specialist certification, and a master's in reading. She, along with the principals in terms of the RISE training that our principals have taken place, participate in that. I don't know her exact how many trainings she participated in offhand. I can find that out for you, but she's been a part of those trainings. I think the key reason that we selected her over the other candidates was she brings an instant ability for us to collaborate with. That's who she is in her leadership style. And you know, when we went to a K-12 literacy person, I've had some say, well, we've got to, whoever we hire, if it's a secondary, more of a secondary person or more of an elementary person, then we need to hire somebody else to backfill to do the other parts. And my belief is we need a person that can actually bring lots of people into the table. And Ms. Chambers obviously has more of an elementary. She needs to bring in secondary people in teams so that they work together. And I think she provides us the best opportunity for that because she has real respect at the secondary levels and obviously with her own peers at the elementary.
And you know that she's willing to switch from the balanced to the structured literacy and the things that complement RISE.
I believe all of our principals are on that train and moving towards that. And I know we have a lot of work to do to make sure that we implement RISE and the science of reading with fidelity, and that we move forward in terms of support of dyslexic learners. But I believe in any setting that I've been in, there's been real intense efforts being made by staff throughout the spring and even the start of this summer in that regard.
Okay. Also in the information that I requested, I got information from the four schools specifically that ADE's been working through. And one of the concerns was that the MAP reports were not being used to do intervention in core. And so I wanted to be sure you were aware of that. And that the statement here under implementation analysis, where there is little evidence that the majority of teachers embrace science of reading and consistently apply these new learnings in their classroom. I know in 2010, before we intervened, PLCs was trained, and you know that it's not where you want it to be. Now that we've done RISE, we don't want to see those same kinds of things happen this. And when I read that from the people that are in your buildings, these are people who have observed the teachers that, you know, and I won't go into the specifics, but it's not pretty. But we have to be sure that they implement this. We just have to. And when you're looking at the positions that you're eliminating, to think in terms not so much of last in, first out, but who is willing to implement, who in fact is willing to put kids first every day, every period. And with the people that special ed is bringing on with Dr. Hernandez, and with your dyslexia audit done and your special ed well on its way, and then, but we have all those other children that, you know, we've just got to make the principals aware, if any of those teachers who are not, from day one, that principal works with them as their instructional leader, saying, let's start work today, let's grow together. And
so let me make one comment, and Ms. Zook is correct in her statement that many of the initial reports that were going into the schools that had the F ranking, they were very mixed. And I was getting those reports back to your earlier question, both from the department as well as my own folks, to say, we just came back from X school and it was not good. This school was pretty good, this school was not. But I think that also, if you were to check with Dr. Pride, that she would back up and say that some of our greatest gains have been made within those same schools over the course of the semester as the work was being done, and there was a level of support coming in to the principal and to those teachers, which I think is your main point, is that type of effort has to continue. And I feel like I know that this Department of Ed gets beat up in Little Rock for not being supportive. That is not the fact. That is not the fact. This department has been very supportive, and our people have been very receptive, and I think that the department would come back to say, the Little Rock employees have never tried to fight or battle or say, that's not right, that's not true. What we've said is, okay, we understand what you're saying, help us, or how do we get better, or what are your suggestions? So I'm proud of kind of both organizations' efforts, and I really do think that we had some things that happened in the latter part of this semester that were very positive at those 4 schools where this extra support was coming in.
Because, you know, you and I can't want it more for them than they want it for themselves.
That's absolutely correct.
They have to do it in the classroom where they get to be and get, I think, as a reward to get to be with children every single day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just quick, you've covered a lot of bases here. As far as staffing goes for next school year, are your buildings principals, do you have much turnover there? Are you able to?
Well, we're kind of having a little bit of a domino effect at this point. So we had one principal that retired at Washington Elementary. We have already picked a person to be in that spot who has been at Bale Elementary and was a part of that team that really is starting to make Bale come together. So she was the assistant principal. She'll move over. We have a spot at Romine Elementary where a principal left us to go to a different district, and we've moved one of our own principals from that spot to Romine. Romine is a part of the blueprint that eventually will become a pre-K center, and so we've got a leader that can help us not only make that culture still have real good things happen this year, but can also help us transition within the community. We have a principal opening at Chico Elementary where Ms. Chambers came from. We also have principal openings at Western Hills. We just found out about that. That also has been a pretty strong school in terms of growth in the past 2 years. She just took a job at Cabot. And then we have the job at Brady Elementary where we moved Mr. Harris to Romine. So we have 3 openings there. And you know, on average, and Dr. Mitchell can correct me, we're probably right on kind of the average thing right now in terms of how many turnover we have. Remember, we have 28 elementaries, sites.
And then and I think you've probably answered this question before, but for teachers, how much do principals have autonomy over hiring new staff? What does that look like as y'all are gearing up?
Well, we've really, one of the things, a system thing, is that we've adopted a new system within HR. We're working with the State Department again on human capital, and so we've had a pretty dynamic thing. That human capital thing is actually throughout all Pulaski County, where all the county school districts are working on that. The bottom line question for you, Ms. Moore, though, is that our principals have a great deal of autonomy on who they get to hire. We have gone through the reduction. I want to kind of make sure I'm being real. Right. So when you reduce teaching staff, we have not had to we have not had to do a RIF within that reduction. We reduced 75 spots in terms of in the teacher grouping. We did not have to reduce anybody, and that's based on retirements. That's based on people leaving, and then we've had to move folks. Right now, we are down. I think the latest number is that we have 4 individuals that are still left to be placed out of all the folks that got slips that said that they need to be moved for next year.
Thank you. Last question, and maybe you have answered this, but have y'all gotten back the MAP results from the end of the year?
We did, and we provided that to you in the last quarter report, and that happened because we delayed Little Rock's report because of you guys having the meeting in Northwest. So that came to you in April.
Yeah. I was thinking that was winter. Okay,
so we did give you the spring results, and remember the winter to spring looks pretty good. The fall to spring is a little bit all over in terms of looks a little more flat.
Okay, thank you.
Brett, anything?
I'm good.
Question?
Okay.
Okay. Yep. You done?
I was going to wish you well in your retirement, Dr. Mitchell, and I request that you and Dr. Perkins do a favor and go into all of those buildings, and if there's anything left that has to do with reading recovery, please take it, and we'll have a big bonfire and roast weenies, but that would be a big advantage to those teachers and staff, and mainly for the students. But I wish you both well in your next endeavors.
I'll just say a few things. It's probably my last chance to say anything from the seat on the Little Rock School District, and obviously I spent a lot of energy on it the last 5 years, and I want to thank you for your leadership and your friendship, and thanks everybody else in the district who's put a lot of work into an effort, and of course everybody from the department. And I think we have heard a lot of clear evidence of effort, and I think we have heard, in my eyes, some clear evidence of progress, but also some areas where things are not where exactly they need to be. I look at the exit criteria, which of course came fairly late in the game to this process for reasons that's just the way it happened. You know, I have some confidence that, you know, on the qualitative front, there's good progress and things can be met in the coming months. You know, I think we have to be realistic about the quantitative side, especially when it comes to high schools, because of how far behind things are. And my plea would be to the board, you know, we are now probably 7 months away from the 5-year mark. And I would really ask the board to begin to, you know, prepare for a thoughtful contingency plan, so that at the end of the day, the board doesn't simply react to something that is brought to them by the department, but takes real ownership of this decision about how to move forward in a way that is best for the community, best for the district, best for the kids. And we know that there are real constraints on what actions can be taken for a variety of reasons. But I really do think it would make good sense for this body to create a small task force to think about coming up with a plan that makes good sense, that does get community buy-in, so that it is not we're not at a point where, or the board is not at a point where it's scrambling at the end to try to figure out what to do that will do the least amount of damage. Rather, be more thoughtful and proactive about what can be in the best interest of the district, assuming that, and we of course hope that, you know, test results change the game in terms of the quantitative data, but I think we have to be realistic, and it's important to prepare for that. And so that would be my plea, my closing plea to the board, to move in that direction sooner rather than later.
I've already talked with Ms. Wendell, and we will have a work session for the full board on Act 930 and all that implies, because we as a board will now be, we're always separate from ADE, but we in this regard will be totally separate from them and work with everybody and everything. But that process for this board will start after the new person is appointed and comes on. We wanted to give them a little breathing room because charters come up and school choice. But we will have a work session more than likely in September to and then move from there and the process that has to be done.
Did you have some closing
I do want
remarks?
to just make a couple of closing remarks. I appreciate what both of you just said in terms of further discussions on Little Rock School District. I do think it's important to note that the graduation rate in Little Rock School District exceeded 82%. I wanted it to be 82.6. I lost that fight with Deb Kaufman, who said it's 82.3, I think, and so we got rounded to 82. But we were at 74% the year that I came in, and we're at 82%. We have, when I arrived in this district, we had $19 million of volunteer hours that were coming into the district. This year we exceeded $27.5 million of volunteer hours. That's faith-based communities, that's business leaders, that's parents that are, and our own staff and our own kids that are coming in to support the district. I'm excited about the things that we are doing with people working together collaboratively. The phrase that we still are going to use that's been here since the beginning of it is the power of us. That, you know, we can all work together to make a difference, and that's happening. It's happening to change around the thing of wanting kids to come to school. It happens with 6th and goal football, or 6th and volleyball, 6th and spike we call it. It's happening with groups like Sherman Tate, who is coming in and he's working with Mount Zion Baptist Church, with Calvary Baptist Church, to come in and mentor males at Henderson. That will start this year. The Rotary Club, Club 99, has adopted Dunbar and have a leadership program for those students of 100 kids. So the community has bought in so many different ways to impact, you know, what's happening in our schools. They're impacting it, not only what happens in the instructional day, but what happens with our extracurricular program. Yesterday we had a fine arts think tank, just like we did athletic think tank. You should have seen the environment. Every arts organization that is a part of the Central Arkansas, they're there. And we're finding ways to go connect. Project-based learning and getting kids ready for careers, and I appreciate you bringing that up. We're working with the Chamber and the county school districts to do Ford NGL. That's really positive. And the last thing I want to do to just share with you is that we've worked with folks like Kathy Smith, with the commissioner, with Ford, or excuse me, with the Chamber, to have, and really my fellow superintendents in Pulaski County. We do not have a co-op, but I'm telling you, those things are happening right now with things that can support everyone, things that we can do together, whether it's a CALS Tech Card to allow kids to have database things to go do deep research, or whether it's coming together to develop online support for learners, to coming up with trainings that are taking place. So the county superintendents are working together in ways that I don't think has ever been done, and I want to compliment all three of those gentlemen for the work that they're doing, and really the support we get from so many different people within the community and from our commissioner and his staff. So I hope you will give them a big pat on the back. Finally, Mr. Barth, I will just share that it's funny that you started off that you said, I appreciate your leadership and friendship. That's exactly what I put on your note, the same phrase at the beginning of this. And I appreciate your passion for kids. And the other thing that you've done that exemplifies you is you're passionate for governance, appropriate governance, and how to make sure that all voices get heard and run a meeting that sometimes can be a little bit contentious, especially when Little Rock's in the house. So thank you so much for your leadership and your friendship. And I shared with him, most of you already know, he's already into something else. So, you know, he'll go right into the next thing, and that's just who you are, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
One last thing. I know that CAB has recommended and the support that you hopefully will provide for Ms. Carpenter so she can get the intervention for these students that are being identified. Where are you in that process?
You know, one of the things, this is kind of a weird thing, but we had an issue with some funding that we thought we might lose because of grant funding with the pre-K program, where we were losing a federal grant, and we got tremendous support from the Department of Human Services so that we could go into a block grant funding, and we've regained all those spots. So that gave a little bit of a cushion in terms of doing some support that we need. But we've also staffed, and I want to give Mr. Burton and Ms. Carpenter credit, that we've already provided the staffing even as we did these reductions. And that was a little bit of a fight, as you could imagine, trying to reduce the 75 positions, but then also say we're going to find a way to support. And are we perfect at that right now? I can't say that, but I know we have a plan of having support for Tier 2 and Tier 3 and actually having those academic classes arranged within the schedules right now. So that is in place.
So, and they'll be up and going by the August start date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Before we vote, we do have one request for public comment. And so, you sure? You've been so patient. You've gotten all kinds of. All right. Well, Well, we appreciate it. Thank you for being here today and for your dedication. All right, we do need a motion to accept this report on the Little Rock School District.
Move to accept.
All right, motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And now we need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we will return tomorrow with reports, and see you then.